Welcome to the 757 Spy Flight. Thanks for putting in the wows in at wow time. And wow, this is actually a pretty cool terminal here. They did a good job on the scenery, and we also get to walk down the jetways, so that's fun too, right? Hey there, thanks for coming on in today. Happy Thursday, almost Friday, almost the weekend, and also, very important, today's Navigraph Day. Yeah, it's important. Did you go and, update your nav data? That's a very important thing to do on Navigraph Day. But even more important than that, did you have pizza for breakfast or order pizza for Navigraph Day or something like that? I know, it's just something that I do here, but seriously, for flight simmers, Navigraph Day should also be pizza day. Just saying, we can't have too many excuses for pizza. So I did get everything updated. One of the things that I didn't do was update stuff for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. 2020. I haven't had good luck reviving it, and I tried again today and just haven't been able to revive 2020 and make it go. So I downloaded stuff for the Phoenix, downloaded stuff for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, but all the other planes, I just kind of left it go for today until they start to show up in the new sim. So I did do that. I may have messed up the schedule a little bit today, and there was a City Pair event that I think we might miss, and I'm sorry about that. But the time that I could have, once I figured it out, the phone rings, and it's sort of like, you have some additional forms that you've got to digitally sign, and you must do it right now. And it's okay. So I got really badly distracted. So I wasn't able to drop back and punt and save Venezia to Napoli. It is a City Pair. We're probably going to miss it. I'm sorry. But I also need just a little bit of chill out time. And what better airline to chill out in than Brussels Airlines and the Polka Dot plane. So we've got a really nice cabin here. And that looks really good. There's a cockpit over there. Since I'm in drone cam, though, somebody's seated up front there. But pretty nice as we zip on back out of here. You see why we call it the Polka Dot plane. Really kind of a cool livery on this one, too. So that's kind of nice. You might remember the last time we were here, I CTD'd like 3 times in a row and finally gave up. The big difference this time is I turned off damage from crashes and stuff. So I think all the damage in the crashes are all taken care of on there. Bryler Gaming is on a 160 game streak right now. Thanks, Bryler Gaming. Thank you for being here. Welcome, welcome. There was also a nice 40 stream streak from Willie is here too. Hi, Willie. Thank you for coming by. Danny VDW started it off, though, with a very nice resub and 46 months. Danny, thank you for always being here. Thank you for the nice resub and the awesome jet fuel and the flight plan. Mr. Jazz in, happy Thursday to you and welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today, and let's go ahead and start flying. I think they have CPDLC here, so we should be able to get CPDLC clearance and stuff too. I've already started a few things in the airplane. This is your daily livery, CKE-007, this one right here. So this livery, the polka dot livery, I think it's actually kind of cool. Gorgeous Hun, did I say that right? Hello and welcome. And this is all, I got to tell you, CKE-007, this is a pretty cool looking airport. This is a great airport.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hey, thank you. Dom T Gaming is here with a nice resub, and according to some very, very advanced calculations and math, it's a 1-year sub today. Dom T Gaming, thank you. It's a little hard to believe that it's a year, but thank you so much for a year of really nice support and some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. and helping me to keep going. I'm going to reset my load sheet. We're loading the passengers. And let's do load sheet and get going on this one. We do have another VATSIM event for our third flight today. And the third VATSIM event is the Field of Dreams in Des Moines. And I was just about to check to see if I had some scenery for Des Moines. 55.1 is my zero fuel weight today. And my center of gravity is 29.4. And that should take care of those. And that looks pretty good. And nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. That looks really nice. So let's see if they will accept a ATC request pre-departure clearance. We are at gate 150, 150. Let's hit the ATIS button over here on Sim vPilot. It's information alpha. Alpha, come on. And then we're at EBBR. EBBR. Let the Brussels sprouts jokes begin. And send it. There we go. We'll see if anything comes back. And let's go to receive messages. And the pre-departure clearance did send. So we'll see what happens there. Okay, all that looks really good. Let's see. I did check they are departing on runway 25, landing up at Stockholm on runway 26. Russ, you got that CPDLC clearance, Clarence? Cool. And let's see. Fuel is we're still refueling. So since we're refueling, we should not put in our fuel number. 74.2 though. I think we're not refueling anymore. So I think 74.2 is supposed to be our fuel. Yep, it is. So why am I typing it in? 74.2 block fuel. There we go. Looks good. Cambo is back on a 5-stream streak. Hi, Cambo. Welcome, welcome. And let's get this going and the APU going, and out we go. So I saw some posts over on Discord about the Rio Air Bridge. And I think that those posts were all about the Rio Air
Subscriber
Bridge.
confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Thank you. It's Sunjammer coming in today. Anyhow, Rio Air Bridge, I think there's a special Rio Air Bridge on Sunday. So we might not want to think about that. Usually when Sunjammer does a resub, you end up getting a movie quote or something, and the goal is to guess the movie. So let's see. First of all, thank you, Sunjammer, for being here for 81 months. That's super nice of you. This is this from Field of Dreams? This is from the movie Field of Dreams, right? It is for our flight today. They're moving. Okay, Loviz is here. I think Loviz is the one that posted it. So they are moving the air bridge to Sunday. So I don't know. I feel like we got to be there for Sunday. So Sunday's flight's going to change a little bit. Hi, DC. Welcome aboard. Sunjammer, thank you for the nice resub. Thank you for the appropriate quote for today's flight today. And I also saw there was a spy hat and something else, but it went by a little fast here. Spy hat and hydrate. Boy, do I need some hydration. So let's see. Spy hat. We need the official Airbus hat from an Airbus factory, not just any old place. So we got that there. And that looks really good. Thank you, Loviz, for touring the place and bringing a hat back. I'm getting a lot of mileage out of this, by the way. And Mountain Man is here. Hey, Mountain Man, welcome, welcome. And we do have a ATC message. So let's see what our ATC message is. I think it's a good idea, too. I think it's a great idea. Oh, and I was supposed to hydrate. I'm still making some coffee here. Okay. I'm heating it up. I think it's a good idea. I never felt that it competed with the Friday night ops. I always thought we always were able to get that in and then do Friday night ops, but I'm not whining at all. I think it'll be fun. for Sunday. I think the only thing that it's going to compete against now is Sunday chill out Greek island hopping. 7112. 7112 is our squawk code. Cleared off of 25 right, the Nikon 3 Golf departure. Climb to flight level 6,000. And our next frequency is 118.055. 118.055. Okay. There we go. You know, I think that this clearance thing that we just got, I think this is, you see there's a print button here. You know how Noodles has installed a thermal printer in the Noodles cockpit? I think you could actually probably do that, print your clearance like this. If you decide to, set yourself up with a printer like that. So you could you could have little pieces, little ribbons of paper floating all over your cockpit. That's very, very important. Okay, so we know what that is. Let's go and do the F plan, and it's going to be 25 right on the Nikon 3 Golf. So runway 25 right, 25 right on the Nikki or Nikon, I don't know. I have Canon. I don't have Nikon, so I don't know about that. 3 Golf. And insert. Okay, that looks good. Let's do 6,000 feet over here. So 6,000 feet over there. That looks good. Let's go to My Flights. Let's go over here and refresh and look at the ATIS. EBBR, refusing. There's an ATIS right there. Okay. I have Alpha up over in the other one. So you're going to let me see it? There it is. Alpha. I'd much rather use it in the cockpit like this. Hi, Erie. And Captain Chris just arrived too. Welcome, Captain Chris. Happy Flying Thursday, almost Friday. If you're just coming in and forgot, today is Navigraph Day. I hope you updated your Navigraph and enjoyed some tasty pizza. 1019 is our altimeter setting. 1019 and 1019. There we go. And we're going to be good pilots and set the backup altimeter. 1019. APU is up. Let's get some bleed going here. Turn the temperature in the back down just a few clicks. Erie, good to see you. Anything you've done special to get the Phoenix working well? No. Erie, this airplane has really just worked from day one for me. I don't know. It's like some people have a problem and some people don't in the sim. I almost wonder if part of it is just to delete it manually from your community folder and try and do a new download. Because again, it's one or the other. It's not varying shades of gray or anything. I either can't make it work or I'm floating through and everything's great. So I think I saw Quiart come into chat. If Martin read correctly, the weather will be nice during the approach. So the lights of Stockholm should be nice. Okay, that looks good. Let's do init page B and get ready to do our final load sheet. And 55.1 is correct. 29.4 is correct. Those numbers are all in. Our final fuel is 7.4. That's good. 7.40. 7.4. So I put 74.2. That would have been a problem. That would have been a bit of a problem. Let's go ahead and disconnect ground power. And let's go ahead and do fuel pumps. And let's come on over here and go to ground services. close the cargo doors so we can get those going. We've disconnected ground power. We're going to unplug the ground power plug. We did get a squawk code. And if we're going to go and fly, we got to put that in. 7112. 7112. Squawkage is good. Ground is 118.055. 118.055. 055. There we go. That looks good. Down in Brazil at this time. Hope everyone is well. And the power just came back on. Quiart, is this a family trip, a vacation? Are you, you know, with the powers out, was there an electric fence or something to keep out the alligators and stuff? I'm one of those that generally does not get a real charge out of power outages. Oh, VATSIM. Oh, okay. You're in VATSIM. Got it. I didn't know if you were on a vacation or something. Okay, let's turn this on. I think let's get pushback helper, and it's time to go. And if we call the tug, as usual, that takes care of our jetway and our door. I see a very sassy airplane down there. Almost did Scandinavian, but I decided I needed polka dots today. I needed something goofy like polka dots. Martin, enjoy flying history with Captain Whip, the plane he's been flying. Oh, really? It was a staycation. Hey, I've done that for the past 6 years. So, do you know what's really great about a staycation is you don't have to take off your shoes when you go to through security, and you don't have to throw your coffee away. So that's really kind of nice. So Captain Whip was telling you about planes he's flying and what his favorite ones are. I always got the impression that Captain Whip really likes the A319, the one we're flying here, which I think is a great airplane. Virtual postcards. Well, we get some of those here, don't we? Okay, all of this looks good. I'm going to refresh the ATIS over here. And let's check in and say howdy. Performance is good. We need to do seatbelts. Seatbelts are on. Everything else is great. Passengers are happy. First class passengers are getting liquored up. Brussels ground, hello from Brussels Flight 441. We're at gate 150. Information Alpha is aboard requesting startup and pushback.
Beeline 440, hello, information Bravo is current, and please set squawk mode Charlie.
Let's see, we Bravo just tried to get that one. It's guys might have a text error in that, so we're trying to get Bravo, and we're now squawking mode Charlie, Beeline 441. Beeline, that's right, how could I forget?
Beeline 441, push approved, facing east.
Push approved, we'll be facing east for Beeline 441. Okay, and I really kind of like using this one.
No food FTC available at the moment. Monitor 122.8, ciao.
Shall we go? Hi, Monocular Bot. Welcome, welcome. So, beacon is going on. I think I heard Russ. Parking brake is going off.
Hello.
Here we go.
1981, we're engaged on 146, information Bravo, request push and start.
And back, we're clear of all the ground stuff. Let's start up engine number one.
Scandinavian 1981, push approved, facing east.
Yeah, this one's a little bit of a race car too. I kind of feel like this of all the Airbuses is the sporty one.
1981, please
I feel like this is a sporty jet
with
here.
the Beeline A319 on your left. Okay, we'll maintain separation with the A319. We see him off our left there. Scandinavian 191.
There's a Scandinavian pushing back there. We'll give him a little room. There's nobody off to our left.
Information
Bravo, request clearance to Stockholm, please.
Beeline 820, hello, information Bravo is correct. You're clear to your destination, Stockholm, Arlanda.
Parking brakes on.
Nikki 3 Golf departure.
Release the tug.
Initial climb, flight
Engine
level
number
660, squawk.
1 is available, starting 2.
114.
Engine number 2 starts. I'm probably going to be tearing into the throttle sometime soon to put in the new switches here. I ordered some of those new switches.
Line 820, readback is correct, startup is approved, and report ready for push.
That behave more like the real switches in the Airbus. Captain Chris, I didn't think so, just only because I boarded a little bit of extra fuel, and also because it's not a big VATSIM event day, so there's going to be a lot of traffic. So I didn't think that was a big deal. Lenny Bobbins is in chat, and apparently it has been a very long day in the Bobbins bungalow today. Started back to normal. APU is done. Did I push in the right direction? I am facing the wrong way. You're absolutely right, Dom T Gaming. I'm facing the wrong way. Yeah, our pushback truck drivers had a little bit of booze. Let's just do our control checks real fast and get set, and then we'll just kind of swing around here. Oh, that's tomorrow. You're waiting on pizza. Oh, what kind of pizza did you order? Trim's going to be up 0.7. Flaps are going to be 1. Speed brakes are going to be armed. Auto brakes are max. Yeah, I pushed the wrong way. So let's go ahead and swing around the right way. So it's all tomorrow that you're going to have to do that, huh? Tomorrow's going to be your crazy day. So if you've got any extra monster drinks or anything like that, Lenny Bobbins would appreciate it if you sent it your way.
Brussels ground, Beeline 820, stand 142, request for start.
Beeline 820, do you have the Scandinavian A320 on your left inside?
Yes, we do. Well, we'd have room to push back for.
And parking brakes are on. Let's call for taxi.
Line 820, push approved, facing east and maintain separation with the Scandinavian.
Push approved, face east and maintain separation, Beeline 820.
Brussels ground. Hello again from Beeline 441. Pushed and started from stand 150. And we even managed to end up facing the right direction, requesting taxi.
Beeline 441, taxi to holding point, Bravo 1, runway 25 right, via inner 4 and outer, QNH 1019er.
1019er on the altimeter. We are going to runway 25 right on holding point Bravo 1 via inner 4 and outer for Beeline 441. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Shall we give it a shot? Hang on.
181, taxi to holding point Bravo
Parking
1,
brakes.
runway 25 right, via inner 4 and outer, follow the Beeline 839 in front of you,
There is a green
QNH
monster going
1019er.
on.
All right, we'll go to 25 right, or holding point of 25 right, Bravo 1.
Cabin call.
5, outer.
So we're on inner 4 right now, and then we're going to make the turn at Bravo. Oh, I see. Inner 4, and then we go to outer. I see how we're doing it. It's always good to start 2 first because it gives engine pressure to the yellow pump and the parking brakes. Actually, Captain Chris, there's a new SOP from our friends at Airbus. And Mr. Airbus wants us all to start the wants us all to start the engine 1 first. Across the board, apparently. Uh-oh, somebody came to Liddy Bobbin's door and it wasn't the pizza delivery person. You know, when you're waiting for pizza, that could be a dangerous thing. But yeah, you're right, Captain Chris. So if you're going to do one engine taxi, you're going to have you're going to turn on engine 1, but that's why we have the yellow pump.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
So
Stay sharp.
that's why I always start 1 on an Airbus now. Lenny Bobbins is now officially hungry, and Tab 86 just followed. Hi, Tab 86. Welcome aboard. Bus drivers on a 10-stream streak. I think it's the 25th. Loviz, I think, posted a YouTube, also the YouTube preview. So I guess they're getting close to having the CRJ, which is getting updated and will come over to Flight Sim 2025. So that's kind of cool. That's kind of a cool deal. Looking forward to seeing that. I think it'll be fun too. That's a fun little airplane. No auto throttle, so, you know, you kind of get to have some fun there.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
AZ
Stay
is
sharp.
back. Hi, AZ. I like this airport. Yeah, Russ, I think it's pretty cool. I think the terminal's nice. Just the airport makes me want to come and visit here someday. As long as they're serving Belgian waffles and not Brussels sprouts. That's the only thing.
Brussels ground, Beeline.
New EFB and new FMC updates, and they cleaned up the cabin a little bit. That's
Beeline
nice.
820, taxi to holding point Bravo 1, runway 25 right, via outer, QNH 1019.
Actually, I think that it was an official SOP from Airbus about starting engine 1 now. That's a new change that's about 2 or 3 months old, maybe 2 months old. And the reason that they kind of went to that, they'd have really good, Danny VDW, there's Belgian beer too, which is supposed to be really awesome. Really good, they've got really good breweries there. I think I'm talking myself into a trip to Brussels some year. Air Canada modeled with a cabin door and all. As long as they model the Air Canada with, free Timbits for the passengers. So, okay, we're going to get Belgian waffles. We're not going to have Brussels sprouts, and we get Belgian beer. If we go to Brussels, Danny, what other food do we really want to make sure that we try? Monocular bot, Belgian fries. I never really heard of Belgian fries before. Belgian, Irish, and German beer is, those are your best, Belgian, Irish, and German. Loviz ate the donuts.
Line 441, there's no tower available, southerly, so monitor 122.8, ciao.
122.8 for departure. Thanks for giving us a clearance and a taxi. Have a great weekend from Beeline 441.
You are welcome, thank you.
Nick and Danny.
Scandinavian 1981, also for you, monitor 122.
So Danny and Nick both say the chocolate. Slightly Mad wants us to remember that Dutch beer is also really awesome. Now that's something I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't remember hearing about before Slightly Madness, Dutch beer. I'm not kidding. I mean, learning about all the different beer over in the European Union, they'd throw me out halfway through my trip because I'd be checking out all the different kinds of beers and stuff. All the different kinds of beers. So, it's Heineken. Oh, okay. That's right. That is, right? Double Dutch? I actually think I can get that at my local grocery store if I wanted that. I don't think that they're ever going to stock Airbrow. Brussels traffic, there is a beeline A319 taxiing onto runway 25 right and departing Brussels. Nick reminds us that French fries were actually created in Belgium. It was in the French, the part of Belgium where they speak French, so that's why. Joy Chew, yeah. I did do some bring some Guinness home for St. Patrick's Day, which was kind of fun. But so French fries were created in the French-speaking part of Belgium, and that's why Monocular Bot called them Belgian fries, because that's technically what they are. Same and Kilkenny. In Belgium, we have 5 Trappist beer made by monks in the abbeys, and they're the best. Shall we go? Throttle's up about halfway. Engines are stable. Elapsed timer is on. Manual flex, SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. It's flying time. Yeah, I do my chrono at the wrong times. I do the chrono at the wrong times. V1, go. Rotate. Positive climb, gear.
Unstable.
No, actually really stable today. Turn. Brussels traffic, that little beeline A319 is now clear of runway 25 right, departing to the north. Happy landings, Brussels.
Traffic, Scandinavian 191 is going to depart 25 right. It'll be a northwest departure.
AP. Climb and maintain. Since we're on Unicom, we'll just go to flight level 370. I know, looking out the windows, how about the lights of Brussels tonight? That's pretty awesome. Really nice views.
Traffic, beeline 820, lining up and waiting 25 right.
There's the airport. And here comes the little letter S. So flaps going up. Kind of hard to see the leading edge slats. Last time Joy Chew went to the UK, waitress asked if I wanted chips. Thanks, but fries, please. Yeah, there are some different names for that. I'm trying to learn those. And yeah, so, you know, what they would call chips or crisps, we would call French fries or potato chips. So there's a little bit of a difference there. But I still think I think that deep fried Mars bars are still deep fried Mars bars. That's the same.
Brussels traffic, Scandinavian 191, clear runway 25 right.
Standard, and standard. Well, yeah, the chips are going to be that would be different. The fish and chips, and that's definitely something. I mean, you know, if I ever get to go to London or something, definitely want to order, you know, some classic fish and chips. And I guess I never really realized this, but in fish and chips, you're also going to put salt and vinegar on that. I never knew that one before. I think maybe a little bit of jazzy stuff. Linny Bobbins from London, I have no idea. I would guess that it's all over. You wouldn't get the deep fried Mars bars there. Linny says go someplace where they catch the fish fresh.
Traffic VLN 80 departing to...
Well, let's see. All sorts of cool places. Last time, Martin went to the doctor. Do you drink alcohol? But no, you can have some, though. Where is the... Lenny would probably know. Where's the best place to go and get the freshest, tastiest fish and chips? And there goes a nice departure. And we're off. Stockholm, here we come. Somebody better tell IKEA that the spies are coming and they need to stock up on Swedish meatballs. Slightly madness. Lenny's, oh, that's a question though about where would be the best place to go for the fresh fish. Well, you know, Edinburgh. Edinburgh is on the coast. I guess there's something fishy going on there. You could probably go down to... Up north, we like fish and chips fried in beef drippings. Now, I never heard about that before. Anywhere on the coast, catch the fish. The fish would be fresh in Edinburgh. Yeah. I don't know, I always have this idea that Inverness would be a good place to visit too. They don't catch the fish fresh in Edinburgh? Really? Well, they probably don't want people to think anything fishy is going on there. But it's not like there isn't a place that the boats couldn't get out. You've got that big channel and all those awesome bridges there. And some more really cool lights out there. Hey, Chick Banchione's back. Welcome back in. Seaham is right on the sea. So, our Irby says that a place called Seaham is good. Any sort of village that relies on fishing for its upkeep, that would be the place to go. So, Irby's lived there for 6 years, so that'd be a place to go. To catch the fresh fish. Just got to watch out for those guys from Monty Python to make sure you don't go there because they might be, you know, doing fish slapping or something. Russ is going through the Sierra Papa Yankee VOR en route to ESSA. Yep, that is. Syndicate, yeah, the CRJ version 2. Did you see the YouTube video? They put out a YouTube video on the CRJ. Cleaned up a bunch of the textures, new flight management computer, and a bunch of other cool stuff. Let's see, Martin, thank you for putting that in. Yeah, you could either do that or there's a panel just below the video page here on Twitch, and that's where all the sounds are. So they're all in one place, and that way you don't have to look them up. If you want to do a sound, that's how you find it. Okay, coffee's good, navigation data. I also read that as a part of the latest navigation, the part of the latest nav data update in Germany, they have gone and they've gotten rid of a lot of the, they got rid of a lot of SIDS and stars, I think. So let me put this in chat. Here is a link to the new, that's a link to the video of the new CRJ. You going to get any of the newly announced WindWing stuff? Well, Mr. Gray Games, some of it looks really good, doesn't it? I mean, it really, really looks good. The former name of Sierra Papa Yankee was Spjagbjör? Björ? VOR? Didn't know that one. I probably mispronounced it. But yeah, so the new wind wing stuff. Here's the thing: the throttle looks awesome. The throttle looks great. The speed brakes, the flaps. I do have this already, and this has been a tough year so far. So I don't know. That being said, they look really, really good. And we were speculating yesterday because there were a couple of pictures of it all with a framework, metal frames that you would bolt stuff in, and if they're actually going to make a center console of some sort, I think that would be awesome. And I would kind of look forward to doing that. Maybe not be the first kid on the block to have them, because, paying taxes and some other things are important right now. But eventually it looks really good. It also kind of left the door open, are they going to just stop with building a center console? Could they continue on up here, and would they build perhaps the pilot side and the center console here too? I mean, they've already built an upper panel, so I have no idea if that's going to continue. Martin, thank you for that. I do have a wish list, but I've really kind of wanted to hold off on asking for, GoFundMes and stuff like that, just simply because there might come a day where I might really need some help with something, okay? And I don't want to, I don't want to take advantage, because if, something happened, I don't know. I feel like asking for help to do things like that is wait for something serious. So that's why I don't do those sorts of things. And I've gotten some pretty good support here at the Spy Flight. I've been able to keep the bills paid. That's an awful, awful blessing for me. I was able to pay taxes this year and not go into debt. That is an incredible blessing. So I feel pretty lucky, but I don't want to take advantage of anything until I really need it. Mountain Man says, if you already own the CRJ version 1, no matter which version, we will get this update and all the Erica. Really, Mountain Man, that's the best news ever. I was kind of wondering, because I knew I wanted to upgrade. I knew I wanted to upgrade to the version 2. I really did. But I wasn't all that jazzed about I wasn't all that jazzed about buying the airplane again. At least not right now. So I'm still, that's great news. Makes it, now I can look forward to the CRJ release and say, oh wow, awesome. You're waiting for the McDo. It will release on the 14th of April. Mr. Jazz, you're talking about the Airbus McDo or something like that? The scenery outside is really pretty good, so we're kind of coming up the coast here. This looks like a really nice place to be. There's Amsterdam up here. So this whole area, as we get ready to come over Amsterdam, and let's see, the Sierra Papa Yankee VOR's up here. Right off the coast of Amsterdam. The A320 McDo. Yeah, I will tell you, I really do like it, Mr. Jazz, and I know how frustrating it is to wait to be able to get things like this, but I've got to tell you, this is worth waiting for. When you get it, it will be worth the wait, I promise you. I've really loved the McDo. That and the autopilot are the best. We're soon going to be flying over Denmark. Brussels is AZ's next European destination. You're getting to go there in September? Really? No kidding. That's going to be really awesome. Let's see. YouTube is strangely silent. Let me make sure I did this right. I changed some settings, and I need to make sure that it's working. Okay, well, it says that the live stream did start and it should be working, so that's great news. Hi, YouTube. Just wanted to make sure. 10 days in Belgium. It's a solo trip. Hey, Moustache, bonsoir, and welcome on aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Thanks for stopping by. Happy almost Friday. Yeah, there are a lot of places that I think would be fun to visit. And you know, there's some fun places that might be fun if you could get a good place to live, to be able to move a live stream headquarters would be neat too. You know, having something like a view of the North Sea or something like that. Is the tiller worth it? I actually really like it, Mr. Jazz. If you do exclamation point equipment, you'll see there's the tiller right there. And it could be it's just the settings are different, but when I had the twist stick and that was my nose wheel tiller, I always felt like I needed to change the sensitivities, but I didn't know what to change it to. That being said, this thing showed up and the nose wheel tiller, the sensitivities are really, really good. Really great. And I don't oversteer anymore. And as long as I'm not busy in the cockpit, changing frequencies or doing something else, if I can stay looking out the window, my nose wheel is right on the yellow line. I mean, it's spot on. So I really, really like that. So I do like this one. And this one was a gift. So, I'm not saying that because I'm sponsored to say that or anything along those lines. Amagarosa, good afternoon. Lurking, my Rise of Kingdoms game is having a major battle. Hey, enjoy Rise of Kingdoms. I guess there's a new Monster Hunter out, and Assassin's Creed just came out too. There was an Assassin's Creed over on Steam that came out. So there's been some interesting games that have just popped up there. Plus, I guess there is a new DLC or something coming to Hogwarts Legacy. So that's, not that I have time to play any of these extra games or anything like that, but I think it's great. I think Assassin's Creed Shadows is out now. Lex Stereo's thinking about it. I'm actually hoping that Sibby gets it and I just go watch Sibby play. I wish I was better at games like that. I really do, but I really just suck at them. And it took me forever, and Sibby finally had to send a video where to find that damn sword in the lake. So I'm just not good at it. Otherwise, I'd probably, do, games like that 1 or 2 days a week on the spy flight. Let's see, AZ has got all sorts of cool places to go. AZ is also getting Shadows. You're downloading it on your PS5 right now? Martin wants a Resident Evil 9. God, can you believe we're already up to Resident Evil number 9? That's why we always really like the fact that we have Resident Evil zombie dogs here. And Atlas System says there's Resident Evil Fish too. I guess we could have done seatbelts a while ago. Let the passengers get up. $10 miles to top a climb, then we can start figuring out what it's going to take. Venice to Napoli is next. It's a city pair event that I think we're going to be late for. We've also got Denver to Des Moines. And I wanted to look and see. Nick is from Antwerp. Lots of hot spots here. Nick, if we're going to Antwerp, where's the best pizza in Antwerp? There's crocodiles in Resident Evil 3. Really? I did watch. I watched the movies. I never played it, and I was the one in the theater. So when I went and saw it, my girlfriend at the time wanted to go see it. Wanted to go see Resident Evil. So we went and saw Resident Evil because she wanted to see it. And when the zombie dogs first appeared, I'm like laughing out loud. I mean, it's sort of like, really, zombie dogs? I was laughing at it. I was kind of laughing with it. I thought it was hilarious. I really did. I think that that was kind of when I became a former boyfriend, though. I think she wanted a little more of a scary experience, and I'm sitting there laughing like a 7-year-old. EDWW Center 126.325 wants to talk to us. 126.325. You're terrified of horror movies? See, I'm the worst. I sit there and laugh at stuff like that. I find it amusing because I don't know. I know I'm in a theater. I'm not scared.
166
there was a time, so I had gone and seen the movie Aliens in the theater a long time ago. But when it first came out on home box office back in the day, my mom, my dad, and my sister had never seen it before. And so I knew, what was going to happen when Ripley and everybody came back in the dropship to the Nostromo, and everybody was happy. And I kind of looked away from the movie when I knew it was about to happen to watch my mom, my dad, and sister jump out of their skin when the Queen alien came in and started the fight. And I just, that amused the socks off of me. I loved every minute. Raccoon City, I haven't seen it yet. I'd like to see that one, but I haven't seen Raccoon City yet. Hyderspace, an issue with your CRJ. Anytime I input my first weight, it says not found. Yeah, okay, so the thing about... I better, hang on. I better check in. I'm sorry. I better check in. 126.325. This is Bremen radar. Hang on. Lenny, you had nightmares for months?
Lufthansa 220, contact Bremen radar 120.54.
Captain Simi, welcome aboard.
120.540, Lufthansa 220. Nordic 471
Well,
approaching
not
280.
like I'm going to be able to break in anyway. They're so busy here.
Nordic 471 approaching 280. Nordic 471, climb for level 360. Hello 360, leaving 280 right now, Nordic 471. Nordic 471, proceed direct Gascar. Alrighty Gascar, thank you very much, Nordic 471.
Bremen radar lot 23 Tango, good evening, passing flight level 220, climbing flight level 240.
Load 23 Tango, Bremen radar identified, climb for level 380.
Climbing flight level 380, lot 23 Tango.
Scandinavian 669, proceed at Kilo Oscar Romeo.
Kilo Oscar Romeo for Scandinavian 669.
Lufthansa 220, can you say again the frequency? 220, contact Bremen radar 120.540.
136465.
120.540, Lufthansa 220. Beeline 5 Kilo, contact Copenhagen Control, correction, proceed direct Kilo Oscar Romeo.
Beeline 5 Kilo, direct Kilo Oscar Romeo.
Lot 23 Tango, contact Bremen Maastricht radar 136.
Okay. 136465. This is Maastricht radar. Maastricht radar, guten Abend from Beeline 441. Level at flight level 370. We're about 17 miles out of Grony.
Beeline 441, Maastricht, good evening, radar contact.
Okay, there we go. Now I can catch back up with chat. Royal Sibi off to ESSA. That's right, you were in Stockholm the other day. simulated Stockholm, and Sibby's actually been to real Stockholm a few times for some summer hiking trips. And really cool photography. Lenny was clinging to the ceiling for ages at night. So my guess is probably The Shining, and Dr. Sleep is not a good choice for movies tonight for you. Sydney says there's really good hiking. Yep, there is. Hydrospace, is there a fix for your CRJ issues?
Direct Novgorod 23 Tango.
So it's been a while since I've been in that airplane. Is there route discontinuity anywhere near? If deleting route discontinuities is a good thing to do. Sometimes inserting waypoints in that flight management computer isn't very good either. Lenny's going to stick to Lord of the Rings. Although I will tell you that I'm one of those people that really did like... Oh, what was the movie? There was one really cool movie that came out. I don't know if a lot liked it. I'm trying to remind myself. It had a
Romeo India Mike.
That's correct.
Let's see. It was.
Radar D9 5 Kilo, flight level 370, inbound Kilo Oslo Romeo.
D9 5 Kilo, Maastricht, hello, radar contact.
I don't have it downloaded.
Scandinavian 209.
Oh, I guess not.
Good evening, radar contact.
Nope. I thought I had that one downloaded. Oh well. Well, yeah, there's too many monsters in this. I thought it was cool, but I don't think you'd like it. Okay, so we all know about The Shining, and then after that it was Dr. Sleep. Well, then there was a Steven Spielberg movie about computer games, and there were shout-outs from so many movies. I mean, one kid was driving around in the DeLorean from Back to the Future. But one of the things that was in there is their Ready Player One. That's it. Goose with Google. I mean, they did such a good job of recreating The Shining. I really enjoyed that one. Flystream PL, welcome aboard. Palermo Tabari, Flystream PI, first time in chat, welcome aboard. But I thought that was some incredibly cool shout-outs to a lot of those movies. And, you know, I enjoyed it for sure. North Bay Bear, welcome aboard. And then realizing that one of the reasons that Spielberg created that scene was I think, the day that Spielberg got to visit Stanley Kubrick in the set of The Shining, was when they were shooting, you know, all work and no play make Jack a dull boy and all of that. And they just did an incredible job of recreating that room. But just all of those shout-outs was amazing. 490 miles to top of descent. Fuel looks like it's going to be pretty good. Let's see. Beeline, ops, no ADC required. We are all ready to go. 613 miles to Stockholm. Yeah, I didn't know if there needed to be a sequel after that, though. I loved the music, movie, it was great, but once that one was over, I think that storyline was gone. You know, and anything else would have been, I don't know. North Bay Bear, yep, we're in an A319 for this flight. Yeah, Ready Player 2. I mean, just the number of shout-outs in that movie, just wow. Ready One was hilarious, the Christmas movie with Dwayne Johnson. Oh, Red One. I don't know that I don't remember that. I didn't see that one. It is a no-brainer in the title. Ready Player 2. Lenny did like Red 1.
Easy 4 for Golf, proceed direct Alami.
Okay, let's see what kind of ATC is. Let's see what's waiting for us here. Well, we have definitely flown into ATC. What happened to my little chill-out flight here? There's ATC all the way to Stockholm. It's all the way. I thought that this was just going to be so chill out. I'd love to do some sort of a ghost/spy story around Loch Ness, though. I think that would be... Oh, there were cringy dad jokes in there.
Easy 4 for Golf, contact Copenhagen on 136485, bye-bye.
136485.
Hey, I think that dad jokes, you know, play on words and stuff like that, that's a sign of intelligence. That's somebody that understands the language so well that you can play with the language. And that's just something I really like. If you know language so well that you can play with it, like dad jokes and stuff, that's a sign of command of the language and being like smart. So for all the people that think it's cringy and stuff, it's sort of like, oh, give me a break. I didn't think there would be this much ATC. I didn't think we'd be this busy. Mr. Bobbins made it his life goal, pregnant the first, to have the worst dad jokes. So really becoming a dad brought out the dad jokes in your husband, in Mr. Bobbins, huh? A friend said something that your friend, your daughter's friend knew you would turn into a joke, and she says, go for it. So really, Mr. Bobbins jumped into dad jokes when the first mini Bobbins arrived.
Golf, contact Bremen on 125025. 2Jet 1280, contact Bremen 125025.
25025, danke, 2Jet 100.
Scandinavian 209, contact Copenhagen on 136485, bye-bye.
Minimum fuel is 1.7. Panic fuel is... Oh, didn't even wait for the arrival.
One contact Copenhagen on 133, that's 155.
Uh-oh.
Let's say again for Nordic 471.
Yep, contact Copenhagen on 133, that's 155.
133,
that might be next for us.
Nordic 471.
I assume she wields words like a sword. There is an... of course, well, there's an app for everything. There's an app for dad jokes.
441 direct to Mick now.
Beeline 441 is direct to Mykonos. And once again, I'm pushing buttons when I'm clicking buttons when I could be pushing them on the McDo.
Scandinavian 1981, proceed direct to Mykonos.
Okay, I never plugged in the arrival. ESSA arrival, they're landing on runway 26. So ILS runway 26. We're doing the Nylug 2 Tango arrival. Nylug 2 Tango. And the VIA is... I don't think we're doing Arlanda.
125025, bye-bye.
So after Nylug, blah blah blah, Nylug,
Condor 4 Lima Charlie, I need
and it's going to be
flight
Irken.
level. Are you able for flight to the 39er group?
4 Lima Charlie.
Ekdos,
4 Lima Charlie, able 390.
descent
Flight
planning.
level 39er group.
So IAF runway, it's Tebby is going to be our. I don't think we want Arlanda. I don't think we want that as our transition. No. I don't think we want to do that. Nope, 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 nope. It already selected us. I'm going to go no via and insert. There should be sounds when you click the McDo. Sounds when I click the McDo. Well, given my success as a sim pilot, it would probably be the Pac-Man I'm dying sound. He nearly asked my mom whether she was pregnant because her belly... Oh my God. Yes, my lad is weird. Not weird, just cool. Okay, 374 miles. We're good. Called to preschool. Teachers told us our daughter had a temper. She had tried to explain something 3 times to them when still they didn't understand. Asked them if they were cooked in poop. She said, well, we were going to talk to her, but in my head it was, hell yes, that's my daughter. Okay, so here's the deal. Kid in school has to explain something to the teachers or the grown-ups in the room 3 freaking times. I mean, unless she was talking about quantum physics or how to balance the antimatter mix in the warp field, matrix, they should be able to get what a kid in preschool is saying. So yeah, after the 3rd time, I'm going to say, yeah, are your heads cooked in poop? That was a very nice way of saying that, I think. 3 cheers to Martin's kid. Monocular Bot's calling it a day. Take care, Monocular Bot. Thank you for coming in. We'll see you in a bit. I mean, really. As Ron said to Harry after they gave the 2 bad guys those muffins to put him to sleep, how thick can you get? Oh, that kid has a temper. I'd have a temper too if I had to explain it 3 times. Although 3 cheers for your kid for having patience, because usually when it comes to people that I used to work for, management, I would explain it to them once, maybe a 2nd time, but after a 2nd time, I would come up with some way to end the conversation, because the 3rd time would have resulted in probably homicide or something. Okay, so far so good. Unfortunately, we never had a chance to look at the Sierra Papa Yankee VOR. Is that Spy? No, that one wasn't it either. Didn't check that out when we were passing Stockholm. I wonder, is there a... Darn. There isn't a waypoint in the world called Red Rum. I mean, really, there needs to be a waypoint in the world called Red Rum. Oh, we're missing out on so much. Who are the people that decide on waypoints, and how can we petition for a Red Rum waypoint? North Bay Bear, next flight is in the A320. Next flight's the A320. Oh, it's only 5? Okay, so you can't... okay, that's 6. REDRM. There is a red room. Red Room is all the way up over here in Alaska. I don't know, that's not the same as Red Rum. So yeah, you got it. Man, I thought that was such an easy one to have red rum.
Yeah, continue.
I mean, and the waypoint needs to be near Mount Hood in Oregon.
Contact Bremen on 124, 175.
Near Mount Hood in Oregon. Or going to the Sun Road in Montana. Two famous places for The Shining. Can you zoom the map out a bit? This one right here. That's the map. But yeah, you can actually zoom this one. This is a great little application. Very nice ride. So we're going to be with Maastricht for just a little bit longer, and then it's going to be Copenhagen. This is a satisfying curve. As long as we can stay satisfying, life is good. We are approaching Denmark, and then we fly over Malmö. We've been to both. Denmark, Amsterdam would be cool because of all the canals there. Arrival ATIS is still showing runway 26. Transition level 60. Winds are 320 at 9. Visibility's great. Quiart, I have some 737 and 738 gold liveries. You're gonna goal for it. Hey, Quiart, it's good to have goals when it comes to your flying. Okay, feels good. Everything else is good.
Good evening, KLM 255.
I guess, boy, the moon sure changed fast. It got dark really quick. Good afternoon. Leonard is back in chat. Got my FAA small UAV exam on Monday, and all the flight sim sectional chart knowledge came in really handy. So you passed it. So that means that's so you can fly like drones and things legally, right? How hard was the test? I've been thinking that I might want to do that. If I ever move someplace where I could fly it. Congratulations, Leonard did pass. Well, yeah, here we could actually, the stuff that we're doing is prep for those tests. Martin downloaded liveries for the MAX 8 today. Yeah, sadly the MAX 8 in the sim is just, I haven't heard a good thing about that, which is... That was not us. That's not us. Good. Learn for a few hours past with 92%. Really? Yeah. The trouble is I really to be able to fly here, it's almost impossible because I have 3 controlling agencies.
Contact Copenhagen on 136-485. Bye-bye.
136-485 for Beeline 441. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend.
You too.
136-485. It's Copenhagen. North Bay Bear is on a 5-stream streak. That was a good score. I think anything over a 90% is a good deal. Jay and the UA, welcome in. Our next flight, we're going to miss a VATSIM event, and so I'm wondering if we want to do something else or do Venice to Naples. We could do something else and do Venice to Naples another day. And then also we're doing Denver to Des Moines. And I was kind of wondering if we wanted to find an airport for Des Moines, since that's a VATSIM. You're between two Class Bs? Oh, really? See, I've got 2 hospitals and an airport that I supposedly have to get permission from. Now, that was a few years ago, and maybe I should re-look into that, because that's something that I've really wanted to try and be able to do a little bit of. I need to do a stretch here. So, hang on. We'll stretch. Cool. Boston to CYHC, says Russ. That might be a good thing to do. Is there anybody in chat right now that's counting on Venice to Naples? Maybe we ought to do Boston to CHYZ. It'll be out in the daylight. Look at how it works now. Click on FAA approved app and it's done. Okay. Well, I think I need to go. I also have to upgrade my drone because it has to have an additional reporting. Some additional reporting. Dom T Gaming likes the idea of doing Boston. 136 EKDK 136,485. This was Copenhagen, right? Copenhagen, good evening from Beeline 441. We are at flight level 370.
441 Copenhagen Control, good evening, returning contact.
Martin is getting the weather add-on. I only saw one person that said, yeah, Boston is good. Russ said, let's think about going Boston to CYHC. So, KBOS CYHC. My lad wants to fly drones. I still think he's way too young. About how old, Lenny? You don't have to do an exact age. Halifax, we haven't been there in a long time. Cambo, yeah, that's going to be a fun flight. That'll be fun, Russ. We haven't been to Halifax in a while. I wonder if they still use fax machines in Halifax. Okay, so we'll do Venice and Napoli another day since I've screwed up that flight plan. 8 or 9? I don't know. I'd like the iFly. Yeah, I would love for the iFly to come to 2024. I'm past ready for that, Cambo. I don't know. So, your mom, so you know best. That might be a cool activity, you know. Obviously flying drones is a little bit different, but I think the smaller ones, well, chances are that's going to happen. I mean, my drone's never actually been outside because, again, that's changed. I really need to spend some time. I ought to go and see if I could still charge up the batteries. You're getting Irish vibes right now. You should be getting vibes from Scotland. Oh, I honestly don't remember what it is. It was one of those. It was one of those things. It was a really good drone that ended up on sale. I could go and get it. I haven't had that thing out of the box in a couple of years. West coast of Scotland. I thought it was the East Coast. Andy is back in chat. Welcome aboard.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Finzippo, thank you for a really nice resub. And thank you so much for coming in. And some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Welcome aboard. welcome, welcome, and a super duper happy
7218 opening.
Thursday, almost Friday. Nope, you're on the scenic side. The West Coast is the scenic side. Probably better food, too. Oh, Martin's been to Scotland for golf trips.
Control, good evening.
So I'd enjoy, doing some small motor sailor trips up and down the locks and stuff. That would really be cool. I always thought it'd be fun to take the sailboat, put it in the water at Inverness, if I can get it into the locks and sail the locks. I don't know that I could actually get it up to the Glenfinnan viaduct and into Hogwarts Lock, but I always thought that would be just great for motor sailing. I know it'd be cold, a lot colder than I like, but it'd be just so much fun. Oh, Nessie loves sailboats, right? You could indeed do that. A 23-foot sailboat could make that trip. They've linked the canals. So, Lenny, you know about the Marietta, right? So, the Marietta. Here's the Marietta dock. You think I can get this? They've linked the canals. Can that make it through the canals? It's small. The Smurf blue paint is starting to get old. Still love that little boat. Yeah, I lived there for 6 years. Okay. What am I forgetting to do here? Captain Ireland Yacht Live. Yeah, it is a happy little boat. Canon Chua, welcome in. You would struggle because of the height. Yeah, the mast is going to take you to 26 to 27 feet above the water line. Oh, we're changing that, heavy weather. Let me update next and later. It's mostly for narrow river boats. Well, I mean, I'd be motor sailing most. I can't imagine that there's that much breeze. And the Marietta definitely needs breeze to move on sail. Definitely needs some breeze. I took it almost 22 miles off the coast with a group of people once. Okay, the next command has been updated. Your old bridges don't go that high, so each time I'd have to drop the mast. That's a job. The Marietta's mast does not go up and down easily. Okay, I was gonna look and see if I've got a Halifax scenery. Boston to Halifax, that'll be fun. Oh, and I wanted to look for a Des Moines. Okay, Halifax is CYHZ. I don't have that loaded in. And KDSM. I don't have that loaded in. It could be those are over in the old one. I may need to do that. They also would not take me on the wheel without a mast either. Well, if I can't go on the wheel, then I probably better learn to be a motorboat kind of a person. CYHC. I didn't have one over there. KDSM. I did have an S&M. That was a Models.
For Mikos, 661, unable. I can only
No,
give you
I don't have a Des Moines. I could do some kind of a folding thing, but that's a piece of metal you do not want to cut in. The thing about the Marietta is it was designed by the Grampian Sailboat Company. And the Grampian Sailboat Company was a Great Lakes sailboat company. And they built it specifically, you know, the Great Lakes are stormy. The Great Lakes are not for a lightweight little airplane, lightweight boat. Now you've got to have a tough boat to be able to, otherwise you can only sail on a sunny day or something, and not every day is a sunny day. You know, the wind's just off of Lake Michigan. So the thing about the Marietta is it's 23 feet long, but it's a really tough boat. And it was made for the stormy Great Lakes. And you too, I mean, I've found myself in thunderstorms twice. So thunderstorms twice in that boat, and the Marietta just sailed right along like, hey, I don't care, I'm a tough Grampian. So there you go. Now, if I'd had my choice, I would have rather not gone into the storm, but I was playing follow the leader. There might have been a brew in the cockpit that day too, I'm not sure. Still using runway 26. I would have more luck in the Irish Sea. I think that would be nice too. I studied those charts quite a bit when I wrote part of the first spy story. And that one, that would be a fun place to sail and explore. Hi New Zealand, welcome aboard. Yes, there was an update for nav data today.
136.
Yeah, storm came in and the Marietta said, hold the beer, we're gonna go. It's windy there too. And see, the thing is the Marietta loves wind. You have to, you know, you can't have full sails out. You have to reef them down a little bit, but you can still maintain, you can still sail in windy conditions after you reef down the sail, make them smaller. So we do have lights coming up. Time to make light of the situation. So you have a break so you don't get swept into the Atlantic. Well, being a drunken sailor and stuff, I would probably not want to go to the Isle of Man. I would rather go to the Isle of Hot Chicks or something. So, but that's the old me. How do I stop overspeeding coming in? Well, first of all, you got to watch your flaps and stuff. You know, can't be putting. Yeah, that was a tasteless joke. That was tacky. But I was desperate to come up with something about Isle of Man, so there you go. Good afternoon, JSG Droid. Checking in from work on a break. It's a late day today, so we've got Boston to Halifax and then Denver to Des Moines today, JSG Droid. Oh, I'm sure there would be plenty of beverages that a sailor would like. Ashley, welcome aboard. I'm sorry you don't have the cash for Navigraph right now. So after I take off, what do you do with the flaps? So you know when we're taking off and stuff, you've got, you know, the flap, the F that shows up here, flaps, and then the S that shows up here as you're speeding up and stuff like that. You do know that those are when you pull your flaps up and your flaps and slats. So they're those. And then here is our clean speed right there. So that would be your flap extend speed. Do you know to look over here So here are your flap extend speeds. So flaps 1 plus F, basically flaps 1 is 215 knots. Flaps 2 is 200 knots. Flaps 3 is 185 knots. Full flaps is 177 knots generally. So these are the numbers that you can't have your flaps out. Otherwise, it's gonna yell at you for overspeeding. Okay, so let's go and see Halifax and Des Moines. Halifax and Des Moines. Holy moly, look at all this ATC. We're going to be busy, busy, busy. Okay, Halifax is CYHC. Okay, Halifax, there's a version 2 at Halifax. It's an $18 version at Contrail. Orbix has one for $18 for Flight Sim 2024. So there's a Halifax here. Halifax Stanfield Airport. It's $29.50 here. 18 US dollars. You've got the, so Russ has this one too. Let's see. We've been there before. Let's see, I might have that.
370, climbing flight level 390,
No,
inbound.
I can't take it anymore. New Zealand, you will get that eventually. Just keep flying, but watch your speeds on takeoff and retract. I'm assuming that's why you're getting overspeed warnings. Okay, do I actually have that? I have Pearson.
Beeline 441, contact Sweden control on 127.755 so long.
127.755 now for Beeline 441. Thanks, have a good weekend.
Jet management 612, climb travel at C907.
Sweden control. That must mean we're getting close. Sweden control, good evening from Beeline 441. We're level at flight level 370, direct to Mykonos.
Beeline 441, Felix Nolan identified.
We are identified. Okay, let's see if I had this in a prior life. So that would have been
Beeline 441, after Mykonos, proceed to Niluk.
After Mykonos will be direct to Niluk for Beeline 441.
Winner 15 kilo, thank you.
Hey, Clatton TV, welcome aboard. You're not putting your speed at 215. I'm not sure what might be going on. Is it happening all the time, or does it happen when, like, the weather changes? Do you happen to notice, does the airplane shake around a little bit and then you get a speed warning? I wonder if that might be it, if you're getting a speed warning or something. That could very well be part of what's going on there.
Finnair 5 kilo, proceed direct to D1. Direct to D1.
I'm just looking to see. I know we've been to Halifax before. It could be that you may have to buy it a second time for Flight Sim 2024. I'm not sure.
Control Scandinavian 1981, level 3. Scandinavian 1981, speed control identified after Mikna, proceed Nilu. After Mikna, we'll proceed directly to Scandinavian 191.
Almost done with the silly stuff. Finn Zippo just did some sheep gambling.
Wizz Air 1741, contact and report your high speed to Copenhagen on
Report your high speed. So somebody had high speed. Okay, I think I found that, Russ. Yeah, you believe it was transferable via Orbix Central? That's what I'm kind of fussing around with right now. And I know I had, maybe I didn't have the Orbix version. Maybe I didn't have the Orbix version, but I've got it now. So we at least have that one there. You could add extra fuel on SimBrief. You could. And I'm missing a little bit of chat. I'm sorry. I was getting our next airport loaded up and ready to go. Okay, so after, let's see, after Mikna, we were supposed to go direct to Nylug, right? So if I were to go clear and delete Pellup, and then delete the discontinuity and insert, that takes care of my direct to. I don't know if that's the way the pilots would really like to do that, but that way I won't forget to go direct to Nylug after I go to Mikna. So I don't, Russ, I know we have been to Halifax. In fact, we were there for a special cross the pond thing or something. I know we've been there, but I must have had a different scenery in Flight Sim 2020. Or maybe it was back in the X-Plane days. I mean, that's how long it could have been. But we've at least got Halifax Stanfield. I'm going to call it Stansted, I know. Over there. So we've got that one. Now then, what we need to do is go back over here and let's see what we have for Des Moines. So Flight Sim add-ons, KDSM. What do they have for Des Moines? There is a Des Moines airport from Red Wing Sim and MSFS Scenery Builders. Its best sale price is Sim Market. This one doesn't have any stars. This one has 5 stars. I'm not sure if I need that one or not. This one was in the marketplace. I wonder if we didn't get that from the marketplace. I'll look for that later. Ashley, Flight Factor is busy. The developers are doing stuff. Flight Factor, man. More engines, more variants. They're gonna update. They're gonna update the 757. If only X-Plane 12 would be a little bit optimized. The top one is from 1935. Dom T Gaming says there's a free one at flightsim.tl. Well, we've already got one airport today, so that's enough. Don't know if it's any good. Okay, back to performance. 121 miles to top of descent. Cool.
Good night.
So over at flightsim.to, here is good old flightsim.to. KDSM, Des Moines. Des Moines, there is one airport from Jet Lover. For Flight Sim 2020, doesn't know about 2024. I think that's the same one, Domke Gaming.
Using 7218, is it possible to increase the sim rate? Unfortunately, have to go to that in the new feature.
Oh,
Yeah, traffic ahead.
somebody wants to go to Warp Factor 10. Boy, it's not loading in today, is it?
Fina 15 kilo, will contact Helsinki, control 121, that's not fleeing by.
Wind Sailor's being a brat today. Oh, looks like maybe it's the website. It's probably trying to serve up ads. I don't know. Yeah, it's trying to serve up ads. It looks okay. We'll think about it for later. Ashley, there's work in progress in the 757. I don't actually run ad blockers. As somebody who actually has to survive on the internet, I don't think that that's right of me to do that. Plus, I just don't, you know, I'll either put up with them or not watch it. This is the 7.5 and 7.6. Oh, I'm sure the airplane's probably really good. This was such a good airplane. Back in the X-Plane days, this was the airplane I was flying literally all over the world. The 757 in there. This looks actually kind of nice. It looks like they've improved the textures a little bit. But yeah, that 757 was so cool. It was, you know, half steam, half glass. So it's the best of both worlds. That's looking really nice. Still a favorite airplane. It really, of all the jetliners, it was the sports car. If James Bond ever needs to steal a jetliner, it needs to be the 757. That's your best jetliner for a fast getaway. Okay, let's do arrival data. So come over here and refresh. A free update to it too. Okay. Come on, Austin. It's time for that much talked about optimization update. Altimeter is 1017. 1017.
Just after cargo 1879ers,
the temperature is a very nice 2 degrees.
Car 1879, confirm inbound Regma.
Our winds
That is correct.
are 330 at 14. They list a transition level of 060. 060 is our transition. And the arrival, we're expecting runway 26. Minimums are 325 feet. So 325 is our barrow. And flight plan, there should be one route discontinuity coming in. That looks good, right into the ILS. We are 86 miles from top of descent. Let's see, you're looking at the 12.2 notes. Yeah, I think that they've kind of conveniently forgotten that they were going to do some optimization for those of us that don't have a Cray supercomputer. Nothing to worry about here. We're at 3.9 in fuel. Our estimated landing is 3.1. That's like double the fuel we need. So that looks great too.
Scandinavian 209er, next sector is actually closing. So after NILUG, you can do what you want, and it's runway 26 here.
After NILUG, you can do what you want. Haha. Let the chaos begin in Stockholm. Let the crazy begin in Stockholm.
Scandinavian 209er, runway 26 in use.
Krenwald, welcome aboard. Doing good. Thanks for coming by. I hope your Thursday is good. If you were downloading your navigation data, I hope you also ordered your pizza for Navigraph Day. All right, we've got a nice Halifax airport for our next flight.
Lufthansa Cargo 1879, you can expect to be released to advisory in about 30 miles, but for now maintain flight level 250.
Can you say again, please?
There is tower.
Lufthansa Cargo 1879.
There's tower and ATIS there, so we still have tower and ATIS.
For now maintain 250.
Krenwald, next flight is Boston to Halifax.
Iberia 17 Bravo, Sweden.
Boston to Halifax.
Iberia 17 Bravo, just double checking that you're inbound Echo Echo Lima. Iberia 17 Bravo, extend contact Copenhagen 136, 485.
I guess there's nothing left to do. We're all prepared for a landing. Krenwald is taking the 767. Yeah, so one of the things about Halifax is it's one of those airports that big jets can use when they have to divert. So they can actually handle some very big airplanes. Yeah, I'm way below what's recommended right now. Yeah.
Beeline 9 Tango Foxtrot, Roger. Beeline 9 Tango Foxtrot, contact Warsaw Radar 125.450, goodbye.
Wow, Warsaw radio's up tonight. Usually they're only up on weekends and stuff.
Eurowing 7218, when ready, descend flight 7290.
Kareen, welcome on in.
Eurowing 7218,
yeah, that's kind of one of the next things.
Runway 26 is in use, so you can choose your
right now, my processor's just hanging in there with Microsoft Flight Simulator. So, but yeah, that's kind of on the list too.
Scandinavian 209er, Lima Airspace, frequency change approved, happy landing. Hej då. Scandinavian 245, when ready, descend flight level 250.
When ready, flight level 250, Scandinavian 245.
Just got sent a picture of Sibby's dog Yoshi. That is clearly a happy dog. That is a big smile on a dog. You can tell that's a very happy dog. And happy dogs just kind of make your day. A very happy doggy. We had a couple of those. We had a little half golden, half Pyrenees, and little Dusty just was always just so happy all the time. You could be in a bad mood or something like that. Dusty'd walk in the room and everything was great.
Eurowing 7218, Sweden.
Who prefers Intel or AMD? I don't know. Ashley says cats are better than dogs. I don't know. We had both. See, we also had some cats. We had a really cool cat. Two of them, Max and Gracie. Max was a Russian blue, and Max just thought, you know, I'm the coolest cat in the world, and I'm just happy to be with you. And Gracie was a black cat, and Gracie was one of those cats that thought, I'm not a cat, I'm a human. I just don't talk to you guys. The other cats were typical cats, you know. They had attitude. So, yeah, they were both cool. You had both a cat and a dog. I didn't know you had a cat. AMD has become really great for gaming. That's what I've heard too.
Flight level 290, Air
And
Baltic
I
109er.
think you, Sibby, you put an AMD in Speedy, right?
The next sector is not online. Runway 26 is in use.
Oh, really?
Runway
Yeah,
26
yeah.
in
Speedy's got an
copy
AMD.
that.
That's right.
Air Baltic 109er.
34 miles. We should be getting a descent any second now. AMD for the win. As long as there's no dogs involved for Ashley. Royal Sibby says the 9800 X3D AMD processor is a monster. Really? So let's see. Put that in Stormy. Stormy need a new motherboard, new RAM, the new processor, probably a new power supply. HTA, it's the name. Oh, okay. Somebody who wants a Doberman.
128, can you
I would need a new board and new RAM. Ashley says, see, the thing is there's just no way I can afford RAM. I'd have to settle for sheep.
Beeline 441 when ready, descend to flight 290.
Flight level 290 when ready for Beeline 441.
Beeline 441, no way to see the next sector, and runway 26 is in use.
Runway 26 is in use. We're all set up for that. Actually, it looks like they still have tower right now, but we're all set for that, and thanks for the nice ATC.
Bye-bye.
DD4 is dead cheap. Even DD5 is starting to come down. Yeah, a goat. Goats would be good too. If you can't afford RAM and you can't afford sheep, go for goats.
Air Baltic 109, tower is online, but the next sector is not. Frequency change approved. Have a nice flight. Bye.
Thank you very much for your work. Have a great evening. Air Baltic 109er.
$17 miles to top of descent. We got to descend when ready. So our descent was when ready. That's right. And not only that, but you get goat cheese. And the opportunity for more bad jokes.
Radar 125 doesn't 45. Actually, he's about to close. You can leave the frequency. Goodbye. Over to you, Beacon. Scandinavian 793. Tack för att du tog. Hi. Good up. Scandinavian 1981. When ready, descend to flight number 290, and I'm about to close as well. Tower is online later on, maybe.
Okay, so they're about ready to close, so we're going to go to 122.8 right now. And tower is 118505. 118505. And that's 9 miles to top of descent. Press the button. Down we go. Down, down, down we go. Ashley found a 64 gigabyte DDR5 for $179.99 pounds. That doesn't sound bad. The goat milk is richer in vitamins than cow milk. Are the bad jokes still oh, of course they are, Queart. Welcome to the Spy Flight. You know that. If you go AMD, get 6,000 megahertz at least. Ryzen also wants some fast RAM. Hey, Pyroblaster, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. Okay, let's go over here, and if we're going to descend on the arrival, that's going to put us out. Nylug, we have to be flight level 150 at Nylug for the 2 Tango. So we're technically on our own, so flight level 150 is our at or below. I don't know. Probably, you know, when the day comes that we talk about RAM and stuff and a new processor, will look at the best at that point. Wig Bill, it is so close to Friday. It is that, you know, let's just call it Friday right now anyway. Lion Drummer, welcome aboard. So far, so good. And we also got new navigation data. So that means, you know, Navigraph Day is pizza day, at least here. Really nice little meat trio pan pizza. Ashley has a new platform for upgrading. Currently on my way to the beaches of Destin, Florida. As always, when you go to Florida, watch out for gators and frogs. I guess snakes are a thing too. What USB hub does everyone use to connect? Fairly, I do have one. My USB hub, though, is just the, it's, I think, a 10 or 12 USB hub. And all I did was search it at Amazon and got the one at the top. So any powered one was fine. So that's what I was told. So that's what I ended up getting. It was at the top of my Amazon search. Ashley wants a new board and new RAM. Ashley's doing an AM4 to a 5. I don't know. I was thinking Ryzen might be cool. Maybe that would help me, you know. My jokes are trying to, you know, be Ryzen a little bit in quality. On the other hand, if I stay with my current processor, they may be really good at finding the latest intel from the spy world. Can't come up with anything on the other one. Oh my gosh, they really went to bed fast. They really went to bed fast, didn't they? Okay, so let's see. We've got a Scandinavian flight behind us, so I need to keep my speed up because we're both going to the same place. Tim Dog, you've got something cool. You've got this one. And Tim Dog says what's important is it has its own power supply. Yep, that's important. That's oh, that one looks really good. Yeah, mine's not that nice, but it does have all of the lights around it. There's blue LEDs around the each USB port. Krenwald, we're going to take the A320 next. The only reason that I'm not in the A320 for this flight is I wanted to fly Belgian Airlines, the polka dot plane, and I only had a livery for an A319. So that's why I'm on this one. Hi, Victor. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in. But yes, it's March 20th. We'll fly the A320 next. Did I miss a joke? We're actually doing pretty good on our descent right now. Look for the most with the most RGB. Red, green, blue. Okay, what else can we do? So the only other thing that I've got to do is I've got to re-rig the cameras here soon, because I'm going to tear the back off of the side of the throttles here, and I'm going to replace these two start levers down here. There was a little, these two here. I got new switches, which are going to be just like the real Airbus switches. And also, these are really small compared to the other ones. And so I've got I think I'm going to try and do that on Monday. And I'm going to re-rig the cameras so that I can do that and make a YouTube video out of it. Lion Drummer uses Walmart branded power USB hub. Yes, powered is the important part. You really need to have something that's got to have its own power plug. That's the whole point of a powered USB hub. And my guess is, Lion Drummer, you know, where you get it from, it's a USB cable. You don't have to have, you know, a special brand name for that. My feet per minute are about 1,700 feet per minute. 25,000 feet. Seatbelts going on. Okay, all that looks good. Boston to Halifax next. No idea what we'll find for ATC, but that should be a nice flight. As I recall, though, there is low pressure exiting the area, so my guess is that there's probably going to be some stormy weather. This has been a great gentle descent. Hi, Booty. Yep, that's it. Boston to Halifax, then Denver to Des Moines. Denver to Des Moines for the Field of Dreams VATSIM event. Oh, Queart, so you had to fix the CFG file. That's why most of the time I'm really just trying to stick with liveries that come from whoever developed the airplane. You know, if it's Phoenix, I'll get it from the Phoenix developers. Because I almost never have a problem with any of those. And if it needs to be updated because they updated the plane, you get told, you know, you'll find that out. And trying to go and dig through all the stuff that you've downloaded from flightsim.to gets a little old. Actually, a lot old. Okay, I was going to come over here. Nothing there. Just closing some tabs here. And all that looks good. This brings you in so you get a good view of the city. I'm just closing tabs now. So, you know, only have like this tab up here and that's about it. And now we don't need a web browser, and that just makes it so much easier to, you know, little less work that the computer has to do on your approach. And as usual, it dropped my speed to 250 on the descent. I don't understand why it's always doing 250 on the descent. We shouldn't be that slow at 20,000 feet. And there's no speed restrictions here, but yeah, it just wants to descend at 250 knots. I don't know if I programmed something wrong into my flight management computer, or I'm not sure. This should be a very nice jazzy landing. Somebody said in chat, I think it was yesterday, that there might be an update for Chicago. I didn't go to check that out. Like, one of the people that developed Chicago maybe fixed their taxiways. I don't know if they fixed the taxiways there or not, but somebody really desperately, please, please, please needs to do that. Old Slow, Grizzlies home turf. Really, there's Stockholm Grizzly Bears here. Okay, we're going to hit 15,000 feet just fine. So, coming on in here to the ILS for 26, it's 2,500. Let's go ahead and let the airplane continue down to 5,000 feet. You realize that I used to live in Missoula, Montana, and I can come up with some really grisly jokes. Ooh! At least you know that they will be unbearably cute. Or just plain unbearable. You started it. Carney, it's great to be back here. On the live stream or going into Stockholm? No, the Nick Grizzly. Oh, is Grizzly in chat? Oh, okay, the live streamer. I was going to say, what was that? Is this where Grizzly lives? In Stockholm? I didn't know that. And if you don't know what that wisecrack was all about, the University of Montana football team is called the Grizzlies, the Grizzly Bears. Oh, okay, so Grizzly lives here in Stockholm. Cool. So we'll be good pilots and not throw beer cans out the window. I really wish they would fix this. And let's bring in the map a click. Everything else is perfect. Let's go ahead and unload and turn off Navigraph. I've really found, like, you know, you get a lot of other applications and stuff like that going over on your other desktops and stuff. And if you can start turning those sorts of things off, especially when you're coming in, the hesitations and the you know, as it's loading in the airports and stuff, really does. It's not a huge game changer, but it does make it a little bit better. It does make it a little bit better. Tower is still up, 118.505. Let's listen to the tower while we're coming in. Now, generally what we do is we check out their ATIS. We have. And so now what we do is we listen in and we call for final, set yourself up on the approach. That's when you contact tower, when there's just tower, and you get permission to land at that point. Transition level was 6,000 feet. Altimeter is
On the tower, Air
1017.
Baltic 109er, ILS established runway 26.
Air Baltic 09 Orlando Tower, good evening, wind 330 degrees, 14 knots, runway 26.
Okay, there's an airplane relatively close to me.
Runway 26, correct.
They are much higher than I am, though.
109.
There's a troll in the dungeon, or there's a controller in the tower. Oh, that spell check. It does it to you every time. Yes, trolls in the dungeon. And speed now to 250. And a little speed brake to help us get there. Man, I haven't seen that one, that Harry Potter in a long time. I think the ones I watch the most are Order of the Phoenix and Prisoner of Azkaban. I think those are the ones that I'll watch the most. And we're going to hit 250 knots right at 10,000 feet. How about that? LAL Ratty has never seen Harry Potter. Well, I will tell you this. If you ever decide you're curious, start at the beginning. Start at the beginning. That's the important thing. That way you'll understand the story and get it. But you need to be in a mood where you're getting to watch magic and stuff. Yeah, I think it's kind of a toss-up. There were some scary things in there. But I really enjoyed them. They kind of came out during kind of tough family times and stuff for me. So despite the fact that the authors made a horse's patoot of herself, I still absolutely love the stories. Yeah, LAL Ratty. It was a good story for kids, and it was amazing at the time. But if you look back at them, they're not the easiest of reads. Check out.
1068, Baltic 109, thank you.
There is a. I bet that's a football stadium there. That's got to be a nice football stadium with the cool colored lights and stuff. I absolutely love the books. I enjoyed them. I had them all, and then there was a guy that I worked with. His daughter developed a real nasty cancer, and I knew she was going to have to spend a lot of time in the hospital, so I gave her all my books, and I ended up buying. Before they came out as PDFs, you could buy PDF versions of the books directly from Pottermore, which was the old Harry Potter websites. And so I've got PDF copies that I'll always have. But yeah, usually if I'm having a really bad day or whatever, those are the movies that I'll turn on. Well, that's it. My first 3 books were not first editions. All the rest of them were first editions. Flaps 1. So I gave away, 7, so 6 first editions. But it was for a good cause. And the guy's daughter ended up okay. The guy's daughter ended up okay, which was good. And that was what she was reading, while she had to spend so much time in the hospital.
5364, information hotel now valid QNH 1010.
Martin, that sports stadium was called Globen, and that was a football stadium, right? Oh, I would never even dream of doing that. I would never end up dreaming. Yeah, it was a great ending, so that was the cool part. Okay, let's see. We're going to need to do...
5364.
So it's going to be runway 26. We're going to turn to a heading of 070. 070. Okay.
Arlanda Tower in November.
Descend and maintain 2,500.
November Papa Victor 7650. Stand by, break.
It's a big blob arena. They have horse shows and hockey games there. Oh, really?
Not runway 26 clear. Papa Victor 7650, taxi on runway 01 left. Say again, November Papa Victor 7650.
Altimeter 1017.
November Papa Victor 7650, taxi to home point runway 01 left via Sierra Charlie and Yankee. Runway 01 left via Sierra Charlie.
Already forgot. 070. Did Ashley get a nice delivery? I must have missed something. Okay, 070, right turn. And now I've got TCAS on, but if you come over here and check your airplane out, so let's see if there's anybody here. We got a Finnair over here. They're coming in. I've got a Sassy flight behind me, and we've got this flight over here. I think if we come on in, we should probably be able to do good. So 180, I think we can make it in before that little Sassy plane, and we should be next. So continuing to come on down, looking good here, looking good here. And there's the airport, going down to 2,500. Speed's coming down. I've already got LS on. There's an airplane over here. They're 6,000 feet too high.
Thank you. Taxi to correction. Welcome all on the taxi to stand 6.
I think we're 5 minutes away from landings. How about some predictions? Good evening, Cross-Eyed Sniper. Welcome, welcome. So that airplane is really high. Let's start our turn in. And come over here and grab the ILS. There we are, right there. Let's head on into the runway. I don't think we need to do any of the other autopilot stuff. We could just fly the airplane, couldn't we? Seat, everything's good up here. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are medium. Looking good to go there. I say autopilot off. Oh, that's right. My button doesn't work over on that anymore. AP is off. Time to panic. There's the airport. Landa Tower, hello there. Beeline 441 is an A319. We are on base, about ready to turn final to runway 26 with information. I think it was Bravo, the last one we got.
Beeline 441, Landa Tower, very good evening. We have information hotel and calling back report when established on the ILS.
Calling established, hotels aboard. And just a gentle turn in, I think, is going to do it.
Papa Victor 7650, wind 330 degrees, 11 knots, runway 01 left, clear for takeoff.
Let's see, we can figure out missed approach. Missed approach is straight ahead 2,500 feet. We'll have 3.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 01 left, November Papa Victor 7650.
Pappy, welcome on in. Yes, we're baby busing into Orlando right now. We should be in the A320 because today's March 20th. Perfect day to be A320ing. So we'll do 180 knots until 5 miles DME. I got the airport over there. Yeah, LAL Ratty, I deleted the account today from Pretzel. I was able to find some of the songs over on YouTube, so at least I was able to find some of them and keep them for myself. I just can't play them anymore. But yeah, I felt really kind of strange when I was deleting some of that stuff. Gear going down. And let's start our turn to the runway.
Alfa Romeo Golf 29er, yeah, there's a stand-up pushback that would make you end up about...
No, but I think what I was supposed to do is you're supposed to put your missed approach altitude in. So that's what I was doing with that. Yeah, I kind of got the feeling a little bit like, you know, when I deleted all the ortho scenery. When I deleted all the ortho scenery, that was crazy. Hi, Paul. Lightspeed Official is back in chat. Hi, Lightspeed Official. Orlando Tower, hello again. Beeline 441, pretty much established on your ILS, runway 26.
Beeline 441, Orlando Tower, hello again. Wind 330 degrees, 11 knots, runway 26, clear land.
26, clear land, Beeline 441.
November Victor 7650, unfortunately no further ATC, monitor advisory 122
Neat Wolf, welcome to you. Happy landings to you and thanks for coming by. Okay, manage speed to land. Flaps 3. I did not do config 3 for landing. This airplane loves config 3.
7650, monitor 122.8, bye-bye.
Flaps are 3.
122.
We are a touch high.
Bye-bye.
Happy Pappy is in with some Pappy lights. Yeah, I've got 4 white ones now. Got a crosswind.
Thanks for flying, have a nice evening. Tack, tack.
High and fast, welcome to the spy flight. There's a red light.
Minimum.
Landing. That was probably a little high. Yeah, I was trying to get that speed down. AZ has back pain. Oh, Ghost in the chat is back. It is. Yeah, happy first day of spring. Happy first day of spring.
Beeline 441, welcome to Arlanda. Taxi to stand Foxtrot 38.
Foxtrot 38 for Beeline 441. Thanks.
Tower, hello. Scandinavian 1981 is 10 miles out. On the ILS 226 approach. We have hotel.
It didn't load my charts.
1981, Arlanda Tower, very good evening. Wind 330 degrees, 11 knots, runway 26, clear land.
26, clear to land. Scandinavian 1981.
Foxtrot 38. Oh, it's right up here. Wow, that is super duper convenient. Thank you. Wolf, first day of spring. It snowed and spawned tornadoes. Yeah, but you know, it's between 75 and 30 within 24 hours. That's like normal for Chicago though, right? And the cool thing is you do have Lou Malnati's. So you could go and grab yourself. You could go and just grab yourself some deep dish and be very happy. I didn't check. I bet it was a little bit heavy. My guess is the landing was a little heavy. Let's see what Volanta says. Volanta said minus 456. Minus 456. Tim Dog says it's 82 degrees Fahrenheit in Ohio, and today it's 40. Tis the spring season.
Taxi to Holland Point runway 01 left via uniform Bravo, uniform and Yankee.
Lion Drummer like Chicago-style pizza too. Yep, me. Sign me up. Hi, Corsair Slayer. You found a Cessna 172 at flight level 180. You hope that they have onboard oxygen. I know, Rick. I should have paid more attention to the landing.
Uniform Bravo, then uniform and Yankee.
This is a payware that I think we've all had of this airport for a while. Giordino's, Giordino's is the other one. I got turned on to Lou's. I got turned on to Lou's when I was looking for actually, I found out about Lou Malnati's when I was looking for a place for the spies to go. And one of the people that I worked with went to Northwestern. So I basically just walked into her office and said, so, you went to Northwestern. That means if I came up to you and said, where's the best pizza in Chicago? And she said, Giordino's and Lou's. Those are the places to go, I think. I don't remember her mentioning Uno. And so I looked up Giordino's, and I looked up Giordino's first because I thought, oh, this is a cool Italian name. So Lee and Tara are gonna love that when they go. And okay, this looks really, really tasty, really, really good. And so after that, I looked up Lou's, and Lou's looked good too. And then I saw that it said ship a pizza. I thought, okay, this is interesting. Ship a pizza. And I looked more and I thought, you mean here in, a part of the state where, quite frankly, we're lucky to have Domino's or Papa John's, I could have them ship a pizza? And so, yeah, you could have them ship a pizza there. I thought it was great. So I ordered one, and that's why Leah and Tara like Lou's. Giordino's bruschetta is to die for. Is it a beer crust or is it a butter crust? I heard it was a butter crust. Or do they call it butter crust, but it's really a beer crust? It's really good. Definitely love it for sure. Seat belts. And deboard the plane. So on the Phoenix app, go to ground services, forward stairs, doors, doors, doors. And we made it. It's butter crust, but you got a beer flavor out of it. And looking good. And I think the airplane that flew up with us from Brussels just landed too. Queart, it would post some pictures in Discord. You got a nice goal livery. Okay. We need to get ready for Boston and Halifax, so we'll do that later. Happy Pappy, good long, goodbye so long. Get the Farg off my airplane. They don't say that on Brussels Airlines, do they? How could they be like that with an airplane painted with polka dots? How could they do that? Lightspeed official, yeah, that's pizza is the official food of the spy flight for sure. I think we made it. So I think we've got one airplane coming in. We'll wait for this one. Happy Pappy, you say that on your airplane? Alex, I will try to remember Alex. Flash Doc, welcome aboard. You know what? That's going to happen. When you come to the spy flight, you're going to start craving pizza. Here's the deal, though, Flash Doc. Today is Navigraph Day. Today is Navigraph Day, which means it's pizza day, right? Today is pizza day. So there's that Scandinavian, and I think this one came up from Brussels with us. Autocorrect. I think they're going someplace else. See a they're just a very, very sassy taxi there. That's Dom T Gaming. Okay, so yeah, that was the airplane that came up with us. So that's Dom T Gaming. So all the passengers are going to wave. My phone, Queart now thinks that your phone is low vis. Let's go to Boston. Because you posted a picture of low vis. Okay, off to Boston we go. We're going to Halifax. I have to recycle the sim because I loaded a new scenery. So what's going on? It doesn't look like we've got ATC, so this is going to be a nice short little flight for you. And without any ATC, if you are new on VATSIM, this is a great opportunity to hop in the plane and fly with us, okay? This is a great opportunity to hop in and fly with us. Okay, I've loaded the scenery. We don't need to do anything else. Let's go get an airplane. Something about nachos, zesty nachos. Shall I get my net out to recover the tea in Boston? Actually, it is rare. On the other hand, when there is ATC there, there's a lot, especially for traffic coming in from Europe, from across the pond, because that's an airport for all that. Okay, so everything looks good here. Don't think we can figure it out. We can go look at Digital ATIS for Boston, though. Queart wants tacos. Boston. What are we doing? Boston. ILS, blah, blah, blah. Departure. Runway is 9. So we're departing on runway 09. Let's do sim brief. New flight. Okay. This is KPOS. And we're going to CYHZ, Halifax, Nova Scotia. Today is March 20th. We really should be in an A320. I think we'll only need 15 minutes of taxi. Runway 9, runway 14 is probably good. Fuel planning, not a lot of ATC. Get yourself, though, at least 15 minutes in case. And we could look briefly here. The winds are 110 at 7, so runway 14 is probably just fine. If we want to rabbit hole a little bit, what we could do is go and launch the Navigraph app and come over here and just do a search for Halifax, CYHC, and go and snag Halifax and open the airport and look at runways. So right now, they said runway 14, and that's 7,000 feet. The other one's 10,000 feet. So runway 14 or runway 5 is what they're talking about. And then you can come in and look. So here's runway 5, and runway 14 is up here. So my guess is maybe they're blasting them off. What's the better runway? Runway 5, it's 4 knots down the runway, 6 knots crosswind. Runway 14 is a little bit less. So the better runway is going to be runway 14. It's 7,000 feet. That's enough for our airplane. So that's how you can kind of check and see if there is a better runway between the two. And it looks like runway 14 is the best. Queer, yeah, Moncton radar. That's what I was trying to get my head to say. Moncton radar. Okay, looks really good. Let's get a PDF copy of the flight plan, although we'll use the one in the EFB. Do they have good pizza there too, Queert? Really good pizza? Let's pre-file on VATSIM. SimBrief said flight level 350. Oh, we're doing the lobster departure. That's right, Moncton Mondays. Tim Dog, that's yeah. They call it Moncton Mondays. And all of that. So just a little rabbit holing killed enough time that the sim reloaded and we're ready to go. Start. Okay, we're gonna get an A320 this time. Come on, iFly. Bring that. Bring the Max over. Love my Airbuses, but it's time for a little bit of variety here. Queert is also hungry. Let's configure. Sadly, the old vintage United livery, I'm told, is getting painted over. So this old livery is going to get painted. I hope that they end up saving it and putting it on like a Boeing. Like a 737, they probably had some Boeings that were painted in the Friendship livery like that a long time ago. So that would be kind of a cool thing for them to do. KBOS, Boston Logan. Now we need to go on spawning patrol, which sounds a lot worse than it is. Looks pretty quiet. We'll go over to United Land. The new theme park from Disney. Fly. Okay, write down your gate number. Let's go and get the actual flight plan so I can post the route while we're zooming in here. Navigraph needs a better updater app. Well, the updater app that they have is okay. What I would really like is if we have to update each individual airplane, maybe if they were to go and give us little checkboxes that says, what do you want to upgrade? Oh, what happened to Boston? No. We can't do this. Nope. That's not Boston. That is not Boston. What happened? Or update all. That would be good too. Not having to sit there, click one, wait 30 seconds to a 90 seconds, and then go back. This is not Boston. Where's my Boston scenery? Okay. I can't depart out of a default Boston. I would be hounded by the law firm of Crane, Poole, and Schmidt for the rest of my life. Hydrospace, Boston to Halifax. Okay, let's look in Linker and see what happened. The old FMS data manager for X-Plane was a lot better, wasn't it? The dumbed down Navigraph hub, could be so much better. Okay, KBOS. There it is. Why didn't it? I know it should have been checked. I know Fly Tampa did a really good Boston, didn't it? Okay, we should have a much better Boston now. Well, it did give me time. CYHC. Okay, this is going to be... Alright, let's update the title. And I'm doing a little bit of stuff here. Hang on. Somebody got it. Boston Legal. I should also update YouTube while I have that. So YouTube is going to be over here. YouTube. And while we're waiting, I could also put that route in chat over here on Twitch. And that goes in there too. Cool. All right, everything should be updated. We can clean up some of our notes. The Brussels airport, I thought just the terminal was really cool. Thought that would just be a fun airport to depart and arrive from someday. And we're going to bump this up a level. We're going to Bravo 18 and everything else is fine. Hey, Kiri, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Okay, we should have a decent airport for this flight. Can't go to Boston and not have a decent Boston airport. Loading a bit slower this time. Well. Now the objects have taken off. Seems like they start super duper slow and then all of a sudden just blast on out of there. We're doing Denver to Des Moines. It's the Field of Dreams VATSIM event. Tomorrow's first flight is a double VATSIM event. It's
subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Oh, look who's back. It's our Lord and Savior. Hey. I remember when you first came in, I said, Riley? No. There we go. Hey, thanks for a nice resub today. It's been 30 months. Thank you for some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for coming in and helping me to keep my lights on. Welcome aboard. We are getting ready to depart Denver to Boston to Halifax next. Almost done loading data. And start. Usually I kind of like to wait. So after it's loaded and it's said, okay, you could hit start now. You know these movies as they're playing back while we're loading? I usually like to wait until the playback movies stop going. I kind of feel like that means that the simulator's a little more loaded and it's less easy to confuse. So this is not one of those things that you want to do too fast. Okay, my guess is the airplane's still loaded, but let's just check. Yeah, we've still got the right one. Let's go to Boston. Here's Boston. While that's coming in, let's go and see if anybody's loaded in and taken any of the gates there. This was a nice suggested flight from Russ. I don't see anybody there. Well, all of a sudden, the VATSIM map is being a brat. So we'll have to take a chance. Oh, it reset the airport. DMK, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Boston Gate, go. This is also a cool airport if you want to fly cargo. If you want to fly cargo out of this airport, this is a good one too, because there's actually 2 cargo aprons here. That looks a lot better. That looks like Boston. And then the same thing, I'll usually wait so that it's going to kind of pan around the airplane a little bit. I'll usually wait and till the movie settles down a bit, and then I'll go ahead and hit fly. I feel like it's going to be a little bit easier, better loaded. Gently kind of look up to see if the airplane's there. Yeah, caching, that's probably what it's doing. There's a very, very big airplane engine there. Hi, Hattrick, welcome on in. Shift C. The CRJ update, actually, I kind of am, Hattrick. It's coming out on the 25th, and Mountain Man checked in and found out that if you've got the other airplane, the older one, this update is going to be free. Wow, that's pretty cool. I'll take that. Let's do the JSG droid, clean up the airplane, so panel states in cold and dark, and activate. And then import our flight plan. That looks good. Ground services, jetway. While the jetway's coming, let's see if VATSIM will let us on. A free Microsoft, yeah, that's right. We get the 2024. I'm just, that's really nice of them. Quiart, I will go over and look at some stuff in a little bit. Let's get the airplane up in the air, because we also want to take off from Denver sort of on time so that we can hit the Field of Dreams event. UAL 1, A320, and VATSIM. How are the E-Jets at the moment? The last time I flew one over in Flight Sim 2020, it was okay. It still doesn't have VNAV. New Zealand is flying leads to Kos. The Greek island. Hi, Taco Cat Goat. Okay, welcome to Boston. At least we did not spawn upon anybody. All right, that all looks good. So, battery. The E-Jet should be, they've been working on a whole new flight management computer for the E-Jet. Today's the 20th, so nav and local light system number 2. No smoking is on. Emergency exit lights are on. Overhead integrated lighting up about half. Well, to get VNAV and stuff, one of the things that they're going to have to do is they're going to have to rewrite the flight management computer for the E-Jet from the ground up. to make that work. And so that's kind of been the big delay on getting VNAV into E-Jets. I think it'll be a good airplane when it's finished too. Yeah, this is a great airplane once you get used to it and you learn this airplane. It really is. Carney's doing the E190 in your next IRL flight. Okay, FMGC, that works. Let's come over here to ATSU. Air operations, flight init, and data request. So Carney, you get to do an E190 for an IRL flight. See, it's always kind of cool if you know that you're going to be taking a flight like that soon, to hop in hop in your sim and check it out a little more. Load sheets aboard. That's right, you got to have the right hat. If you having the right hat is important. Okay, init request. NAWOL 49. It was the first airliner that you learned. Very rewarding. You just added the A306. That is a fun airplane too. Finally stopped the overspeed. Really? Couillard still needs the Phoenix. And Carney wants an Embraer hat. I don't know where you'd get one. I would guess a simple Google search. A simple Google search would get you an Embraer hat somewhere. And we'll do ADIRS. 1, 2, 3. We could do a fire check. Let's check engine 1. Hold it down. Don't let go of your mouse button. Do your main view. There is a fire warning light. The ECAM is all lit up. And there's a fire indicator under engine 1. So it's all good to have that. Let's see. Cost index is going to be on the pilot brief. Cost index is a big 5. Oh boy, we're going to be really jetting up there to Halifax today. Let's see. Altimeter cruise altitude is flight level 350. 350. And let's go and do the wind and request company winds. Since United, we're going to go and do the master switch for the APU and get the APU blowing through the cabin. Data is good. Wind uplink data is great. Return. And init page B. Zero fuel weight is 60.4. So 60.4 tons. And our center of gravity is 32.2. And that looks good, so that can come up there. APUs should be starting, but you have to hit the start switch first. Taxi is 0.173. Route reserve, 15 minutes, 0.673. Ultranet is 1.05. Final is 1.62. Fuel planning is green. We are at a U.S. airport. There's no ATC, so .ctaf space KBOS. Okay, CTAF for Boston is going to be 128.0. 128.0. Couillard thinks that Air Canada is going to get A350s. Okay, all that looks good. APU is up and running. We'll turn on the bleed. And let's go and start inviting our passengers aboard. Phoenix. mass and balance. Load. 9 minutes. We don't want to wait 25 minutes for this airplane. And wow, it can be even longer over in the A321. More people, obviously, but still. Auto ATC has assigned us a squawk code of 7306. Okay. Departure. So let's see. Let's try and use this one. Navigraph. It goes and automatically gets your flight. Goes to Boston, go to start, and it should go and get us the Lobster departure. So we're departing off of runway 9. So a nice simple departure out of runway 9. And so after runway 9, we're going to make a little turn here and go out to Lobster, I guess. Hi, O-Dreams. Thanks for coming in. We're in Boston. We're going to Halifax. Just time to get on board. 5,000 feet is our initial climb. There we go. Let's do our departure. Flight plan, Boston, departure, runway number 9, Lobster. I wonder if some of the pilots get crabby when they have to use the Lobster departure. You knew that was coming, right? Okay, coming into... We're doing the Fundy arrival. There is a little control panel below the video panel, Ratty, Erie, for sounds. We've moved the sounds there so you can see all the new ones because we've added a ton of them. Let's see. So we're doing the... This is the Fundy arrival via Alex. So at Alex, we come over here and straight on up this way, but then we make a turn for runway 14. Ah, I see. So Ilota and Modor is what you need. And then Modor has a transition right into the runway. So YHC arrivals, ILS runway 14, Fundy 5 via Alex, and our transition is motor, right? Yeah. And insert, and there is a flight plan. Back to init, back to page B. Lintan7, welcome back in. Thanks for coming in today. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. We are just getting ready to depart the scene of the crime. Coming over to Boston, they never gives us the ground charts that we need. It only gets the one. I would really just as soon stack my own charts, but... So we'll probably come back. We're going to push on to Echo. Echo, crossover, runway 4 left. And at 4 left, we'll go Echo, Mike, and runway 9. P.S. Morandi is here. Can't join for this. You walk through the door. It was a late finish, and it's 10 p.m. for you today. Understand late finishes. Really do. Those are not easy. Passengers are loading. Let's see. We could come over to My Flights, Boston, and recycle, and we should get a METAR. You know, Lintan, right now, so I'm over here in Flight Sim 2024, and right now I'm kind of just sticking with METAR not available. Okay. Hey, Wolfie's here. Welcome, Wolfie. Did you get your pizza for Navigraph Day, Wolfie? Pizza Day. Yeah, Pizza Day. So we're in Boston going to Halifax. There is Boston. I don't know why it's not working here. Okay, so we've got that. Pizza in the freezer for dinner. See, always prepared. Always ready to go. Altimeter in Boston, 2970. 2970. And 2970. But yeah, right now I'd have to say that this is one of the best airplanes that you can fly in Flight Sim 2020, 2024. That doesn't mean I'm definitely looking forward to the arrival of the iFly is actually the one I think I'm missing the most, followed by the TFDI MD-11 from the older sim, but I just can't get the older sim working, so I'm kind of stuck over here with the planes that we've got. Nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. Passengers are walking by the cockpit. Open the door. Hi, passengers. Yell out to the ground crew and say, hey, you want to send that 6-pack of beer up to the cockpit? Passengers love it when pilots joke like that. I wish somebody would make an A220. That is, well, Low-Vis was over at the, Airbus plant, you know, the manufacturing where they build them, the factory, and said that people are losing interest in the A319, the A318. They want the A220. So that's the airplane that they all want at the moment. So I would think that somebody's got to be doing an A220 for this sim sometime. Until then, I think that the Embraer will be nice. A Wolfie, so there is a developer that's working on it. There is a developer that is working on making one. Okay, everything looks good. Flashduck says it'd be fun to log into the server and be passengers. So one of the things that I thought that might happen, I don't know how it would work, is eventually there's going to be a thing called shared cockpit. And I think that maybe one of the cool things for them to do is with shared cockpit, I, you know, can go and have my shared cockpit set up somewhere. I don't know how that would work. But if you wanted to, you could go and log into shared cockpit, and you could go and say, instead of the co-pilot seat, you'd want seat A10. There's A10. So that you could go and be a passenger aboard. Now, again, I don't know how that would work, but that would be kind of a cool thing. LAL Ratty has beer pubs. All you have to do is change the barrels in the hold. I think that would be awesome. I do think the A220 is underrated. Lintan, the real world airlines agree with you. That's why they're ordering that. So yeah, I don't know if they could even be persuaded to do that. You know, what you would have to do is you would have to have, you know, everybody would have to have shared cockpit, whatever it's going to be. And then the next thing that you'd have to have is the livery that I'm flying. That way you would have the seats. So, and then, you know, from there, you could go and log in. And instead of being the pilot or the co-pilot, you decide, I want, well, it's not A10, that was A8. And you could be there, and that would put you in my airplane at A8 or anybody else's. You know, you can fly along and be a passenger on Jamie's jet or something like that. That would be neat. Be aboard the Moose. Yeah, it would be that they did that. So a lot of the United Airlines tail numbers have a UA. I don't know that, I know that there's some people that are working on it for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I don't know that it's actually done or how the progress is going or anything like that. Load sheet is 60.5, so we have a little bit more in the load sheet on the zero fuel weight, and 32.2. That's correct. Final fuel is 6.72. 6.72. There's our final block fuel. And all that looks good. Well, this was the airline that I started flying in the old days of Flight Sim. And so I really do like, have liked them. We're done with ground power. We're going to turn on our fuel pumps. Plus, this was also, when I was a child, this was the airline that I remember the first being a passenger on. GPU, chocks and cones. Let's just do our departure perf real fast. Calculate. Send. I think we can get going. Let's call a tug. Well, yes, eventually I think that they are going to get those. They are going to get LNAV and VNAV. VNAV, they already have LNAV. Okay, 128.8 is CTAF. 128.8. 122.8 is on standby. We've cleared all moorings. Fast in traffic. There's United A320 at stand Bravo 18. We're going to push straight back onto Echo so that people don't have to wait behind us. Fasting. Parking brakes. And reverse. I have neglected to start Volanta, that's why. The NA should go away in just a second. Let's start an engine.
Volanta offline. Again.
Starting.
Spy, do you need a checklist?
Oh, I need a checklist all the time. So I'm pushing straight back so that American didn't have to wait for me. Oh, Aunt Malt says that there is a video now with VNAV showing up. That's pretty awesome. And now we'll do a real fast turn on a dime spin. Parking brakes. And there we go. There was a smart little pushback there, wasn't it? Man, I could get a job. I thought about getting a job as a pushback tug driver, but I'm not pushy enough. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. Qantas Sim Pilot is flying as a Speedbird today. Qantas Sim Pilot, welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in. Happy Thursday, almost Friday, although to be honest, I think we're all pretty much in Friday mode here. Okay, Foxtrot, Echo, cross 4 left, Mike to the runway. I hear sheep. Let's see. Let's go ahead and accept the final load sheet. Send it out.
Why is just so punny.
Afraid so. Okay, that's available. So starter back to normal. Starter's back to normal. We are done with the APU bleed and the APU. Hey, it's Jackie is back. Welcome back, it's Jackie. Hey, thanks for coming on in. Welcome, welcome. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. And performance, data's aboard. Let's do stick all the way forward, all the way back, and release. See if it goes to 0. It is. All the way to the left, all the way to the right, and see if it releases and goes back to center. Same deal with the rudder. And release. It's centered. Trim's going to be down 0.4. And flaps are going to be, oh, I love a flaps 3 departure. Out of brakes. I think we're ready to go. No slide. Cabin call. Parking brakes. Toe brakes are on. Release the brakes. Controls. Out we go. Boston traffic. That United's A320 is taxiing out from Bravo 8 Echo. We're going to cross 4 left and head on over to runway 9 via Mike. Boston.
Water activated light in the pouch under, between, or next to your seat. When directed, pull the tab to remove the pouch.
LAL ready. Yep, we got the wind wing cams going now. Look over here, see if anybody is on final on the 4s. Is that an airplane or is that dirt on the screen? That's an airplane. That may be an airplane coming across 4. Anybody over here? Yeah, they're going another direction though. Glad it wasn't dirt on the screen. That would have been tacky.
Foxtrot American 1918 going to taxi to runway 9 out of Pier C.
I don't see them anymore.
Charlie, cross one way. 4 left.
I don't see them anymore. Let's go.
And Kilo.
Nobody on VATSIM radar. Save yourself a syllable. Night Wolf. This, yeah, that is called a nose wheel tiller. If you'd like to know where I got it, type in !equipment, and it'll give you a link to the web pages where all of this stuff is. It's actually really, really nice, and I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Yeah, this is a vintage livery. United had been flying. This is a Friendship livery. This was the old Friendship livery. And they were flying it on an Airbus A320 for a long time right now. And they are sadly painting it over. My hope is that they're going to end up replacing it. Putting it back over perhaps on a like a Boeing 737, because back when United was using that livery, they were flying 737s. Florida, type !equipment, and that'll take you to the website to get the tiller. I really like using it. Really have enjoyed using the tiller. I feel like I have a lot better control of the airplanes on the ground, and right now the only time that I go swerving around the airport is when I'm not paying attention, so it's really nice. Okay, ECAM checklist is good. I think we're ready to go. Nobody coming in here, nobody over there. Let's go. So, parking brakes off. Strobes. Landing lights ready to go. Final cabin call. Out we go. Boston traffic, there's a United A320 taxiing onto runway 9, and we are departing out on the Lobster departure, so we're not crabby. Happy landings, Boston. Is it overwhelming, New Zealand?
Traffic American 1918 is going to line up and wait on runway 9.
This is an airplane that takes they all take a little bit of time to learn. New Zealand, they all take time to learn. The thing is I think that once you learn it, this is a really solid, awesome airplane for flying. Shall we go? I think it's time. Throttles up about halfway. Throttles are halfway. Elapsed time. Engines are stable. Manual flex. SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. Somebody else is taking off on some other runway. ATIS says it's runway 9 at the real one, and when we don't have ATC, if you can get the real one, that's what I think you're supposed to use here. Whoops. V1, hands off the throttles, and now we can rotate. Positive climb gear.
Traffic American 1918
Keep the flight directors centered here. Climb power. Flaps. AP. AP's got us. The Delta flight was also there. Well, maybe they got some other information. New Zealand, you didn't know you had to keep the flaps up till you're at top of. No, you don't have to do that. I just put my flaps up. So, New Zealand, you saw that I had a letter F here, right? That's when I put my flaps to flaps 1. You see that letter S? Right now, my flaps and slats are out. It's flaps 1 plus F, flaps and slats. So I'll put the rest of my flaps up when we pass the little letter S here as we climb out. Manchester to New York, sure it can. You may not be able to carry a full load of passengers, but sure. Nightwolf, yep, love Boston, love other pilots, but yeah, that's the thing. Okay, so there is letter S. Letter S, flaps up, and now I'm going to go and just move my speed brakes. That's going to disarm the speed brakes. Check my gear is up, it's up, and we're good. Climb and maintain flight level 350. There we go. I was supposed to do a posture check before we started. So Nick said I was supposed to do a posture check. Yeah, it's a good idea before you take off. You're going to go and fly. I guess I missed that. Thank you. Clouds are rolling in. Coming up on Claw on the Lobster departure. What nice sceneries for flying. Well, the Boston scenery is a good one. The Boston scenery is nice. And we'll just do our climb out. Passing 5,700 feet. There's some nice little airports. There's a nice little airport for Jackson Hole. Tampa is a nice airport. They just have to do something about all the wild alligators that are crawling around that airport. There was a little airport, we go there every now and then, Pensacola. It's a very small airport, but that one's actually kind of a cool little airport too. There's a Jacksonville, Florida airport. It's a nice airport, but it always seems to be a little bit heavy on frame rates. The stock Vegas is okay, but that's a really good one to do a payware on. Oh, LAL Ratty, you saw your first gator on the taxiway at the gate? Yeah, they have them. They're lurking around the airport there. They are. GG Boy spent the whole afternoon preparing for your first takeoff of the fly-by-wire, only to not be able to get the autopilot to engage. Uh-oh. Did you eventually get the autopilot to engage, or is there still a problem? Hi, Drama. Welcome aboard. Beer cheers and pizza cheers. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. $10,000 feet. Landing lights. Nose light. Cabin call. Friday is tomorrow off. GT Boy, you gave up. You're going to try tomorrow. Were you, had you taken off and were you on your flight path? Did you have the flight directors centered? Because you can't engage the autopilot if you don't kind of have the flight directors centered. That's one thing. One two 2.8. There is a CTAF frequency for Halifax. I'm putting that in chat. New Zealand, Microsoft is getting to be a better sim since the update. Oh, I would completely agree. I think it's better. The last update that we got was a really good one, and I really feel like the next ones are going to be nice too. Okay, there's the METAR for Halifax. It still looks good. Slightly confusing. There's an autopilot disconnect, autopilot on, autopilot master on the key on the on and off keybinds. So like I've got a problem right now with my keybind for the autopilot disengage. Right here, this little button here, that's not working in this sim. So Phoenix A320 autopilot disconnect binding. Let's see if that finds it for us. Phoenix A320 auto. Nope, there's auto throttle. Okay.
Detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Hey, Litton.
Stay sharp.
Litton, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Okay, this is from VATSIM. Autopilot disconnect Phoenix A320. Phoenix simulations. I'd much rather read it from there. A user reported the autopilot will not engage. No, not at low speed. Add a dead zone. Cabin announcements. Autopilot disconnection issues. How to interact with the knobs. Displays. How to set up your throttle, GSX integration. Now, getting started, maybe this will help. Quick start setup, maybe this is going to help us. Okay, get hoppy. Once you've loaded, we recommend you do sounds. Thrustmaster, that's the throttle. Calibrate your controls. Adjust your sound settings. Log 4. How to set up. That's not, we don't want a TCA throttle. Well, there's the getting started guide. Custom dashboard, download your new installer. We've got the installer. How to get hoppy, we don't need that. Favorite Discord. Run Navigraph Hub. Adjust your sounds. Ensure your flight controls are correctly set up. Well, this is just TCA throttle. This isn't going to tell us how your side stick is set up. Calibrate. Controls. Setup. TCA calibration, TCA settings, engine stuttering. Okay, well that's no help at all. That's not much help. Side stick bindings. Not every control binding. Recommended sensitivity. Failures. Autopilot disconnection issue. Well, maybe. Where was this? Use the default key bindings. Let's see what this says. Oh my god. Okay, of course you can change these. Alternatively, the native document is here. Okay, throttle, landing gear, flight control surfaces, autopilot. Oh, okay, here we go. Toggle autopilot master, autopilot on, autopilot off, auto throttle. If autopilot is enabled, switch off the autopilot. Otherwise, the handle is
detected.
on.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Station.
Ryan just did a follow. Welcome aboard. Nightwolf, it's autopilot off. Let's go ahead and try and set that today. Let's set that today. So first of all, standard altimeter. Standard altimeter. We're at 25,000 seat belts. So you did autopilot off. Let's try and set that one. Okay, so escape. Settings. Controls. Autopilot off. Button 22. And we're going to make it in the Phoenix. Okay, so that should be it. Go back. Save. And resume. Yep, we've got to reconnect VATSIM. I just did that, Hydrospace. Okay, let's see what happens. So, autopilot's engaged, and we're going to go, and now let's see if the red button works. Hey, Okay, that's it. That's all it needed. Thank you. So it was autopilot off. That one was what worked. Irvi said autopilot off ages ago. You know, I'll bet you did, Irvi. And I said it like that. Maybe I forgot to save it or something. But this is the, you know, it now at least it works. Now at least it works. So Nywolf is having to put up with some annoying Twitch adverts right now. Coming up on our top of climb, we are, so that fixed that one, 291 miles out. So we're at 122.8, that's good. And it's always nice to just go back and look out the window sometimes. Okay, Nightwolf is back. Nightwolf worked perfectly. Thank you. We've got it working. Erie, I have a repeating automated weather observation coming through on 2024 at 122.8. So, first of all, check your other radio first. Check and make sure, just flip the radio around to something else. Make sure it's not over on VHF2, which it probably isn't, but after that, the bottom line is there are a few places that you can fly, Irvi, where yes, a automated weather comes in on 122.8. Very irritating. I don't think it's that way in the real world, but it is that way in the sim world. So yeah, Nightwolf, thank you. We are all set and ready to go. Denver to Des Moines, I might take a cargo plane on that one. May fly a FedEx cargo. Thank you for the help. I really do appreciate it. That was really nice. Uh-oh, we're leaving chemtrails. It's definitely on 122.8, and if you switch the frequency, it stops. So, yeah, I just leave it off for a while, and then maybe in 100 miles, try and turn it back on, see if it's gone. Wolfie's going to take the MD-11 for the next flight. That'd be a fun one. Yeah, so just turn it off for now and give it 100 miles and see if it's still there. Russ has got the same thing, 119.2, and that's your arrival frequency. There are a lot of those conflicts that are up and down the eastern seaboard. Russ, you think those are just old original frequencies that never got moved off of 122.8 or something? And that was just where they originally started from? Man, pizza for breakfast was good today. Pizza for breakfast was tasty. And we're going to go into this new Halifax airport, which should be nice. Tomorrow's first flight is Athens to Istanbul. It's a double VATSIM event. And that should be nice too. Just gonna go and make sure. I think YouTube is going and there's no reason to worry about YouTube. But I have to click a few different things to be able to go and make sure it works. Yeah, it's working. And there's 14 people watching on YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Okay, it works. I think I've actually got it set up today. Uh-oh. Don't tell Mr. Jazz, but I think that the jazz stopped. Let's do shuffle the playlist. I basically got about 3 hours loaded in there now. Pizza for breakfast at Malt. Today is Navigraph Day. So whenever there's new Navigraph data, it's always pizza day here. Ryan, I am in real time. I try and fly real weather, real time, all the time. Real weather, real the time. Erie, yeah, I'm in Flight Sim 2024. We are listening to 122.8. I've got the radio turned on, and we are listening. Queert, that emote looks like it's a sick person. But for breakfast, well, thing is I'm kind of getting to the age where I don't want a lot of heavy food just before bed. So I'm kind of not eating an awful lot at night. And if I am, it's light. So I just thought it would be good. It was a small little personal pan pizza, and it actually tasted good. Hey, we used to live at a place where we worked on a morning show, and we sometimes got pizza, real breakfast pizza, where it was like a pizza crust, but it had like scrambled eggs and bacon and cheese on it. And it was actually not so bad. It was something nice and different. So Denver to Des Moines, I could take the A300 cargo. Irvy's got homemade Cajun beef with spicy rice and kidney beans. Wolfie's has had breakfast pizza, eggs and sausage. Yeah. Ours was always, the morning team that I worked on, they always wanted eggs and bacon. They never wanted to do the sausage, because I think there were a couple of people on the morning team that just did, ooh, do you know how they make sausage? It's really nasty. So we always had to do bacon. Oh, Dreams, you do that through the electronic flight bag. So the OIS settings, and then third party in the OIS. That's the one on the far left side. There was a cafe in Japan that our Lord and Savior went to, where they had breakfast pizza, and it was good after a night of going out and drinking. So our Lord and Savior, is that the Japanese equivalent of going to Denny's for a Grand Slam breakfast at 3 a.m.? Navigraph too, but you do that for the app. That's right. There's a few folks that are flying gold today. We need to go and put a Rio Airbridge flight in on Sunday. They're moving the Rio Airbridge to Sunday on VATSIM. And there's flight level 350. Everything's good up here. And 1184 is our CTAF going into Halifax. One 118.4. But yeah, for updating the A350, you do that through the OIS, electronic flight bag. Actually, we kind of haven't been in that in a while. I wonder if you could get an A350 into Des Moines. That might be fun to go and check that out. So let's see. How about, let's see how big the airport is. Hi, Boulder. Welcome back. Thank you for coming by today. Just going to see if we could stuff a A350 into Des Moines. KDSM. $9,000-foot runways. They do have a terminal. So let's see what they're landing on. Runway 23 and 31 are the best choices. They don't have high speeds. They probably don't take an awful lot of A350s in here. They have a south cargo apron though. So cargo would be a thing here. So the terminal looks like it's fairly nice. Couple of jetways. Doesn't look like they've got wide body jetways. Plenty of parking and a couple of places to park something like an A300. That would probably, since it's a VATSIM event, that would probably be the better choice for this flight. That way we could sort of live, you know, we could sort of observe the code of conduct that says fly the appropriate airplanes. CTAF is 118.4. Thanks, Russ. I didn't even know they were on, Russ. Thank you. And Top of Descent's coming up. So much for sitting back and playing Chill Out Pilot. Okay, so let's see here. We do have, let's do a refresh. That looks good, so let's plug that in. Altimeter is 2988. 2988. Temperature, 4 degrees. Dew point's 4 degrees too, so we may have some fog and stuff. Yep, we have fog there. Visibility is not going to be great in Halifax. Winds are 120 at 11. Flight level 180 for North America. And our arrival runway is Erie found it. Volume, characters, shut off the radio. Aha, Erie. So, oh, the character that you were listening to character voices? That's weird. Okay, minimums are 641 feet. Why don't we do the Captain Whip Config 3 test? Technique of butter on the runway. So Config 3 for landings. We are 56 miles from top of descent. We're coming in on the Fundy arrival. Bottom of Fundy is... It's 5,000 feet at Elota. So that's our initial descent clearance. It's going to be 5,000 feet there. Kearney's not been in 2024 for a while now in the Phoenix. Every keyboard activates reverse thrust. So Kearney, what I would do is go into settings and you can search via key binding or, you know, the actual button on your keyboard or whatever. So I would do a key binding search for REVERS reverser and see what is attached to reverser. And you're going to have to go through each one of your controllers. So, you know, check the keyboard, check your side stick, check your throttles, each one and see what might be bound to the reverser and make the change. Hey Shipwreck, welcome aboard. Okay, 5,000 feet. Always cool to have a little island music coming in. Company message, this is our on-time departure. On time. Basically thought that was away, couldn't find it. Yeah, I think that that's the way to go and find these wild and crazy bindings and stuff. Those are the ways, that's how we find them. Does it come with a community folder? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's kind of hard to find. Mine is over on the C drive. Didn't like it like that, but that's where it is. I'll just pop that in there for you. That's where mine is. And maybe that'll help you find yours. Throttle cut and throttle decrease are two bindings for the reversers too. So let me know if that helps you find it. "36 miles from top of descent, on our way in." A nice sunset arrival into Halifax. We should probably also get a nice sunset into Des Moines. Oh, I think I need to make sure. We'll check to see if there isn't a Des Moines scenery in the marketplace before we get out of this to go and get the other airplane, but what is my favorite? Oh, that's hard to pick. I mean, you know, anything from this kind of anything like you know, this kind of jazz to, I kid you not, Swedish like pop metal, Finnish pop metal. So you know, Amaranth from Sweden, but this kind of stuff here. I've listened to Korean pop. I can't say that I'm really a stan. It's okay. It's not bad, but you know, it's not on my list that I look for. It really kind of depends on the mood. It really does. You know, sometimes soundtracks, you know, waking up to soundtracks. Like when I went to do all of the, when I went to go and do all the, let's see, what is it? Oh, Nightwish. Yeah, Nightwish from Norway. But when I was doing all the taxes, I was listening to soundtracks from the old Jerry Anderson series UFO. So, I mean, seriously, that's how crazy it can get here. And I think I saw Polyot is in. Yeah, so I think there's a Des Moines here from the marketplace. And so I'm going to look and see if I've got Des Moines, because I think I may have picked that up. "18 miles to go. Next flight is Denver to Des Moines for the Field of Dreams VATSIM event. And we'll probably jump in an old Airbus and fly some cargo in there. Because, I mean, if it's the Field of Dreams event, surely they will need some Wilson volleyballs. Erie says the freeware at flightsim.to is better than the payware. Really? That's pretty sorry when that's the case. That is really sorry. That's really sorry when that's the case. It absolutely is. And I'll stop calling you Shirley. Yep, those kinds of volleyballs right there. If you're going to have a field of dreams, you have to have some Wilsons out on the field. Just another jazz, I'm really enjoying while we're flying along, I call it travel jazz. Just kind of nice. I say push the button. TV's Frank, push the button. Down we go. Yeah, Erie, I'm kind of waiting for that airplane too. I know it's gotten some updates. I don't know if it's ready yet. I'm kind of waiting for the developers to just say, it's officially ready. And when the developer says it's officially ready, then I'll try it. Otherwise, I'd really rather not fight with an airplane on live stream. Just not all that fun to solve technical problems while live streaming. Not the best day in the neighborhood. And we'll catch up to our descent pretty quick. Jay and the UA, Denver to Des Moines. It's we're flying into a VATSIM event, Denver to Des Moines. Developers said they'll work on the plane to 2024 has not begun yet. Oh, really? Okay. So they're focused on 2020. I'm about this close to deleting Flight Sim 2020 from the hard drive. I mean, I've got plenty of room, but it's not working. So I'll keep the community folder and get rid of everything else. Maybe go and transfer a few things over, but right now it's just 2024 that's working for me. Yeah, I've had to make some changes to my keyboard as well. Most of my changes were for the views and stuff, though. Did I give up on the radio panels? Yeah, I should go and try and dig those out again, but I have at the moment. Right now, there's a lot on my desk, and, just got through tax season. And now it's sort of like I've gone and downloaded the latest Orbiter, but I haven't installed it yet to see if I can do something with Orbiter. I mean, that's a bit of a learning curve right there, but I'd like to try and get Dragon up to the International Space Station once and not flame out. So that would be kind of cool. And if you don't know, there is a new orbiter. It's finally been updated for 2024, and there it is. Actually, ignore the F-38. Yeah, there you go. Polyot, see if you can't get Starship up there. No kidding, right? That's been kind of a bit of a fiasco. I mean, seriously, it has. The Orbiter Sim project. I mean, the fact that they've done this is just awesome. And again, the graphics aren't awesome, but it really, really is a great free spaceflight simulator. It just is. There was a time when I was just really, really bored. I mean, really, really bored at work. And I would do some whole orbiter flights. Maybe it's time to pull the plug. Okay, so you got to come over here to Orbiter. And what I've got here is over on Ortho, I have an Orbiter downloads page. Folder. Okay, so over here, Orbiter, code issues. I always figure, this is always like ridiculous, trying to find it. I think this is it right here. Orbiter development build. Orbiter 24. Here's the latest. I'm going to go with the latest. Let's do this. So we'll click that. And now we'll go to Ortho. And we're going to go to Orbiter 2024. No, not 2024. We're going to go to Downloads. Orbiter Downloads. That's where we want to put it. Okay, we'll just do that. That'll be perfect. That's the one we want. It's become a community project because, yeah, it was a professor at a university in the UK that originally did Orbiter. I think he's still alive. He probably just didn't want to do it anymore. But, I mean, he made this incredible flight sim, and there is a huge community around it, and you don't have to pay an awful lot. Like, hardly anything. You can go and get the Dragon stuff for free. There used to be a 2001 resource page where you could download all sorts of, spaceships and stuff from 2001, Space Odyssey, and 2010. So, it's sort of like you could go out and you could set up a scenario where you approach Jupiter in the Leonov and try and set up aerobraking to go around the planet so that you would come out in a orbit near Europa, at which point you would find Discovery when it was spinning around and stuff. And that one was really pretty cool too. Seatbelts. And then, you could also take off from, this Kennedy Space Center, and your Orion spaceship would be on a big sled, and you would go up, and there would be a first stage to get you up, and then, you would have to go and intercept Space Station 5 and put yourself in a position so that you could dock with it, and that I don't think that they ever got the rotation thing so that you had to be rotating along with the space station, but you still had to dock with it, which was incredible. Airbusing into Des Moines instead. Is your update taking forever? And now all of a sudden it wants to slow me down. Still downloading. Still downloading. You can also load in historical missions. You can load some really cool historic missions and stuff. Fly Apollo 11. Yeah, here's the Orbiter forum. This is where all of the add-ons are. This is it. This is it. This is the Orbiter forum here. Oh my gosh, they still have the music player, MFD. Everything in Orbiter is a MFD. It's a multifunction display. But yeah, this is it. This is where you would go and get some things. Oh, I remember the Raven Star. I would use that an awful lot. There's also an ebook out there. And there is a really cool ebook called Go Play in Space. I mean, that's... Go Play in Space is an ebook that was out there. It should be free somewhere on the internet. And that is a great introduction to becoming a rocket scientist. George, you can get one through Volanta, and the free version of Volanta will give you a landing rate. There is also one that I think you could download from flightsim.to. Had it set up over in FlightSim 2020. I haven't brought it over yet. Florida, yep, the CRJ version 2 is coming out on the 25th, and it should be free. So we're getting all excited. There will be some CRJing on the 25th. Everything else is good. Dom T Gaming. So even though it's March 20th and I was trying to stick with Airbus A320s, I was thinking for the Des Moines flight, I'd dust off the A300 and do cargo flying. In true flight sim community, there is discontent amongst about this. Really? There are people that are expressing discontent about the CRJ. They made it a single package, so now anyone who purchased just one before getting the other two for free. So if you paid, that they paid more. Okay. I'm just one of those people that's kind of excited to have the CRJ back, and I can't wait to... Yeah, I know, brain pain. Brain pain for sure. Altimeters 2988. 2988. I mean, seriously, at this point, if you're flying 2024 like I am, and you want the updated CRJ version 2, I'm surprised and grateful that they're not charging, that we're going to be able to get it and fly it. I think that that's the cool part, is we get to have that airplane. Yeah, Dom T Gaming, serious. So for if it's a Field of Dreams baseball, surely they need volleyballs, right? 3 CRJ options, 1 for 2 variants, 1 for the other 2, and 1 for all. Anyone who purchased one of the packages that only had 2 and not getting 4 are getting it for free. So those who got the 4 variants are complaining that they paid more for 4, and now others are getting 4 for less. Scott, on the 25th. I know. I'm excited about it too, and we get it for free. You know what? Maybe I better not delete Flight Sim 2020 until that comes out. Maybe not. This airplane knows, this sim knows about 2020. I could probably get rid of it and it'd still get the airplane. Well, yeah, I guess, you know, that way, you know, if they're complaining about that way, that can be our daily dose of drama in the flight sim community, as if the real world didn't provide enough drama already. You could probably also take the A350, but it is a little bit big for Des Moines, so, you know, people may, you know, ATC may not be pleased to see you. Well, if they gave it to us for free and it wasn't buggy, I'm sure that there are some of our more whiny members of the flight sim community that would still find a reason to whine. There are still people that would do that. Oh, Dreams, I have been known to have an ADIRS IR fault too. There are still a couple of bugs in the airplane, and that happens. The CRJ, it was. I think that the first one I thought was the DC-6, and then it was the CRJ. I think that was it. I think it was the DC-6 and then the CRJ. And that was one of our first complex jetliners, and it was really pretty good. So, you know, and not having a, you know, airplane without an auto throttle, okay, that was entertaining. That keeps you kind of busy. First complex jetliners. You know, not basically a default airplane. We need the 777 would be nice. I you know, and I really would like iFly to get the 737 MAX over here. I think that would be a nice. So 777 for PMDG, the 737 MAX from iFly, and TFDI and their MD-11. $210 knots and CTAF. The 300 ER and the F will follow, then the 73 needs a small upgrade fee. I don't lose my soul flying the Airbuses. I like them an awful lot for, you know, the way that they work, especially in Frankfurt Friday, a very busy event, especially with the autopilot from WinWing. Wow, is that nice. Flaps 1. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are medium. We'll let it continue down to about 3,000. Activate LS systems. Everything's good to go up here. Landing lights. Nose light. Cabin call. Nightwolf wanted to be very complete, competent in the aircraft before I bought it into VATSIM. Well, that's the way you really should be. Did you see the Aerosoft from FS weekend? He spent most of the weekend interview bashing the... Here's the thing, and at the risk of being labeled as whatever this would label me, I really can't stand watching a lot of videos with developers. I just can't. So, you know, if it's going to be a live stream, like, you know, whoever, they spend the first 10 minutes of the live stream telling you all the things that they're not going to talk about, so don't even bother asking, right? And of course, what's on the list? Everything that people want to know. So I don't have an awful lot of patience for that anymore, because that's almost like, I've got a secret and I'm not going to tell you, nanny, nanny, nana. That's not nice. Then the next thing that they'll do, and this one was a very famous, you know, live stream thing that popped up a few months ago, and they started the live stream late. They made us listen to music for 10 minutes, and then when they started the live stream, they all spent about, you know, 15 minutes talking about what inspires them to be in the world of flight simming. And it's sort of like, damn it, tell us about the airplane. That's why we're sitting here. So, you know, I just have really gotten to the point where I don't tune those in. Uh-oh, it picked up speed. It's trying to descend us. Well, the thing is New Zealand, there's a lot of these developers and stuff, and the hard part about it is they don't understand media. They don't understand media. Some of them, I know this is going to shock you, have a really, really, really big ego. And, you know, they're developing airplanes for flight sim or scenery for flight sim, and they're just like, and they put on a live stream and they don't understand what it takes to be effective in media. One of the coolest things in the world was the fact that we got YouTube. YouTube's great. Everybody gets a channel. One of the worst things that ever happened in the world is we got YouTube and now everybody has a channel, because there are just some people that don't need to be doing that. And most often it is the developer community that gets out there and puts on absolutely brutal programming. If somebody like me that spent 40 years learning how to do radio and TV programming says boo to them about that, you're labeled a whiner or something, so I don't even bother anymore, but I just can't stand watching it. So at the risk of having attitude, I guess I have attitude. Russ says, watch out, visibility is 600 to 800 feet. Oh my gosh, we're gonna die. Not Waffle is in chat lurking a little bit. Hey Waffle, is it okay to upgrade, or is 2020 still good? But if you're curious, it's gotten better. We just got an update and it works really good. Yeah, I think that in some cases it really can, you know, make people bitter. I know. Maybe I have an ego problem with that too. Maybe that's part of my deal. But it just gets to the point that it's sort of like, I can't watch this. I would just as soon go out into the bathroom or into the tool shed or something and hit myself with a hammer on that kind of stuff. So
2,500.
Halifax traffic, there is a United A320 about ready to turn finals for runway 14, Halifax.
And United 441, this is Halifax traffic, also known as Halifax Tower, altimeter 2988, wind 14011, gust 16 knots.
Halifax Tower, thank you for coming online, and thank you for the wind report. Sounds a little bit breezy. We hear that visibility is not that great either.
Yeah, Halifax visibility 1/2 of the statute mile, runway 14, visual range 4,000 to 5,500 feet. You're number 1.
Thank you so much for the approach. We won't tell the passengers about the visibility. They'll just freak. Gear going down. Everything else is...
They knew you were the pilot sitting there.
Why the pilots keep the door closed. That was hilarious. Okay, are we ready to go? Yep. Okay, that goes good too. Posture check. And approach. Approach is armed. Flaps 3. Gear down. 3 green. Auto brakes. Speed brakes. I know, we're gonna die on that one, Dom T Gaming. 10 degrees. I'm gonna go engine anti-ice.
441, winds now 140 at 7 knots, altimeter 2987, runway 14 range 2,800 to 3,000 feet, visibility 38 of the statute mile. You are clear to land, runway 14.
Runway 14, clear to land for United 441. Thanks. Five-mile finals. Speeds down, gear down 3 green, everything's ready. Next flight is A300 cargo flying, Denver to Des Moines. Well, I think the Airbus is also dominating because it's the airplanes that are working the best over here in Flight Sim. Amagarosa, I did not fire them off, and I'm afraid I was not paying close enough attention to see. Halifax, here we come. 4-mile finals. Let the autopilot do the work. You know what? I think... Yeah, there was... Polyet did run them. You can still get awfully busy in an Airbus, but yeah, there's so much more automation in this. There really is. I see nothing. 2-mile finals. I see nothing outside my window. 800 feet. It's supposed to be at 6, between 6 and 800 feet.
100 above.
There's 600. I got lights.
Minimum.
Landing. Wow. That was like right at minimums.
50. 40. 30. Retard.
That was like right at minimums.
41 welcome to Halifax. Vacate right Mike, taxi Mike, Kilo, Delta, cross runway 05 to the ramp. Good evening.
Vacating right Mike, then it's Mike, Kilo, and Delta, cleared across off to the ramp for United 441. We basically got called about 150 to 100 feet before minimums, before we saw lights.
Okay, thanks. I might change it to Category 2 for runway 223 later on, because 14 doesn't have a Category 2 ILS.
Yeah, it was about 50 feet.
Facility now in Halifax, 3/8 of a statute mile.
Yeah, this one was definitely close call as far as the minimums on this. Okay, then we bear left and into the terminal. And we're cleared across. And we're checking out this really nice payware airport too for the first time. Just doing a thrust idle taxi on this as well. And then it's going to be cross the runway and right turn into the gates. Okay, we're cleared across this one. Well, they probably have to have that light bright too.
Good evening, Halifax Tower. This is Aircon 263. Request an offer to Toronto's files, and we have information Mike on board.
Air Canada 263, Halifax Tower. Hello, information November current, clear Toronto Pearson via the Halifax for departure.
Scott says the taxi and landing lights are reflecting too much of the scenery, too much of the fog and stuff. This is a nice looking airport. Looks like they got a nice hotel over there.
So we are departing to Toronto files. We'll look up November, and we expect to runway 14, and it's Quark 4340, and we'll confirm on taxiway November shortly. Aircon 263.
Air Canada 263, we're back correct. Advise, ready for taxi. Ramp will be at your discretion. Caution at United A320, passing left to right.
We'll sound push on discretion and advisory for taxi Aircon 263.
Got a couple of gates with double jetways here. How about if we snag this one? This is a single one. This is a nice terminal. This is a great terminal. Parking brakes. APU is up and running and looking good. We can stop our squawkage. And engine number 1 and engine number 2. Fuel pumps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Those are good. And IRs 1, 2, 3. Well, actually 3, 2, 1 can go off like that. Let's see. Beacon, seat belts, ground power is available. Deboard the airplane. Go to Phoenix and ground. Jetway. Cargo. And we made it. Welcome to Halifax and a pretty nice terminal here. Hi, Tyler's Games. Wolfie, you got it for across the pond and now you use it. So Wolfie, you fly at Moncton Mondays. Yeah, that's one of the things that I miss. There's 2 really good VATSIM events on Mondays. I need to start maybe doing a couple of Monday types of things so that we could do Moncton Mondays. There's also a really good one in Copenhagen, I think, that we ought to do on Monday. Loviz does the other one, the Copenhagen one. A really cool airport, and I didn't notice any hesitations coming in. So this really was a nice airport. There's Loviz. Yeah, Vectors to Copenhagen is a really good one. Let's go to Denver. Denver to Des Moines. I was going to go and do an old Airbus cargo liner. Wolfie says that Moncton Monday is a really chill event. Well, the controller that we had coming in, I didn't even know that there was ATC. The controller coming in was really, really great. Awesome information coming in too. So that was really nice. Real nice surprise. Oh Dreams, I've loaded in four times today and I have not had any updates. So we're going to go and do a Denver flight. That was really nice. Boston was unusually quiet tonight. Usually there's a little bit of activity in Boston. Okay, there is Denver. And KDSM, Des Moines, Iowa is where we're going. There is SDF. There's Quebec. Let's see if we can get some intel over here. Digital Latest is our friend. Microsoft Flight Simulator updated the aviation data today. Okay, let's come over here and do... Let's see if DSM has one. DFW, DTW. Nope, Des Moines doesn't have one, but Denver does. Let's see what's happening. Denver is departing. Departure runways 8, 25, and 34 left. So probably runway 8. There we go. DSM has Tower and ATIS. And the DSM ATIS says landing and departing runway 23. Okay, runway 23. That makes sense. Oh, I should have checked to see if I had that DSM. We'll check on the way out. They have an ATIS on VATSIM. Thanks, Loviz. Let's do a flight plan. All right. Flight plan. New flight. Let's do an FDX. We're going to go KDEN, KDSM. We're going to be an A300 freighter. There is a freeware. Yep, there is a freeware. I didn't get that. I thought we'd been here before. I really feel like we've been here before. Let's do 20 minutes of taxi because we're going to runway 8. 8 and 2-3. Yep. SimBrief picked it right. Coming in, I'm going to live dangerously and just do 15 minutes of fuel extra for VATSIM. Generate flight. Okay, view the PDF. We'll just save it, although we don't really need to look at this because the one in the flight in the EFB is pretty good on this. And let's go to pre-file. SimBrief says flight level 350 and file. Good to go there. Okay, that looks good. Because, yeah, I thought we've been there before. Now what can we do? Oh, I have a second. I should do... Okay, it's an A306. Control C, Control V, and there is the title. Let's update YouTube. Update. Cool. Krenwalt is taking gate Alpha 51 in Denver. Are you doing one of the bigger jets? All right, let's see. Did I get a route? I did. Here's our flight plan. That looks good. Let's replace our Boston flight. And we'll update that over in Twitch. Control C. Control V. I thought that we were there. In fact, I thought we may have even done the Field of Dreams thing once. A previous year. Although maybe it could have been... It could have been an X-Plane. That's how long ago it could have been. Oh, Krenwald's going to do a 767 for Delta. Okay, let's come over here and clean up some notes. We will be on VATSIM. I'll be down in Cargoland. We're doing Acropolis nights and also Istanbul Friday is our first flight tomorrow. Okay, let's see if I've got this over here. My library. Wow, they're starting to populate the marketplace over in 2024 now. Nope, I guess I don't have that one. I thought I might have had that over in the other sim. And there isn't one in there. Well, there is one in Windsailor. And Loviz says it's actually pretty good. Loviz says, hold on. Uh-oh. Loviz says, hold on. Hold your horses here. So maybe not. Why don't we just... If Loviz is saying, hold on, How about if we just not? We don't need this. There's default is probably good enough for a cargo flight, right? It's probably good enough for cargo flying. It's also going to be probably dark by the time we get there. I say let's go get our airport. Loviz says get this one instead. Loviz says do this one instead. Okay. Let's try what Loviz says. Okay, so... Oh, this one looks nice. Download. There are two of them, and I got the other one. Well, the only one that I saw when I looked for DSM was over there. I am not a robot. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Very annoying. Yeah, I'm not a robot. Be nice to me. Hopefully, it's not one of those downloads that takes for freaking ever. It's not going at exactly warp factor 10 here. I don't know, New Zealand. Loviz is gonna look at it real quick before we go to Denver. It's okay. It's probably gonna work out just fine. We can check for anything in the phone. Nope, nothing in the phone. Let's see if the clouds are doing anything entertaining outside while we're waiting. No. Clouds aren't being very entertaining outside. Maybe a 20% chance of rain and snow today. Not that great. Do I have Flight Beam? I've got something for Denver. I don't remember which one. I've got one of them. Flight Beam, as I recall, was a good one for Denver, though, if you're looking for one. Almost halfway done. And then we have to move it over to... We have to move it up into Sims, link it, and go. Oh, we also need to disconnect the autopilot and the McDo. And for this airplane, I go over... Actually, I think I can just leave WinWing on for this because I only use the side stick. PDX is almost ready to release, and they're getting an update for PDX version 2. I hadn't seen that one yet. Okay, that one's updated. So let's go and load Linker and get going. So there's a Mountman says, and PDX is Portland. We've got a Portland. I don't remember where that is. Okay. Oh, hang on. Before we can do this, I have to go into a file folder and go into my add-on linker. And so here's a Windsailor download. And what do we have? We've got, there is Des Moines. Go to add-ons and just put add-ons into scenery. And that's all we need to do. Actually, I went and I cleared that one, so we don't need that anymore. Now we can go and link it and go to fly. So Mountain Man says there's a new Portland. So major upgrades for PDX2. Completely new terminal, new B concourse and E concourse extensions, full terminal interiors, parking garages, custom jetways. That one might be nice to go and get. We haven't done that one. The jetways work. I'm taking it to the max. Oh, that means Loviz is going to fly the max on this flight. Okay, KDSM. There is our new airport. It is now linked. Slide that over there. Get ourselves a simulator. And off we go. So the jetways work. And that is the DSM airport. So we're all set and ready to go with a nice scenery. Well, we're taking volleyballs into the baseball tournament. Uh-oh, Electric Dreams is gambling sheep and losing sheep. Probably should do a raffle. If somebody's losing sheep, we need a raffle. I don't think there's anything over there. And here comes the sim. Let's see. Don't need to change the controls. We just have to wait a little bit. Navigraph shows 11 knot tailwind for runway 8. I Blue Yonder did Dallas Love, which is an okay scenery. We do that when we're doing a lot of the Southwest, so we've been there. That one, as I recall, is a nice one. It's love or hobby. One of them is better. I forget which one, but both of them are okay sceneries. Both are okay sceneries. One of them even has Whataburger in the terminal, and you got to have a Whataburger in the terminal if you're going to be in Texas. Did the one that's in Portland over at Orbix? Scott Cole says that Dallas Love Field in real life is kind of a meh airport anyway. Really? So not great, not terrible. Good evening, Beethoven. Thanks for coming by. Tim Dog says, nope, that's just Love. So it really is kind of a not great, terrible. And oh, Love is the one that has the Whataburger there. We'll see, that makes up for everything. When in Texas, if you've got a meh airport, but you do have a Whataburger in it, that makes it all okay. That part of Love Field is nice. Probably the rest of it isn't so great. Sim objects are loading quickly. This sim does load faster. This sim does load faster. Tim Dog says that Hobby does not. Hobby has a Whataburger. Don't think that Hobby has a Whataburger. How can there be any place in Texas that doesn't have a Whataburger? I thought it was a requirement that there's a Whataburger on every corner. I swear, when I was driving through some of the small towns in central Texas, there's a Whataburger at one end of the small town and one at the other. The whole DFW area is not well optimized, well, especially with the bumps in the middle of the highway. But you do, if you're in Houston, you get stabbed for free. But I thought everybody in Texas was so nice. All right, let's go get our A300. A300. Maybe it's just people who are trying to be creative, Tim Dog. They're just trying to be creative. Not go with the flow. I always forget if it's GE or... I think it's either GE or Pratt's. Nope, it's GE's. Let's get a GE A300 for FedEx. Captain Chris, thanks for coming in. Have a great evening. Thank you for being here. Have a wonderful evening. We will keep our sheep off the runway. Loviz has been to bars in Dallas where you have to check your gun at the door. I was never at one of those places, but I heard about them. Probably rode past a few when I was doing some of those really long bicycle races. Okay, I think we're good to go there. Save and go back. KDEN, Denver International Airport. I'm going to the south side of the airport. And let's see if there's anybody at Cargo Land. Nope, just a little. Oh, no, there is one. We do have a FedEx there. Hey, maybe we can catch a. Maybe we'll see Lucifer. Denver cargo ramp. Fly. FedEx 1981 is already down at Denver, so we're ready for that. Okay, we've updated the titles. We've updated the route. We've updated everything. We don't need Navigraph for this. There was one place that I would go. It was between Corpus Christi and Kingsville on the little highway there. And out from the outside, it looked like one of the places where, you know, check your gun on the way in, that kind of a place. But inside, it was very nice. And the barbecue there was so good. It really was. Just the tastiest barbecue in the world. I mean, they had plenty of places like that, but you know, you would have never thought it looking, you know, outside, looking like, nah, I'm not going there. I'm going to get my butt kicked. But everybody said, oh no, you've got to go there for some barbecue. And I did, and oh my gosh, it was really, really nice. The people inside were friendly, but from the outside, it looked like, I'm not going in there. Somebody's going to kick my butt. It's going to be bad, you know, that kind of a place. But anyway. Okay, everything looks good. I think Lucifer is over there. Let's see if VATSIM will let us on. But yeah, Scott, it really was like that. I think it actually burned down, and it's FedEx, and it's an A306F, but you just call it a 306. Tim Dog, it sounds like a place called Rendezvous in Memphis, a back alley entrance, but inside it's amazing barbecue. Yeah. Okay, we should have a FedEx over there. We do. All right, we're on VATSIM, so come on over here. November 321 is now officially a student pilot. Congratulations. November 321, really? You're going to get your private pilot's license out freaking standing. Congratulations on that. So you got to wait for your instructor. An instructor assignment. Got it. That is incredibly good news. Super duper excited for you. Thank you for coming and telling us. So how long do you think before you get assigned an instructor? Danny VDW, calling it a night. Good night, Danny. As always, thank you for being here every day. Thank you for flying along. We'll catch you next time. The Portland flight airport is releasing tomorrow. Yeah, I know. How rusty could I possibly be on this flight? That's a FedEx over there, but I'm guessing the model matching isn't going to be. You get the assignment next week? Okay. That is really awesome. Okay, let's come on over here and battery. Ground power. Galley power. Nav and logo light system 2. Emergency exit lights are armed. No smoking is auto. And comes to life. Dom T Gaming is in 2020, and that might have something to do with it. Okay, all of that looks good. Nav accuracy is downgraded. Weight's cleared. Go to menu. And ACARS. And sim brief. And there's our flight plan. After I tell that kind of where we are, we'll come up here and do nav. I usually go heading and status over there. Then do the one above the co-pilot's head. Turn on those oxygen switches. Do the central one. And we should be starting to align, but don't forget to say align. Otherwise, you're not going anywhere. Okay, everything looks good there. Weight and balance. Cargo. Update. Load. Page 2. Now this one you need to put in all these numbers first before you do all the other ones. So 0 fuel weight is over here, 120.7. Is 0 fuel weight. Center of gravity is 30.29. And our block fuel should be aboard now. It says 7.2. It's still loading, so let's wait. Nightwolf, yep, the A300. This is actually a pretty cool plane. Hey, oh my gosh, JSG Droid has finished work. I am so sorry that you got a 2.5 hour drive home. JSG Droid, thank you for lurking. Drive safe. Watch out for crazy people. I hear there's some crazy people on the road there. Kind of weird. So, Nightwolf, you're just learning this airplane. It's actually a pretty cool plane. But good to see you, JSG Droid. Thank you for checking in. When you get at a safe place to tell us what is cooking at the JSG Droid galley, everybody can't wait to hear. But most important, drive safe and try not to laugh too hard. LA is crazy. That's what we have heard. That's why you're going to buy your own isolated island. That is a cool part about this. And this is why it is that I kind of like this is kind of why it is that I really like the 757. It's a combination of old school steam gauges and brand new glass. So it's really kind of neat. Laxon, wow, late tonight from Boda in Norway. Thanks for checking in, Laxon. Good to see you. Happy landing. Nightwolf threw some dinner pictures over there. Block fuel, we're still loading fuel. Ryan, welcome aboard. I've got a private pilot's license, so small airplanes. Cessna 152, 172, and a Cardinal. Anything bigger, I need a ticket. Yeah, 777 Bob, and that's something that AnyBuilds is working on for this airplane, is going to be that new avionics upgrade. So eventually we're getting, I think it's called Epic, and the Epic upgrade is something AnyBuilds is working on for this airplane that we'll have someday. JSG Droid's got pork chops and chicken thighs in an air fryer. I hear air fryers are really quite cool. Let's see what the block fuel is supposed to be. Block fuel is supposed to be 14,553. We've got a little bit more loading to do. So before we can do that, why don't we do flight plan? Flight plan, Denver, SID, runway 8. Doing the Eons departure. Eons 8 and insert. Let's see. Russ, despite coming out on a shaky start, I think the A300 has gotten really good too, Russ. It's one of those solid airplanes now that, just works great. Des Moines, we know that Des Moines is landing on runway 23. So what do we have? 51331. RNAV runway 23. And I haven't looked at charts yet. Nightwolf likes the Instapot. That's how you cook the chicken that you said the pig. So you've got one of those Instapot too. I think it's good. Loviz is right. The A306 I think is better in 2024. This airplane's been working really good. Definitely enjoying the airplane. Okay, fuel is loaded, 14.55. Well, let's go over to charts real fast. They also have the really nice Navigraph app in here. I really like this Navigraph. They ought to use this in a lot more airplanes. Airports. Eon's departure. Coming into DSM. Our arrival, there are none. It's going to be the RNAV to runway 23. And there's the airport. And that looks good. So seriously, this thing is just so nice. There's Denver. There's the RNAV. Okay, coming on in. Let's see. Herky, Iowa. Well, we could use Iowa. Let's just pop that in there for now. There is no star and insert. Dom T Gaming has chicken salad tonight. JSG Droid uses an Instapot too. Yeah, I heard those things have a lot of potential. The jokes are definitely going to pot. I'll let you fill in the blanks for the third pot joke here. You can smoke that for later. Hey, Owen Live is first time in chat. Welcome aboard. You want to do a long haul in the A350? How about what would be good for your A350 flight? Sunjammer is going to call it a night. Good night, Sunjammer. You could do Paris to Helsinki. Good night, Sunjammer. Thank you for being here. Wife is out with, I'm enjoying leftovers of pot roast and green beans tonight. 2 flights, but now I have Stars and Lightning's game. That sounds good, Russ. Thanks for the suggestion for the flight up to Halifax. We haven't been there in quite a while. We haven't been there in a long time. Okay, taxi is 0.998. Uh, 15 minutes is 1.23. Alternate is 2.57. Oh, it doesn't like that. I didn't put in block fuel. That's what it's upset. 14.6. It's upset because you have to do block fuel before you do all the timings. That's why it's upset. Now we can do that. Taxi fuel, you can do that, but everything else. So 1.23. There we go. Alternate is Omaha 2.57. And final 30 minutes is 2.21. That all looks good. Flight plan is in too, so we'll do takeoff. It's almost time to go. No ATC. Close that. Let's refresh this and get the latest METAR. Denver altimeter is 2984. 2984. Now we know how high above the ground we're going to be. Let's turn on pitch trim, yaw dampers, auto thrust, turn on a fuel pump, turn on some windshield heat, and start up the APU. Here comes the old APU. And let's go and do our departure. Runway 7, new. We're on runway 8. Sync the weight. And that looks good. Calculate takeoff. So our flex is 63 degrees. So 63 degrees. Auto, flex, and 63 degrees. There we go. Over here, our runway landing elevation. So Des Moines is 958 feet. So 9.5 is our landing elevation. (9,500 feet). 950 feet. There we go. That's good. This is New Zealand. Yeah, this is an older airplane, but it's a really reliable airplane. It's one that works really well. Let's go close our main door. Let's close the main door. And now we've got the pilot's door open. Last little bits of information coming up to the cockpit. We can go close that door now. And if you look outside, the door closing animation's actually really pretty cool. They did a good job on that. I'm going to remove the stairs. Stairs are good. Over here, do we have an APU? It is available. We'll disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. We'll remove ground power. Check the brakes. Brakes are on. I'm going to remove the chocks. I'm going to arm my doors for departure. Slides are armed. And we'll come up over here and go for Denver. So on the Eon's departure first, over on our departure, our initial climb clearance is 23,000 feet. So 23,000 feet over here. That looks really good. Our runway heading, coming off runway 8, is 083 degrees. That looks good. And on the takeoff performance page, V1 is 154, 154, and 159. 154, 154, and 159 goes up in the autopilot panel. It's going to be a profile departure, so we don't have to put in the extra 250 knots. Dom T Gaming is going to push straight back. Okay, that looks good. We did get a squawk code from our friends at VATSIM. And so let's do tuning. It's 2755. Here in Denver, Denver CTAF is 124.3. And we need 122.8 for departure. Looks good. Let's go ahead, go to my flight and do a checklist because I'm not in this very often. Cockpit prep, I think, is basically done. Fuel quantity is checked. Takeoff data is set. Landing elevation is set. Altimeters are groovy. Brakes and anti-skid are normal and on. Windows and doors are closed. I think it's time to go. We need a pushback truck. I'm supposed to hydrate, and if you're flying with me, you should hydrate too. Thanks for reminding me to hydrate, J. Phils. Okay, we're good to go there. Let's come back down here, and now we're going to start squawking.
Denver traffic, United 120 pushing straight back from Bravo 61, Denver.
And that's actually something over up at the terminal that you do, is push straight back in Denver. They don't twist you. They don't spin the airplane very much here. Shall we go? Beacon on. Seatbelt signs on if Tom Hanks is lurking back there. There goes the APU bleed. Let's do our fuel pumps before we leave. Fuel pumps are all going on. Lots of fuel pumps. Parking brakes are off. Parking brakes are off. And back we go. Mountain Man, I am fed up. Well, I know where the FedEx is here in Denver. I guess that by process of elimination, well, look at that. It's even labeled in this scenery, Mountain Man. I just chose this because I knew where to park. So we'll get in, the other one soon.
FedEx 1981 Heavy is going to taxi runway 8 via Sierra.
Starting engine number 1. Starting up there. Sorry, Mountain Man. I will get with the brown.
Denver traffic, Southwest 452 clear of runway 25, climbing out at 9,000 feet. Final call.
$19.20. Starter leveler. That goes pretty good. That works. Let's release tug. Oh, parking brakes. Parking brakes are on.
Denver traffic.
And release the tug.
Gulf to 1130, taxiing Purple Line to Echo Charlie, taking Mike, runway 8.
Getting a good start on engine number 1. And so Wabi is back in chat. Hi, Wabi. Welcome aboard. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. Socialism is doing pepperoni pizza, Hot Pockets today. Well, today is the day for sure to do that because today's Navigraph Day. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2. Yeah, this is the Boeing Airbus. Well, this was their first one, Mountain Man. So my guess is a little bit of this Airbus is a little bit Boeing because they went to school on Boeing, right? Back when they were designing this airplane, they were looking around for things to do.
Denver traffic, American 1,
starting engine number 2.
To the west.
Engine number 2. Denver Center has arrived. Oh, God. I got engines running. Okay. 12765. 127.650.
Delta 884, Denver, good evening.
Denver Center South, 3078.
Okay, usually when they come in now, if you've got a correct flight plan and you followed the rules...
3078, Denver, good evening.
Denver Center, hello, Northwest 508,
Well,
short runway 8 from Denver. Mike with information of ever ready to go.
Let's go.
Northwest 508, RNAV to Royal, runway 8, quick takeoff.
Oh, that's Volanta. I get it.
Again. Spy, do you need a checklist?
Among other things, yes.
Denver 310 at
Thanks, 777 Bob.
Copy the business from Northwest 508, thanks.
Denver Center, hello there from FedEx 441. We are coming out of the Denver area, out of cargo area. Looks like we just got a PDC for you. We are taxiing over to 8.
Denver Center, good evening. United 120, we're on Charlie Sierra, ready for taxi. We have November, and we have the auto squawk code. I don't know if we need a clearance for Des Moines.
I was just working through the PDC list right now. Can you accept runway 34 left for departure?
I can work for 304 left, United 120.
Roger, United 120, runway 34 left, taxi via Bravo November, Foxtrot, Whiskey Alpha.
34 left.
Say again the taxi instructions, I'll jot that down real quick.
Sure thing, United 120, runway 34 left, taxi via Bravo November, Foxtrot, Whiskey Alpha.
Roger, 34 left, Bravo November, Foxtrot, Whiskey Alpha, and I got the PDC. Thanks a lot, United 120.
Yeah, no worries. It's the storm when you start up. I just got I'm just kind of working through all the PDCs real quick.
Not a problem, thanks.
Denver Center, hello, FedEx 1981 Heavy. We're taxiing on Mike. We have November. Do you want us to stop here? Look, we just got a PDC.
No, you can continue your taxi. What runway you set up for?
We're set up for runway 8. We were going to take Mike all the way down.
Roger, you can continue your taxi. Just be advised you're going to have a tailwind on 8 winds right now, 31017.
Okay, we'll continue the taxi, yes, FedEx 1981.
Denver Center, Delta 1130 with November. We're on Bravo Sierra. We were about to turn on the mic for runway 8.
Roger, Delta 1130, need you to turn your transponder on, squawk 3346.
You need a little thrust to get up this hill to get out of
1130 got you now.
to get out of
Denver.
Denver.
All the way to runway 8.
The cargo
Mike,
area.
runway 8, Delta 1130.
Denver Center, very, very good evening.
Climbing out of runway 25 at 10,000 on the Zimmer 3.
American 1, Denver, radar contact, climb maintain, flight level 220, clear direct Zimmer.
Direct Zimmer, flight level 220, American 1.
Denver Center, hello there from...
American 855 with flight level 340 just southeast of Cheyenne.
American 855, Denver, good evening.
Denver, hello there from United, from FedEx 441, coming out of cargo land on Mike.
Denver, good evening.
I don't think my mic works.
7 Mike Charlie, descend via the Ski
I don't think my mic
Denver
works.
North.
We'll descend via the C3 arrival, Giant.
I don't think my microphone is working.
7 Mike Charlie, you can expect runway 35 left. I'm assuming you're going to the cargo.
All right, we'll expect the 35 left, and yeah, we're going to the cargo, Giant 7 Charlie.
Bueno.
Denver Center Frontier, flight 4753 with you.
My side stick is not connected.
On the Summer 2 out of Denver.
That was Frontier 4753?
Hey, correct.
Frontier 4753, Denver, good evening.
Denver, hello there from FedEx 441, about to turn on to Mike with the information, Mike, and your very nice PDC. We are set up for runway 8, if that's still okay.
Yeah, that'll work. FedEx 441, runway 8, taxi via Mike.
Via Mike for FedEx 441, thanks. So I had unplugged my side stick, which is where the key is for the microphone, and that's why it wasn't working. Okay, flaps 15 and 15. Auto brakes max. Speed brakes armed. And out we go. Watch out for Lucifer as you taxi by. Noodles is here. Hi, Noodles. We were chatting up your printer earlier today. Profile, nav.
Good afternoon, with 23
Push at 2382, Denver KDEN.
Took 1130 at 8, ready to go.
Last aircraft unreadable.
Took 1130 short of 8, ready to go.
Just looking over there to see if there's a big blue horse staring at us. Lovis, are you the only one over on 3-4 left? Really?
Copy.
Well, you're taking a passenger plane, so maybe they gave you that for passenger comfort. You see, ATC cares about the comfort of your passengers, Lovis.
3456 Denver, good evening.
Was that sappy enough for you?
What you got for me?
Stand by. Southwest 3456.
We need Tim Matheson to say things like that. We care about the quality, the comfort of our passengers. Nobody has that level of fake sincerity like Tim Matheson.
Right, clear to land.
He played Otter in Animal House, and the vice president for a while in
you're clear to the Des Moines Airport. The Eon's 8 departure, Wyndham Transition,
the West Wing.
Direct Hayes Center. That's Hotel.
Yeah,
Charlie
they bought
Tango,
their ticket. They knew what they were
Rest
getting
unchanged.
onto. 777 Bob, that was from Airplane. Not many people know that line, 777
Okay,
Bob.
Eon's 8 and Hotel Tango Charlie after. What was the transition?
You know where that comes from, right?
11:30?
There used to be on the old
Eon's 8
CBS
departure,
News show,
Wyndham,
60
Whiskey
Minutes,
Yankee November, Delta Mike,
segment called
Direct
Point
Hayes Center.
Counterpoint. You knew that, yeah. Not many people know that. Noodles, your cockpit build is working really, really good. Are you already starting to redesign it around some of those new components? It is a long taxi.
Right. So for Delta 1130, Eon's 8, Whiskey Yankee November transition, and then Hotel Tango Charlie, then remain.
Yeah, let me know you got that plugged in. We'll release you.
Dom T Gaming, I'm trying to save fuel.
Southwest 50 passing 13,000.
Northwest 50, climb maintain level 370.
Climb maintain 370, Northwest 50. Denver Center, United 120, holding short of 34 left, ready to go.
Yeah, it's 120.
Noodles, you want the wind wing throttle and spoiler panel?
Run up to... Stand by.
Oh.
Yeah, at 120, Arnett and Doug for runway 34 left, clear for takeoff.
Doug's for United 120, clear for takeoff.
Delta 1130, can you send me the last waypoint in text? I can't send it.
Okay, Beacon Parking Bay. Pitch trim.
Right,
I did not set pitch trim.
Do you have the Eon's 8 departure? You have the chart?
Pitch trim is down 2.
Is that for Northwest 50?
Negative. Delta 1130, do you have the Eon's 8 departure?
I do.
Okay, the very last waypoint on that departure is Wyndham.
Oh, okay. I see what my mistake
Pitch
was.
trim, rudder
making out
trim,
with
spoilers, slats
Charlie
and flaps, anti-ice hand signal,
Okay,
after
so it's gonna be
start,
Eon's
flight
8
controls,
departure,
flight
Wyndham
instruments,
transition,
briefing,
direct
slats,
Hotel
flaps.
Charlie Tango,
Let's
then
check the
file.
config. The takeoff config is kind of a
Eon's 8
awkward.
Wyndham Hotel Charlie Tango. For
It's
Delta
right here. You gotta
ready to
hold
go.
it down. 1,
Right,
2,
Delta
3,
1130, runway 81 on
4.
wait. It's going to be a couple minutes.
Takeoff config is
811
green.
from wait. And you have someone on CPS, FYI.
Say again?
Transponder TCAS
There's
auto
someone on
brakes
the Denver
ignition.
CPS
Before
who's
takeoff
taking over your
checklist is
sector
complete.
scope.
CTAP's a different frequency.
Denver Center, Delta 884, request flight level 360.
Delta 884, climb maintain level 360.
Climb maintain, flight level 360.
Looks like this scenery has the extended Charlie concourse here in Denver. That's the extended Charlie concourse back there for C. They have,
Delta 2700 Denver.
that's new. Loviz says holy wind gusts on takeoff. Okay. Well, we've got a tailwind. I think you had more of a crosswind on yours. Jack Attack, that is a new name on Twitch. Welcome in, Jack Attack. We haven't done an awful lot of private jets here. There's a couple of good ones, though, in Flight Sim. Generally, we take the bigger ones. North Bay Bears calling it a day. Good night. I am not sure if Tom Hanks is aboard or not, but we are taking some Wilsons in. So we do have a cargo hold full of Wilson volleyballs. And somebody ordered pizza with pineapple in Des Moines, so I don't know.
Southwest 2700, Roger, Mike Charlie Sierra to the game.
Mike Charlie Sierra, Southwest 2700, thanks.
United 120, radar contact the
altitude.
United 120, passing 8,000 for 230.
United 120, Roger, climb maintain level 350.
350, United 120, thanks.
And we're all just kind of creeping on up here. There's a Delta A350 on the runway. They're probably holding us a little bit for departure because it's going to be kind of crowded. And before takeoff, checklist is good. So here we all are, and on the Eon's departure, it's going to be RNAV to Royal. RNAV to Royal. Jack Attack that. Well, usually when we were doing that, I was trying to get, trying to figure out the CJ4. Krenwald, that is a 767. Yep, that is not an A350. That's a Boeing.
Delta 1130, heavy RNF to Royal, runway 8, clear for takeoff.
There goes.
Delta 1130.
Delta 1130, heavy RNF to Royal, runway 8, clear for takeoff.
Royal, clear for takeoff, Delta 1130, runway 8.
There goes the 767. A busy day of departures from Denver today. Nice clouds here. Loviz says a lot of nothing. Yeah, I've actually driven this particular route in a car.
FedEx 1981, runway 8, line of flight.
I-70. Not good. Not great. There goes the 767 up and down. So nice land, nice departure. Noodles says there's northern lights in Iceland today. Are you in the new sim or the old sim, Noodles? So Noodles has got northern lights. FS24, no more 20s. So there are northern lights now in FS24. That's cool to know.
Delta 1130, radar contact for altitude.
6700, okay.
Yeah, excuse me, Delta 1130, climb maintain level 370.
Climb maintain 370, 1130.
Now then, we should check our takeoff fuel. So takeoff fuel, minimum takeoff fuel is 12.2. Let's see how bad it is. We are at 14.0. So if this becomes smaller than 12.2, we don't have enough fuel to make it.
Left approach from Teller.
So I think we're good to go with that. So takeoff fuel check is good.
Pilot 35 left from Teller.
And before takeoff, everything's good to go there.
I mean, if you really want, I can give you right.
Everything else is good down here. Nothing to worry about down there. That's right. That's what the 7.6 is, kind of the chubby 7.5 on
steroids.
Okay,
FedEx 1981 Heavy, RNAV Royal, runway 8 clear takeoff.
RNAV Royal, runway 8 clear takeoff.
FedEx 441, runway 8, line up and wait.
Runway 8, line up and wait. FedEx 441. Strobes, let them know this airplane's serious about doing that flying thing. Landing lights, we'll extend those.
American 1.
We are done with the
RNAV,
APU. I haven't done those yet.
For Eagle.
Yeah, you dropped off my screen here. I'm not sure where you went. Stand by.
And we're done with the APU. Make sure the generators are off. They are. APU can go off now. Just line up and wait.
American 1.
New Zealand, I'm getting really close to being ready to delete 2020 as well. Really getting ready to do that soon. Just a little bit of power to get us going here.
And which RNAV were you looking for?
RMP Zulu into 25 at Deuces.
Pauliot, you gotta love the
Roger,
late night
clear
work.
RNAV Zulu, runway 25.
Well, I would
Eagle,
assume that they're
established.
irritating as hell.
Report established, runway 25 on RMP
Howitzer,
Zulu
welcome
25.
aboard. Not yet.
American 1.
And I don't think that PMDG is uttering the four-letter S word either. Not Waffle likes 2020 because of all the freeware airplanes. There we go. Landing lights. Almost ready to go. Noodles might have to divert. Uh-oh. Nah, that's just a little breeze there, Noodles. Just a little breeze. It'll be fine. It's the "it looks dark where you are" comment. Yes,
left
it
aircraft
is.
unreadable.
It's midnight. I shouldn't be speaking to you, so get on with it. Oh, that's the proper response for a late night call, right?
Yeah, it's not the volume that's the problem. It's the fuzziness.
Noodles, I have my secondary flight plan, and you're going to divert back to Iceland.
Unreadable. Roger, Southwest 3456, Foxtrot Charlie, November the gate.
TFP.
FedEx 441, RNAV to Royal, runway 8 clear for takeoff.
Runway 8 clear for takeoff. After that, it's RNAV Royal for FedEx 441. Throttle's going up. Timer. Auto thrust.
Buck 4380, Denver, good evening.
Denver, good evening, United 1927, my sharp clearance.
Thrust is set. Airspeed's alive.
Clear to request, stand by.
80 knots. Although I think it's 100 knots in an Airbus. $100 knots. This is a bit of a lumpy runway.
Did you say with
here.
the Bozeman?
Desmond, Des Moines, somewhere like that, you know?
Des Moines.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks.
V1. Rotate.
Russia 2382.
Wow, we had
departing my
quite a lot
airspace
of
south
flex,
Albuquerque
didn't
Center
we?
Offline radar search terminated for change approved. See ya.
Positive climb gear.
Put your 4753, same for you, departing my airspace south.
I think I missed my V1 and rotate. I should read those before we start rolling.
FedEx 441, radar contact the altitude.
FedEx 441 Heavy, we are passing 6,700.
FedEx 441 Heavy, roger, climbing team level 350.
Flight level 350 for FedEx 441.
Denver Center, American 1 would like to cancel IFR at this time. Field in sight.
Roger, American 1. IFR cancellation received. However, the Eagle field is a controlled field, so remain this frequency. I'll clear you.
Copy that, American 1.
American 1, if you would, for me, just advise when you have the field in sight.
American 1 has the field in sight.
Roger, American 1, cleared visual approach runway 25.
Clear for the visual 25, American 1.
AP, I didn't have my flight director centered.
Excuse me, 573. Salt Lake Center is offline. Radar service terminated. Free change approved. See ya.
We should panic.
Air Canada 573.
After takeoff, slats and flaps are up. Gear is up but not neutral. Speed brakes.
Giant 7 Mark Charlie at Teller, clear
Disarmed.
35 left approach.
At Teller, clear the island,
Landing
35
gear,
left approach,
neutral. And packs are on. Altimeters at 18,000 feet. Here comes 10,000 feet. Landing lights. Nose light. Cargo is on the way. Cargo is on the way.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent.
Somebody just did a really nice resub. Hang on a sec. That was Noodles doing a resub. Noodles did a resub and has been here for 38 months. Noodles, thank you for the support. Thank you for all the really cool pictures of your new cockpit and how that's going. And a very, very nice tiller as well. But thank you for being here. Thank you for coming in with such cool stories from the real world of aviation.
Denver Center, good afternoon. Sorry for the delay. Southwest 452.
Loviz says that the Max update is nice. If only it would come over to the new SAM. But Loviz is...
You can go ahead and go back over Unicom. Have a good flight.
Loviz is doing a really nice 737 Max flight. Hey, there's a moose on the loose. Welcome aboard, Mustafa. Hat Fridays is good. We're Hat Thursdays today as well. Street OG is here too. High Street OG. The cargo pilots. Let's see. What was that? That's right. They get our sardines and toilet paper here fast. No plans to get rid of 2020. I don't see too much difference in the load times. Oh, really? Man, it takes forever here. There is a moose on the loose. We're going to the Des Moines, Field of Dreams event in Des Moines, Iowa. So naturally, we decided to take a FedEx airplane because we figured that they would need some Wilson volleyballs for the Field of Dreams flight.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Doghouse Live just came in with a nice resub. Doghouse Live, thank you for a 25-month resub. And some very nice support for 25 months. Thanks, Doghouse Live. Thank you for being here. That's right, they built it and now we are coming. But we're bringing volleyballs, so that's just our own twisted way of being supportive. Okay, progress. We are 514 miles from our destination. And this looks good. Let's go over here. Oh, can't do this. Got to use this. Airports. Tyler did a multiplayer flight today. First flight, Tampa to Miami. Second was Harry Reid to LA.
First line call for taxi.
Paulette did the FS Labs. So that's still going pretty good, huh? And both of your wiper, I was wondering what that was about. You know, that you had Mel item problems, but I wasn't sure what was going on. So you didn't have wipers, huh? Well, don't worry about that. We're not going to blow your cover. We're not going to blow your cover on that one. And there is Lupton.
Yeah, excuse me, Delta 1130, same Mach number.
1130 again, 0.821 on average.
FS Live,
Mach 0.8,
they have dynamic MEL system loaded into the aircraft, so random things will be on and off. As long as the coffee works. Altimeters checked and set, and slats and flaps are up, landing gear is up and neutral, packs are on, altimeters are checked, the after takeoff checklist
Mike
is
Charlie,
done.
Denver 310 at 17, runway 35
Pat
left
Fridays
to land.
wants to go on a Disney cruise line. The coffee machine and a pack was offline, so you only had one pack and no coffee. I've gotta guess that probably
Denver Center, American
a Mel item.
25 Eagle.
I would wonder if the coffee machine is actually a Mel item.
I give you a visual approach.
You've gotta have stuff for the passengers aboard, like blue juice. If you don't have blue juice in the tank, you probably can't take off. That has got to be a Mel item. It was nice to be back in the FS Labs. It's a very complex airplane. You're looking for a real experience.
Okay, 1927.
Mustafa has heard that no coffee makers are a no-go. I've got to think they are too. If you don't have coffee aboard and stuff, you can't take off. Not so bad. Passing 21,000 feet. Climb's pretty good. Now we'll do F-plan over here. Hey, the clouds definitely thickened up a little bit, didn't they? Got a couple of little, uplifting things here. So, possible thunderstorms up ahead. When you see that those kind of shafts of clouds, that means there's some uplift coming in. Wolfie says there is lively photogrammetry over Nebraska. Wolfie, what's in your coffee cup? It's Nebraska. I can't imagine that there's anything that entertaining. There are a lot of different shades of brown. Passing 22,000 feet. If anybody's back there, we'll do seatbelts. Noodles bought 3 terabytes, and all of your scenery goes there. That's right. That's probably very easy photogrammetry. Actually, we can't really see much photogrammetry right now. We've got clouds. And I think this is the weather system that kind of went through here last night. Kind of on the back end of that. We were supposed to have some really big winds today, too. And it looks like we've got the trees moving around a little bit. It's hard to see. But yeah, you can see the clouds are starting to move out of here as well. Let's see here. Because I really haven't heard the wind is supposed to be gusting to like 40 miles an hour. 18 mile an hour winds, so nothing big right now. Shattermag, the planes are boring to fly over. Yeah, I would much rather fly, though. I would really, 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 really not like to drive it ever again. If I'm going to drive it, I've got to be moving someplace that's really effing good. I've driven it once like that, I-90 from Denver to Kansas City. Never again. No reason to crank up the LOD on this flight. Shattermag, you've done it too? Yeah. I think that the two most deadly boring drives I've ever done was Denver to Kansas City, that stretch of I-70, and there is a stretch up between Lubbock and Amarillo. I mean, seriously, in the middle of Lubbock and Amarillo, there's a rest stop. And it's like, oh, hallelujah, a rest stop. Yay. It's probably the safest rest stop to stop at in that part of the country, too, because even the bad guys are bored out of their mind and just want to get going. You wanted to do an RV with a sports car and go on a road trip? And then it involves driving. Yeah, see, that's not good. Wolfie remembers the drive to Denver. You went through Nebraska at night, and not that no. I bet it didn't, Wolfie. I bet it didn't involve. It wasn't any different.
American 1, welcome to Eagle Alpha to the gate. Have a good night.
Oh.
Appreciate the help. American 1.
Wow. Wow, look at this. This is the 80-mile. I've got
Mike,
one
welcome to Denver,
airport.
hanging left there on Mike Sierra Charlie to the cargo ramp.
I have a master warning. Uh-oh.
Yeah, it is 1927
Pack problem.
RNAV to Nugs, runway 34 left, quick takeoff.
All right, RNF Nugs to our United 1927.
Oopsie, nobody saw that, right? I don't have to call a special phone number. It's a cargo flight. I doubt that the volleyballs were oxygen deprived enough. I do want to do the 5 or 6. Oh, now sleeper trains? Oh yeah, I did a very small portion of it. I did Western Colorado to San Francisco once, and I do have to tell you that one was really cool. Yep, are we down to pressurized? So that's green. It's going down, and we're coming down. This is the one that matters. It's going down, right? But yeah, Paulia, that is worth your time. So the Chicago through the Rockies, that's called the California Zephyr. You know, get one of the nice rooms upstairs. You know, it's a 2-story train. It depends. That's one of the routes that's not that bad. I mean, service is still going to be a thing.
Like
the problem with that here in the United States is Amtrak always has to wait for cargo. So if there's a cargo train up there, Amtrak waits for cargo. That's why they're never on time.
Look at that now.
Waffle, you did Chicago to San Francisco. That was the California Zephyr.
Yep.
That is a very historic route. It's been going on for years. So, you know, once you kind of figure it out, it's really nice. You did Denver to... Yeah, Denver. So maybe that's the thing. Paulia, you fly into Denver. From Denver, you can go and take the train to the downtown area. Probably get a hotel room and get on the Zephyr the next day, which is right down there. That's right. Yeah, that's right. British Rail passengers have priority over cargo, right? But they're still never on time. They never really do they, Mustafa? I mean, it's always ridiculously late.
West, Salt Lake Center is offline. Radar service terminated. Free change approved. Yeah. Cheers. Delta 884, same for you. Departing my airspace to the west. Salt Lake Center is offline. Radar service terminated. Free change approved. See ya.
Over to Unit Conference, Delta 884, so on.
Northwest 508, contact Minneapolis Center 133.4.
Okay, our pressurization's good. Paulia, did the Orient Express for your anniversary a couple of years back? I'll bet that was amazing.
Yeah, 1927 clear direct Eon.
Direct Eon.
I don't know. There's a couple of routes that I would love to do that.
Denver Center, good evening. SkyWest 5498.
Love to do the
Bravo
Flying
66.
Scotsman someday.
Information November, ready for start push.
You know, take that all the way up north.
498 Denver, good evening. Push start into the alley, approved. Advisory to taxi.
I think
Push
that
start
would be
to alley
nice.
and advise when ready to taxi. SkyWest 5498, thank you.
And then someday, I don't know if it had ever happened, love to do, it's not a long route, but the Bernina Express in Switzerland would be really nice. That would be a fun train ride too. You go over like the equivalent of the Continental Divide there for snowpack. When you go over the top, it's sort of the snowpack's going to melt either one way or the other. And that's kind of a neat thing. I've got a couple of the rail videos for that one.
2903 Denver.
And it's really a nice rail video. $25,000 feet. 419 miles to Des Moines. This one you have to reset the heading select on this, so you do have to do that one.
Delta 29, we get about 10 minutes. We'll report back.
Left aircraft staying in call sign.
Delta 29.
That's approved. Report back, please.
So we're all coming up here. So we're going to be talking to Chicago Center. They've got several, so we don't know which one. And we're coming over here to this part of Des Moines. Des Moines right now has got 21 arrivals, 8 departures, 4 people sitting on the ground. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. About the only video that I've ever really seen of British Rail Sleeper was when George Smiley in
Center Skywest 5498, ready for taxi.
I think it was in Smiley's People. He took one of the sleepers up north.
Sky 5498 runway
Des Moines is actually controlled by ZMP. Oh, we're not talking to Chicago. Did I not look at the line correctly?
34 left via Alpha Sierra Foxtrot Whiskey Alpha 5498.
Yeah, there was a line right here, I guess.
Sorry about that.
So
Alpha,
we're actually talking
Foxtrot Whiskey Alpha
to
5498.
ZMP Minneapolis Center. Minneapolis Center's 133.4. Landy, thank you for that. 133.4. I didn't see the line. So 133.4 is our next one. 133.400. We'll put that in recall, and it will be total recall. Didn't sleep much on the Orient Express. It was too noisy. I bet the food was absolutely amazing. I'll bet that one was really amazing, the food there.
November, ready to push.
It's not the true Orient Express, it's retired. Yeah, the Orient Express film, the old one, right, with Sean Connery in it. Good evening, Landy. Welcome, welcome. There's a double VATSIM event tomorrow. Istanbul Fridays and Acropolis nights. So we're departing out of Athens for Istanbul.
Southwest 1288, got you now. Information November is current push starts approved. Push straight back to the first line, call for taxi.
Push straight back. We'll call for taxi, Southwest 1288.
And we've got descent forecast winds in. So that's good. 387 miles. I'd like to think that the, what do we got for winds? It's a 55 knot tailwind. So our ground speed is already in the 500 knot zone. So that's nice. We're coming up HCT. That's Hayes Center. Hayes Center. Not an awful lot out here. And I don't even think that they...
Contact Minneapolis Center 133.4. See ya.
Minneapolis 33-4, United 120, thanks a lot.
There goes low vis. The next will be Delta Flight 1130. I think that one is the 767. I think that one was the 767 up ahead. Let's see. Low vis, it was good. We did Paris, Istanbul, 2 nights in Paris, boarded for a 5-night journey, 3 nights on board, a night in Budapest, and a night in Bucharest with a lot of food. And they had on excursions, so you got to cruise the Danville, the Danube, and a tour of Peles Castle. If you'd gone over to Bucharest, you might have gotten to see Vlad the Impaler's castle. That would have been a tour you could sink your teeth into. $32,000 feet. 777 Bob, yeah, I hear that's really good. How's the weather? The weather, well, it's clearing right now, Crenwalt. The weather for us is clearing up nicely. Beautiful, nice, crop circles and stuff. That's probably where flying saucers landed a long time ago. So it's not really a crop circle. And a nice ground speed for today's flight, too. It's also kind of cool right now to be flying along.
Delta 1130, contact Minneapolis Center 133.4. See ya.
And not have it getting super duper dark immediately here in the
Delta
U.S.
1130.
Yes, sir, 1130. Good night.
And there's flight level 340, 1,000 feet to our top of climb. And I don't think it gives you a horn, but I do think the light goes on here. Yep. So the light goes on for capturing, but that's about it. About 750, 800 feet. Almost there. And then after that, we'll go down to the transponder and make it normal. So it's not Abby something. Looks like it's got it. So we'll come down here, hit ATC, and go to normal on the transponder. Back to tuning.
Endeavor Center, Southwest 1288, ready to taxi.
So it's 1288, runway 34 left.
Next
taxi
Level
Bravo November
Racing
Foxtrot,
Official
Whiskey Alpha.
is first time in chat. Welcome aboard, Next Level Racing Official. We took off from Denver. We're flying to Des Moines, Iowa, because there is a VATSIM event there called the Field of Dreams. So they built it, and we are coming.
Bravo November,
Actually, I'm doing
Foxtrot,
cargo
Whiskey
flying
Alpha.
right now. We're taking some Wilson volleyballs to the Field of Dreams event because, you know,
Bravo,
baseball and volleyball
November,
are, you know, kind of the
Whiskey,
same.
Foxtrot,
Not really,
Alpha,
but there you go.
Southwest 1288.
Bravo November, Foxtrot, Whiskey Alpha.
Looking pretty good here. Wilson! Everything's good up here. There's a fuel prediction page. We could check fuel, make sure we're in groovy shape. 7.8 is our fuel on board for landing. The flight plan says it's 4.7, so we're good there. Yeah, this is a little bit of a cricket's flight, in a way. I mean, seriously, look at that exciting countryside.
Minneapolis Center 133.4, see ya.
Oh, boy.
Minneapolis on 133.4, FedEx 1901.
Have you ever been in a Turkish prison?
I didn't change. I haven't changed anything. I do have my main sound turned down a little bit.
498, Arnaz Nakata, runway 34 left.
I do have my main sound turned down just because I was listening to some music with y'all. I have my airplane turned down. This is normal levels now for sounds. Hang on. I'll put it at the exact spot. Okay, that's the exact spot for levels.
Welcome back, I missed you.
So fuel prediction's good. Top of descent is after Lincoln. The problem is they're only on one level. So I'm going to try and figure out how I can put that sound. I got to figure it out so I can. The only way to mute it is to go like that. And I'm not sure that that also mutes the other things. And so it turns off everything, so I can't even hear ATC. So I'm going to have to try and figure out a way to put that on another channel. Beer cheers, USMC vet. Welcome aboard. Hope you got pizza today, too, because today is Navigraph Day. So extra celebration. So I've got to figure those channels out, find out.
441, contact Minneapolis Center 133.4, see ya.
133.4 for FedEx 441. Thanks. Have a great weekend.
You too.
There's Minneapolis.
Qatari 66 Bravo, Minneapolis Center. Good evening.
That's what I'm going to need to do. So I'm going to have to figure that part out. I was probably going to jump into that.
Delta 88.
I was going to jump into that probably on Monday if I could.
Hotel, expect visual 30 left.
So like, you know, music and stuff like that, I can control it in my ears if I want. But I also want to be able to put it over, I need to be able to control it on the Stream Deck, because I've got the Stream Deck with the 4 dials on it. I almost said the K word. Don't want to use the K word. Minneapolis, very good evening from FedEx 441. Looks like about 133 miles west of Lincoln at flight level 350.
Climb and maintain flight level 330. Air Canada 585, Minneapolis Center, ident. Delta 1484 Heavy,
I'm not hearing
leaving
anybody
7,000. Proceed direct taxi.
Kaninchua, you managed to get Microsoft 2024 on your potato PC. Looks like you get to start your flight simming journey. Congratulations. So if you don't know about flying, start with the flying lessons. Do the flying lessons first and learn those. Also, if you've got, don't feel like you got to buy stuff like all these controllers and stuff that you see that I have, start with just a game controller before you spend money. Minneapolis, very good evening. FedEx 441, 122 miles from Lincoln, flight level 350.
FedEx 441, Minneapolis Center, good evening.
Okay, I think everything's good. Airplane's in good shape. We are 293 miles out of Des Moines, and we're making great time. 510 mile ground speed, 510 knot ground speed. Loviz says you should make a potato battery. I think those little
Cathay 400, Minneapolis
little
Center,
red
good
potatoes
evening.
would be
Land
good.
your altitude, climb and maintain flight level 32.
I have not seen any YouTube chat today. I haven't seen a thing in YouTube chat. I have it turned on. I've checked a couple times and I've seen a few people watch it on YouTube, but I have not seen anything on my YouTube chat.
3211.
Carl, welcome aboard.
Taxi via
Oh,
Quebec.
I don't really try and
Delta.
set myself up to
Let's
get
make it
early.
Quebec
There's loads
Charlie.
of chat. I'm not seeing a thing in my multi-chat window at all.
Cross runway 4 at Alpha.
I don't
and
see a
I'll have
thing.
to get across it.
Yep, I see stuff from Twitch. I don't see a thing from YouTube. So if you're watching over on
United 448 Minneapolis Center, good evening.
If you're
American
watching over on
32,
YouTube, I'm
11,
sorry, but my
let me just say
multi-chat
that
window
again.
has got
Runway
tons of
17,
attitude
taxi
tonight.
via
I don't
Quebec
see a thing.
Charlie, Alpha, cross runway 4 at Alpha, and I'll have more when you get across.
I mean, I haven't changed anything. Stream elements. I'm using the stream elements. Nope, I haven't done that. Let's turn it on and turn it off and see what happens. Stream elements multi-chat. Yeah, I'm not seeing a thing. Apocalypse, please, welcome aboard. Yeah, I am not being rude. My multi-chat window for YouTube just is not showing up, so I'm sorry about that. Yeah, you're using an Xbox controller, perfect.
What was that? Check it in.
But yeah,
United
absolutely
2668
do the
on the ground
flying
at
lessons
Omaha,
in the
X-ray
sim
for
first so that you can learn how to go up, down, right, left, do all the little basic airplane
United
things.
2668.
It's going to give you a good foundation for flying.
Alpha 1, Alpha.
Dad, game time. Yep, the
Alpha
Airbus
1, Alpha Whiskey,
A306.
short of 14, right, United 2668.
Okay, so if that's the case, so yeah, if you're watching in YouTube, major apologies that I'm not seeing
Last aircraft,
anything.
did you say United 1875?
There was an update today from
United
NVIDIA, but I don't know how that could have
1874.
screwed stuff
United
up.
1875.
I know I'm live over there and it's working, but
Northwest 508, descend and
yeah, there's some.
maintain
Yeah, I
1,
see some people are watching.
1,
Thank
altitude
you.
001, more than an hour.
Options.
Going to maintain 11000, 508.
Can I see comments on that? I think I have to hit view on YouTube. Yeah, there's some. Yeah, I see. Some.
United 396, United, turn right direct taxi.
Direct taxi, United minutes.
Jackson's over there. Saipan. Mischief managed. Hello. I'm sorry I missed you.
SkyWest calling Minneapolis. Where are you located?
Okay.
SkyWest at Minneapolis. I'm going to get PDCs as soon as I can.
I see that, Paulia, if you load your YouTube
Delta
stream in your
8802,
browser,
descend
pause the
maintain
video.
4000 and report the field in sight.
At the top, you see 3 dots, and you can do that. So pause the video.
Attention all aircraft. Arrival latest India, departure date is X-ray current at Minneapolis. Minneapolis altimeter 2985. Information Yankee is current at Omaha.
Okay, so I paused the video. Hope that didn't pause the live stream. Now I can see that. Now can I close the other window, or will that close this? I wonder why multi-chat gave up the ghost today.
Air Canada 585. I've got a lot of airplanes.
So Darren Vox, I see you over there. Thank you for being over there. I didn't see you at all. Dennis is there. Nicholas was there. Thank you for being there. Wait a minute. I thought I saw Average Canadian earlier today. It doesn't close the pop-up.
Air Canada 585.
No, I closed that, and I've still got the pop-up. Maybe that's the way to go as opposed to the multi-chat, although that was very convenient.
Delta 38, advise you have information.
Jackson
India,
plays. There's Jackson. Eric, test. Hi, Eric. Thank you. Okay. There's never been a paid upgrade. No, there will be one in this one eventually with the new stuff.
Delta 38, heavy.
Click top chat and turn it to live chat.
7000.
So if that's not working, let's do
Delta 686.
multi-chat off
India,
there
visual 30 left.
and pop this in somehow over here. Slide that over there and make that a little smaller.
Delta 686, proceed direct ABES when able, descend and maintain 7000.
Okay. That puts a little bandage on it there. Okay, Eric Jackson. Eric, thank you so much for being there.
Delta 8802, clear visual approach runway 30 left.
Eric, that was you. Hey, Eric, thank you so much.
United 120, descend and maintain flight level
New recruits
330.
detected.
Then descend
Welcome
pilot
aboard,
discretion,
Agent.
maintain
Stay
flight
sharp.
level 230.
That was a follow from Miller.
Roger,
Hey, Miller, thanks for the follow.
330, and then pilot discretion. down
Welcome,
to
welcome. Thank
230.
you for coming in today. Thanks for the follow.
United 2668, ready for departure.
Just turning down some things in this cockpit. They don't automatically. The
American
blue thing
32,
was what you turned on this morning,
11,
basically
cross
attached to a
runway
donation.
30
Oh, I
left,
didn't know
Alpha 10,
that's what I did.
On kilo 10, correction, on whiskey 10.
I knew that I turned on a few things that were off, so that helps. Right now, YouTube, it's a lot harder to monetize on YouTube than it is on Twitch.
68, wind
YouTube is good for about
170,
$10 a
125
month
runway
right now.
heading, runway 14 right.
So we'll see what live streaming on YouTube
Fly runway
changes
heading,
too.
clear for takeoff, 14 right. United
But I do
2668.
have to figure out this chat thing, so it's a little easier.
Minnesota United 1260, level 250, climbing 380.
United 1260, Minneapolis Center, good evening.
Actually, there was an update. There was an update for Stream Elements OBS. I'll bet that's what caused the problem. That's why it didn't work. There was an update today for Stream Elements.
United 1875, descend and maintain flight level 230.
Okay, we are direct to Lincoln, and top of descent is after Lincoln. So let's come over here and see.
American 1543, Minneapolis Center.
Let's
good
do Navigraph. We're done with Denver. And the RNAV over here, we're not doing a
Delta
star.
38, heavy, reduce speed to 210.
So that's going to be about 3,000 feet. And it's an
Delta
RNAV at the moment.
86, Keep your speed up. I'm trying to get you in.
Des Moines is currently information Charlie. Winds are 220 at 10 knots, 10 miles visibility. Visual approaches, landing and departing runway 23.
Left, clear to land.
So we're all set for this. Getting dark out there too.
Cathay 400, climb and maintain flight level 340.
We'll turn on a little bit of light up here in the cockpit. And the sooner you get your lights adjusted,
2668 airborne, we're climbing 2.3 for 5,000.
the better it gets, because it gets dark really, really
United
fast.
2668, radar contact.
It gets dark really fast in this.
2600, climb and maintain flight level 210, speed direct, Lamona.
Lamona up to 210, United 2668.
Always favored Streamlabs over OBS at the studio. The subscription is a bit much. I think it was probably a little more powerful, and I was on Streamlabs for a while. Then they did the subscription, and this was back when I just wasn't even surviving. So I turned off all of the subscription things and went over to Stream Elements. If you think it's time to revisit those sorts of things, we can. Or change something else completely.
Short vector, turn right, heading 030 vector to final, descend and maintain 5,000.
And all that looks really good.
Delta 686, clear visual approach, runway 30 left.
Yep, absolutely.
3211, wind 200 at 11, gust 20, fly runway heading runway 17, cleared for takeoff. Delta 396,
see.
Delta, advise you have information India, expect visual 30 left.
Yeah, I've added just a few kinds of travel types of things into this playlist. So there's a whole lot of stuff
Delta
at
1544, contact Chicago
the
Center
new
125.57.
at the new music place. So I've added just a couple of things that are a little travel into the jazz mix.
All right, I heard two responses. It's for Delta 1544. Delta 1544, Chicago 125.57.
Chicago 125.57.
And whoever the other one was, that wasn't for you.
And whoever the other one was, that's not for you. Noodles, you needed new songs. It made you a little more sleepy.
Giant 86.
Yeah, right now I'm going to be able to add a lot more to this. They were adding a little bit to Pretzel and stuff, and I liked it a lot, but it was
Delta
still limited, and
Delta,
the YouTube approved A was very small and B
India.
didn't work, so I actually wrapped that up today.
Delta 396, Delta, and I may not have given you your descent. Descend and maintain 10,000, 10,000. Minneapolis altimeter 2985. I'll give you vectors for descent.
Maintain at 10,000, expect
I usually do a 15 and 20 landing in this airplane. There's no ILS to set up, so flaps 15 and 20
Aircraft
to
on the ground,
land.
Minneapolis, it's going to be a couple minutes.
And I think at Lincoln is when we might get kicked over to the other ATC.
United 120, descend and maintain 11,000, 11,000. Des Moines altimeter 2999er.
11,000, altimeter 2999er, United 1.
That's an update.
FedEx 441, descend and maintain flight level 330.
Flight level 330 now for FedEx 441.
Delta 8802, what's your gate?
And our descent has started. And we're making a little turn here,
Delta
too.
8802, taxi via Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
And there's Lincoln. No star or anything, so they'll just descend us at their convenience.
Walker 4380, descend maintain flight level 230.
Minneapolis Center, good evening. Alpaca 3521, flight level 320.
Alpaca 3521, Minneapolis Center, good evening.
Not a bad
Delta
looking cockpit.
686.
It's an old airplane, but it's really not a bad looking cockpit at all. You kind of step back and look at it.
American 3211, radar contact 7,100, stay altitude. Delta 38 heavy, turn. I didn't get to you. I'm going to have you turn the long way around. And better
The long way around. That's got to feel good, especially if you're starting to run out of fuel. If you're starting to run out of fuel, that's going to be bad. Ooh, we got some lights up ahead.
3211.
It isn't just crop circles anymore.
Level 310.
Coming up on something. What does it look like? That's going to be Omaha, I'm guessing. That's going to be Omaha. What else do we need?
Delta 396.
I think we're all really set here. This is the only approach to the active runway. Once we get on the ground, so runway 23, off at Papa 5, and we've got cargo over here. So that's easy. Uh-oh, it's 3.6 Runkin.
3.6. Not great, not terrible.
Not great, not terrible.
Delta 1484. Delta 1484, Chicago 126.87.
Uh-oh. Jackson, when are you landing? Hey, Jackson, please.
Delta 1484, contact Chicago.
I'm guessing about another 20 minutes at the most. We're actually in pretty... we're at 33,000 feet.
A few moments later.
I haven't heard that one before. So progress, we are on our descent. Let's see. We are 118 miles out. So I'd say maybe more like 15 minutes before landing. We're all set and ready to go. So unless we get turned or something, should be good. 777 Bob, that's what your last girlfriend told you?
Giant 8609, contact Chicago Center 126.87.
Aim for the middle of the pack. You can't overpromise or underdeliver.
Heavy airport, 1 o'clock, 18 miles from field site. Delta 38 heavy, cleared visual approach, runway 30 left.
Still below the optimum descent path for this,
Who just
so
exited the runway and turned their transponder
we're doing pretty good.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious.
I blocked you.
Now, don't call me Shirley.
Delta 686.
Leslie Nielsen's aboard.
Transponder on, what's your gate?
No ILS to set.
Delta 686, taxi via Alpha.
We could go ahead and set everything up. Auto brakes, speed brakes, armed and ready to go.
United 2668 requesting climb.
United 2668, climb and maintain flight level 330.
330, United 2668.
They got a little bit of a river in there. There's an airport over there. Didn't see one over here coming in. It would have been probably underneath those clouds. Oh, there it is.
508.
There's the big Des Moines airport.
123.9.
123.9 and ask for another 508. Have a good night.
That's that little one over there. Okay. So just passing Omaha, right? That was Omaha, Nebraska.
United 1875, descend and maintain 6,000. Des Moines altimeter, or correction, Omaha altimeter 2993.
6,000, 2993 at 1875.
Delta 38 heavy, wind 2001.
We should get another descent here, I'm guessing.
Left, cleared to land.
Our descent deviation still has this over us, so we're still pretty good here.
Delta 396, Delta, turn left heading 030, descend and maintain 4,000. Giant 8609, contact Chicago.
Wow,
Center,
it's getting dark fast. Should be a nice arrival, though. It was really kind of cool that this flight wasn't the whole
Giant
thing
8609,
dark.
contact Chicago Center 126.87.
Could we descend a little more?
126.87, United 396.
United 396, United, contact Chicago Center 126.87.
126.87,
Pauliot
United
likes the
396,
song.
bye-bye.
It's called Tequila Supper. Oh, yeah, there's some great titles in there.
United 1927, flight
Krenwald, you going to call it a day?
United 120,
Had a
contact
memory leak. Oh, sorry about that. We'll see you tomorrow. That's right.
Des Moines approach,
A321.
122.9, 120, thanks a lot.
We'll do an A321.
FedEx 1981, descend and maintain 1,000, 11,000.
We'll do that tomorrow for sure. For
maintain 11
Athens to Istanbul.
Minnesota United 12-6, your post popping for.
Memory leaks are never fun in a flight
Unable.
sim.
FedEx
They're just
441, descend and maintain 1,000, 11,000. Des Moines altimeter 2999.
2999 on
detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay
29
sharp.
2999 on the altimeter. Descend 11,000 for FedEx 441.
United 1875, expect visual approach runway 14 right. Turn right heading 300, descend and maintain 5,000.
300,
Something wasn't fun in person either. Look, it's Cam. It's first time in chat. Hey, look, it's Cam. Welcome aboard. Yep, we got a little bit of what we call travel jazz going here.
Yeah,
Doing a little bit of cargo flying on this flight. We got an old A300 going into Field of Dreams event on VATSIM. Memory leaks in person are not fun. I guess you forgot the conversation. Huh? Who? What? Not a bad descent. Des Moines, here we come.
1927, flight 037.
United 1927.
Never been to Des Moines or in the sim. I doubt I'm missing much. Well, there's got to be at least
FedEx
a good...
1981, contact Des Moines approach 123.9.
That might be next for us. 23.900. That could be next for us. We'll pop that in. Pauliot says it's flat here. I would imagine that they've probably got some pretty good steakhouses
Flat
here.
to 972, Minneapolis.
There's got to be some really good steakhouses here in Des Moines. I doubt that we really need terrain radar on this flight,
Turn
though.
left heading
Some good eating for sure.
Descend and maintain 4,000 and Fort Field in sight.
"55 minutes into the flight, that's almost spot on too. Airplane is such a solid one. Oh, let's go to transponder and start looking below. There we go, that looks good. I don't think, yeah, I wouldn't suspect the locals. Did I book my hotel yet or my dinner reservations?
12,000.
Oh, I got dinner here
2668
tonight.
contact, Kansas City Center 125.72.
For the Kansas City Center, United 2668, so long.
FedEx 1981, if I didn't give it to you already, contact Des Moines approach 123.9. Giant 8609, are you still with me?
123.9.
Primary 4211, contact Cleveland Center 119.87.
There's a Motel 6 in Des Moines, and there's a Denny's next door. That's probably about as lucky as we're going to get on that.
Primary 4211, you copy, contact Cleveland 119.87.
Can actually read the instruments on this now.
Delta 396, clear visual approach, runway 30 left.
25,000 feet. Let's do seatbelts for anybody deadheading back there. Although I can't imagine why anybody be deadheading to Des Moines.
Delta 38, heavy. I think there's a gate that'll accommodate you back to your right, to the right of that airplane that's on the Foxtrot concourse. I don't think there's anything that'll fit you on the other side. If you need to go back down Alpha, you can, back towards the Gulf Gate.
Somebody took a big plane into a medium-sized airport.
Delta 396.
At least it's not as small as some of the towns where the town hall is the court, the post office, and every other surface. The only stores open 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. every other day excluding weekends.
Center Delta 371.
No kidding.
Delta 371, Minneapolis Center, go ahead.
We're with you, 12,000 direct
with you, police.
Delta 371, Minneapolis Center, good evening. Climb and maintain flight level 270.
And loud microphone, police.
Climb and maintain flight level 270, Delta 371.
Loud microphone, police.
FedEx 441, contact Des Moines approach 123.9.
123.9 now for FedEx 441, thanks.
Delta 396, Vegas.
123.9. Des Moines is information Charlie.
250.
Continue the clear 250, note for 508.
Approach evening United 3569, is that 1,000. Sitting from 1,000, Charlie is delayed on that.
Air 3569, Des Moines approach, good evening, Des Moines altimeter 29 or 909, expect the visual runway 23.
Alright, 99 or visual 23, United 3569.
That's your 8 airport, that's going to be at your 12 o'clock after that turn, 11 miles, report start.
Field in sight for Northwest 508.
Northwest 508, clear approach runway 23, contact tower 118.3, we'll see you.
118.3 is next.
23 and over to tower for Northwest 508. Have a good night.
Departure, good day, citation 1 Kilo Echo, 5,000, runway X.
For 1 Kilo Echo, Des Moines departure, radar contact, turn left lead 180, maintain 5,000.
Left turn 180, 5,000.
I'm going to slow down a little bit. Des Moines, good evening from FedEx 441, about 40 miles west of the Des Moines VOR, descending 21,000 to 11,000 with information Charlie.
FedEx 1981 heavy, descend maintain 7,000, maintain present heading.
Nice night for a visual. You can see the airport from Chicago. Really?
Correction 441 heavy, good evening, Des Moines approach. Going altimeter 299 or 9er, expect visual runway 23.
Expecting the visual 23, 2999 on the altimeter for FedEx 441.
Legion 1325, contact Chicago 125.57, we'll see it.
Altimeter is checked and set, continuing down to 11,000. I also put on brakes a
120
little
to maintain
bit.
4,000.
Also a little braking here.
United 3569, fighting 260, vectorally approach, to maintain 7,000.
Alright, 260 vector.
And bring in the map click. And we're going to probably get vectors soon, so make sure that your heading bug is straight up so we can make the turn. whatever that is.
1 Kilo Echo, can I maintain 10,000?
Here comes our descent.
Maintenance approach, Delta 2140, 11,000.
Of the 2140 Des Moines approach, good evening, Des Moines altimeter 2999, expect vector to the visual runway 23.
Expect vector for the runway 23, Delta 2140.
And we'll now do vertical speed.
120, turn left heading 310, vector to the approach.
Keep on that descent profile at least.
November 1 Kilo Echo, contact Chicago Center 125.57 and confirm your climbing 10,000.
2557, and thank you. We are now 1 Kilo Echo.
That.
FedEx 441 Heavy, I don't know if I gave it to you, but it's going to maintain 7,000.
Now 7,000 for FedEx 441 Heavy. 7,000.
393 Whiskey Romeo, stay altitude.
Altitude.
November 393 Whiskey Romeo, Des Moines departure.
I have a feeling they'd like us to pick this descent up a little bit. We're a touch high.
United 120 airport, that's your 10 o'clock, 12 miles of port site.
United 120, we have the airport.
Loviz has an airport, so that's good.
Visual 23.
See, do we see anything out here? I think it's going to be more probably over there. Des Moines doesn't look...
November 393.
Okay, got an airport up ahead. Could that be it? That is, we're really high.
2140 fighting.
Yep, that's probably it right there. That's probably it.
That's at 2140.
November 393 Whiskey Romeo.
We've got an airplane right over here. That's probably that airplane, that GA airplane that just took off. Way below us, no reason to panic.
FedEx 1981 Heavy, turn left heading 040. United 3569, just gonna maintain 5,000.
5,000 out of 35.
We're gonna do heading select now.
FedEx 1981 Heavy, did I give you 5 or 7,000?
It's
Okay, so after Des Moines, we'll just keep going straight.
Des Moines departure radar contact, redirect St. Louis VOR. I maintain 10,000.
I don't see any of the other airplanes. That might not be it. Yeah, maybe it is. I think I see another runway. Yep, that might be it, right? Yeah, that's it. There's the cargo wrap. There's the runway we're going to land on. And there's the terminal over there.
United 120, contact Des Moines Tower 118.3.
Tower 18.3.
118.3. Put that in the backup. That's cool.
1981, turn 40 degrees to the left.
40 degrees left.
1981 Heavy, just going to maintain 4,000.
I don't see anybody on approach right now. Loviz just got kicked over, so we should see Loviz lights over there. Okay, it says 7 degrees. I don't see any clouds out there, so I don't think we have to worry too much.
3569, turn right in 31.
We are going way too fast. Speed brakes. There we go. Finally slowing down. Let's reduce this for just a little bit.
Flight departure, good afternoon. Delta 293 with you at 2,000 or 5,000.
Number 393 Whiskey Romeo, contact Chicago Center 125.57. We'll see you. FedEx 441 Heavy, just going to maintain 5,000.
Continue to 5,000 now for FedEx 441 Heavy.
Delta 293, Des Moines departure radar contact, turn right heading 360, climb maintain 1010,000.
360, climb maintain, flight level 10, sorry, what was that, 160?
1010,000.
1010,000, sorry about that, Delta 293.
FedEx 1981 heavy turn left.
Okay, we're no longer
250.
speeding. Let's go down a little bit faster here. Try and get it to 210. If you forget your flaps in this old thing, they're listed right over there. So we can go flaps 15 and 0 now.
FedEx 1981 heavy, expect vectors, actually disregard.
FedEx 441 heavy, we are expecting disregard. I didn't say that, but I thought it was funny. Carson says posture check. Hi, Carson. Yep, we need to get ready for that too, don't we? Thanks for coming in. Okay, everything looks good there.
Delta 293, proceed direct Myers.
Proceed direct Myers.
There's 210. Now we'll
FedEx 441 heavy, turn left heading 040.
left turn 040 for FedEx 441.
2.5 on the 5,000.
040.
heavy, turn left heading 230. Airport's going to be at 12 o'clock, about 10 miles port site.
Left turn 230, we have
Carson is Des Moines ground. Hi, Carson. We brought all of your Wilson volleyballs that you need for the Field of Dreams Day. Because, of course, you need Wilsons, right? Thanks for coming in, Carson. Welcome aboard.
All right, let's do 220 out of 3559.
Exit at 804, did you call me?
Yeah, it's 204 is 233 on the heading 4,100.
Exit at 804. Des Moines departure radar contact, climb maintain
we are going to
10,000,
Des Moines. You're
ramp.
flying over us, Denver to Albany. It's a waypoint for you. Free lethal, happy landings.
Delta 2140, just to maintain 5,000.
Just gonna maintain 5,000, Delta 2140.
There's 210.
Yeah, 3569 traffic. It's going to be at your 12 o'clock.
Flaps
5 miles,
15
same
and
direction,
15.
4,000 is a heavy 8300 report site.
We got the heavy FedEx site, United 3569.
At 3569, clear for approach runway 23, you're following him. Final approach speed, just don't want to run into that wake turbulence.
Alright,
145 for VAP, let's call it 150 to land.
Delta 293, contact Chicago Center 125.57, we'll see you.
12557,
There's 5,000 feet, looks good. Did we do lights? No, we need lights. Nose light.
Delta 2140, traffic's at your 10 to 11 o'clock, 6.5 miles. Right to left at 5,000 is A320 report.
And 5,210 knots, just perfect.
Delta 2140.
Delta 2140, follow that traffic, your clear for approach runway 23.
Speed brakes back.
Follow
Don't
the
forget
traffic,
to
clear to
rearm
approach
them
runway 23,
after you
Delta
use them.
2140.
Armed. Auto brakes are set. Okay, airport is behind us and to the left.
3569, contact Des Moines Tower 118.3.
183, I'm going to United 35.
Wolfie is saying thanks from Northwest 508 today.
Exit at 804, contact him, Chicago 125.57, we'll see you.
125.57,
There we are on the map. About ready to go off. We should be starting to turn in maybe in a little bit. How's fuel prediction? Fuel for landing is 7.7. And the flight plan says we don't panic until 4.7. We're great there. Let's do checklist. So approach, passenger sides are on, briefing is done, ECAM is clear, altimeters are set, minimums. No, I didn't. I never.
41 heavy turn left heading 300, vectors for final.
Left turn 300, vectors for final. FedEx 441.
Delta 2140, contact Des Moines Tower 118.3, we'll see you.
300. Okay, minimums on this arrival.
Confirm. I just want to make sure you know it's
1263.
118.3, Delta 2140.
Have a good one.
Minimums are set. Cool. Back to the checklist. So minimums, ignition is going to be normal, landing elevation is set, approach checklist is groovy. TFP Fred, this could be, there are no dumb questions. So they have a application in front of them. I mean, we got our airplane, right? They've got an application that simulates an air traffic control console with lots of different little plugins that they can put in there depending upon the position that they're working. Plus, some of them will even go
441 Heavy fighting 250.
250 for FedEx 441 Heavy. In fact, you sometimes
441 Heavy. After that turn, airport's going to be at your 11 to 12 o'clock, about 18 miles of port in sight.
we'll give it a call in sight as soon as we roll out FedEx 441. Hi, Jerry Storm. Welcome aboard.
Contact Chicago Center 125.57.
You're going down. This is going to be fast.
Frontier Flight 789.
Got the airport. Looks good. Security man, welcome on in. Des Moines FedEx 441 has a nice airport in sight.
FedEx 441 Heavy, cleared for approach runway 23, contact tower 118.3 of Dipland, sir.
118.3, clear for the visual, FedEx 441 Heavy, thanks. Let's get a little bit of help from VNAV here. And 118.3, looking good. And Des Moines, good evening from FedEx 441. We have your pizza delivery on the visual for runway 23.
FedEx 441 Heavy, roger. Continue your approach. I'll have clearance in a minute.
Continue the approach, FedEx 441. Okay, at Iowa, let's go down to
just trying to confirm its runway heading.
3,100.
Affirmative, runway heading and TWA 542, contact departure 123.9.
Over departure, TWA 542.
And constraints, it was supposed to be 3,100, will be high.
507, runway 23, line up to me. 23, line up away, Southwest 537.
Jerry, is this your hometown? How do the lights look from here? Probably a little hard to see. Okay, after that, 2,600 after Iowa. It's looking real. The lights at night in the new flight sim is really nice. Jackson, thank you for the happy landings on YouTube.
United 3569, roger, that's all right. I'm going to send you to ground 121.9er. You can let them know.
All right, over to ground, United 3569, thanks.
Southwest 507, winds 210.5, runway 23, cleared for takeoff. 23 cleared for takeoff.
Dom T Gaming says that the lights were out. Oh, really? And it looks, these are the lights reflecting. That's been weird in this airplane ever since. I don't know what that is, but it looks like we're on fire. I don't think we're on fire. Okay, next descent is going to be...
Delta 2140, give you clearance to land yet?
2,000...
No. I'm fine, but I don't have clearance to land yet.
Delta 2140, winds 210 at 5, runway 23, cleared to land.
Noodles did a replay of the landing, and it was good.
2140.
Okay, 180.
Alright, this is Southwest 1487. Oh, short.
Flaps 15 and 20.
Up one behind.
Flaps are 15 and 20.
Southwest 1487, Des Moines Tower, roger. You'll be number 3 for takeoff.
Where's there for takeoff?
Tower Des Moines, November 369, make sure good evening in Papa
I know, I
1.
said it the wrong way.
Runway 23.
I'm not setting it correctly,
November
but yeah, you're right, Rick. I did set
Mike
that
X-ray,
wrong.
runway 23, line up and wait.
I'm getting a little low.
Line up and wait, November 3, Mike X-ray.
5 mile finals. Oh my gosh, somebody's at the door.
Southwest 507, contact departure 123.9.
Somebody's at the door.
Departure Southwest 507.
I can't get to the door right now. Flaps are 15. Watch this. This is the worst time to have somebody at your door. I know I'm in the bath. Okay, shall we do this? I can't come to there. Give me a minute. Give me a few minutes. This is not a good time. Please open it up. Yeah, 1 minute out of the cockpit while landing. It isn't going to work.
November 369er, Mike X-ray, wind 2105, runway 23. No delay, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, November 369, Mike X-ray.
Important also to turn off the autopilots on this one. The auto throttles, I mean.
FedEx 441 heavy, winds 2105, runway 23, cleared to land.
23, clear to land, FedEx 441 heavy. Exiting left.
November 369er, Mike X-ray, contact departure 123.9.
123.9, November 369, Mike X-ray.
November 850 Zulu Foxtrot, runway 23, line up and wait. Let him away at 23, but 850 is fine.
Des Moines Tower, Frontier 789er on the approach at 4,000.
Frontier Flight 789er, Des Moines Tower, wind 210 at 5, runway 23, cleared to land.
Cleared to land, cleared to land, runway 23, Frontier 789er.
FedEx 441 heavy, you're fine waiting for him to pass you.
FedEx 441 heavy, thank you. It didn't want to hit the Delta.
I appreciate that. Yeah, he had time. FedEx 441 heavy, contact ground 121.9er. Have a good night.
0.9 FedEx 441 heavy, thanks.
November 850 Zulu Foxtrot, wind 210 at 5, runway 23, cleared to takeoff. Takeoff 23. And 369er, Mike X-ray. Did I hand you off yet to departure?
They didn't wait. Although I heard somebody down there. Okay, ground point 9. Not the best time for this one at all.
Damon transmit. Let's see, clear to Meigs Field, maintain VFR.
We did. The pizza has arrived. Des Moines ground, hello there from FedEx 441 Heavy, heading down the taxiway, going to cargo on the right. I am all over the place.
Sorry, apologies for that. My push dock wasn't working. 441, you said you up?
441, yep, we are up. We are heading to cargo just off to the right.
FedEx 441 Heavy, roger. Can you see down Papa Alpha to the ramp?
Papa Alpha to the ramp, FedEx 441 Heavy.
Alright, number 152 Alpha Golf, apologies for that. Maintain VFR, I below 3,500 feet, clock 2443.
Wow, we got some nice cargo over here. It shows me going from left to right. Yeah, I bet it was pretty bad.
Maintain VFR at or below.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, we did pretty good. I don't even know what the landing rate was here. So, what was it? It was a minus 340. Kind of a big airplane. Kind of a big airplane, so that wasn't a great landing, but not a wonderful landing. Made it to Des Moines. Thank you for coming in today. Don't know if there's still some people. I think I heard them lurking outside. So I may have a visitor. Don't know what's going on. Up there's FedEx. It's right over there. First flight tomorrow is going to be Athens to Istanbul. It's a double VATSIM event. Rick's going to call it a night. Good night, Rick. Have a great evening. Thank you for coming on in. I hope you are having a really, really great evening. Going to do the big thank you thing real fast. Thank you for being secret agents, special agents, and double O's. Thank you also. There were some nice gift subs today. Thank you for the extra support. First flight tomorrow, I will be seeing you in Athens. So hope you'll join us then. I'm kind of making this a little bit quick in case there's something outside. Don't know what's going on. Paulia, thank you for coming in today. Wolfie, thank you for flying along. I hope you are doing really good. Loviz, thanks for coming in. I imagine it. I have no idea what it could possibly be. Let's see here. Can I do a fast raid? Let's see if there's anybody doing any ATC, because there were some questions about ATC. That is Cross Hyparo, BW flights. Stu is, I think Stu's actually flying. Why don't we go to the Moose Lodge? Let's just go say hi to Moose. So thank you so much for being here. I hope you are doing really, really well. Have an incredibly good evening. And I will see you bright and early tomorrow on Patreon with a pre-flight for our flight from Athens to Istanbul. And then after that, we're going to be doing a flight from... I forget what's next. I think we were doing something special. And don't forget, we've also got a special move. The Rio Air Bridge is moving to Sunday. So can't wait to see you then. I hope you are doing really, really well. Have an incredibly good evening. And I will keep the sheep off the runway. Thanks for being here. Say hi to the Moose Lodge. All right. Thanks for being here. Have a great evening. Cheers.